Hey everybody, what's up? Welcome. It is time at last. The last week of October. It's Tuesday. A little after 3 p.m. here in Las Vegas, and we're gonna go back to Crusader Kings 3 today for a new DLC. The DLC, I would say. All Under Heaven completes the other side of the map. That's the one thing that I wanted the most from 2020, back when Crusader Kings 3 launched in vanilla. I just didn't know it was going to take 5 years to get here. A large chunk of all of our lives. But welcome one and all. We're going to start a new campaign today and see how far we make it. If you remember the last time we tried to start a new campaign of Crusader Kings 3, I believe it lasted all of 1 day. So, we'll see how it goes. When your expectations start out at 0, the only way to go is up. I hope you're all doing good. Had a nice weekend. Or at least a nice Sunday, Monday. I'm sure there's some gamers out there playing some Battlefield today because the new game mode that just came out, Battlefield Royale. Battle Royale Field. Which I think is free to play, if I'm not mistaken. So they're probably going to get a nice player bump just from that. I, however, have been playing only old things. I played a little Battlefield 6, but for some reason I dug out my 3DS and I'm trying to finish after 10 years. I had an unfinished campaign of Mario and Luigi Dream Team, so I'm currently trying to finish that. I'm at the last fight against Bowser. Spoilers. Sorry. You fight Bowser in a Mario game. But what's funny is, like, I last played it probably, I don't know, years ago. Like, genuinely 7 plus years ago was the last time I really played it. And for some reason, I stopped in, like, the final series of chambers right before you get to the boss rush battles. So I was like in the final couple percent in the game and just never finished it. So I'm going back in to try and get my gamer cred. Also, it just made me want more 3DS games, but like I don't want, I crave the physical cartridges. I want to have like a little carrying case that has the 3DS in it, and then has the, also 3DS games are really, even if you wanted to emulate them, is really difficult to do. I did see that there was like a new, I don't know, I guess it's a phone. I don't know what it is. It's like a handheld 3DS lookalike that a lot of people are buying right now that can, it's just like what's the name of the Android platform? Thank you, brain, for functioning. It's like an Android flip thing that looks like a 3DS, and people are getting it to like emulate old 3DS games. I don't understand why Nintendo won't release stuff for their old consoles. Like, I would absolutely buy a remake of the Game Boy Advance or the SP. Like, those consoles should not be that like, they've already remade the little emulator machines for their own first party, like Nintendo, like NES and SNES, and they even have like a Sega one. They did the Genesis. So why not release like the Game Boys, but make them the same, like the actual real hardware? It can't be that expensive in this day and age. I don't know. In related Nintendo news, my brand new Switch 2 is busted. Okay, it's not busted. The games still run on it, but one of my detachable controllers from the Switch 2 is stuck on the console and cannot be detached. The spring-loaded button that you press to detach the controller, the spring is gone. And so it cannot push itself away from the super magnet that is holding it to the console. So it just lives there now, forever attached. And I don't even know how it broke. It's just got to be shoddy manufacturing, because I have pushed that button 3, maybe 5 times. And that was like when I first opened the console. And I haven't pushed the button since opening the console, and it's just been docked under my TV. And then I tried to pull up the Switch 2 and like detach the controllers, and one of them just won't detach. So I guess I'm gonna have to send it in, but the same day that I figured that out, my Switch 2 froze and crashed, and I had to hold the power button down to hard reset it for 15 seconds. So Nintendo, get it together. Okay, these consoles are too expensive and too new, man. Craziness. So I gotta send a console in to get the stupid spring button fixed at some point. Hello, Shadow Fox. It may be weird, but the sounds of Crusader Kings are so comfy to me. I actually thought that was Crusader Kings, but it was not Crusader Kings playing in the background, so... Or was it? Or was it? Well, I may never know. This is Crusader Kings. But thank you for 47 months of sub. I appreciate it. That is a lot of months. Almost 4 years. New Fire M, thank you for assembling for 49 months. You guys have dodged 48. We got 47 and 49. But thank you, New Fire M, for assembling for another one. Appreciate that sub. Retrograde Motion for 97. Thanks for priming. Thanks for dropping it here for another 30 days. It's just a magnet. Listen. Do you have a Switch 2? If you have a Switch 2, go rip your controller off without pushing the spring-loaded button and get back to me. Okay? Go do it right now. Because I have pulled hard enough that it feels like something is going to break on the console, and I'm just not going to do it. And their platform on the line says if your controller is stuck, just send the console in. So that's what I'm going to do. Chemo, thank you for the 34 months. I appreciate the sub. What's up, Dandy Donuts? I did not expect a Crusader Kings 3 stream today, not gonna lie. Well, the DLC's out today, so if there was gonna be one, it's gonna be today. But anyways, I'm not gonna pull as hard as I can on the Switch controller. Why is there always gotta be at least one chatter who's very argumentative at the beginning of every stream? One day I hope that we will find a way to evade the beginning of stream bad vibes that seem to just manifest and blossom in one random chatter each stream start. Hello, Amalex. Thank you for 11 months. Is it time for a crusade? I don't think so, actually. We're going to be playing somewhere in Asia. They don't really do the crusades over there, as far as I know. And also, thanks again, Chemo. I think it's just after like a couple days off. You get a couple days off and people just get wily. Isn't that exactly where the Crusades happened? Yes, the Crusades famously happened all throughout Japan, Southeast Asia. Yeah. I think that they were fighting over... They must have been crusading to find the Pacific Ocean. First Japanese Pope challenge. It could happen. The Great Crusade of Mount Fuji. So you might be familiar with the terminology of the Far East. The Crusades happen in the Near East. So that's how you can tell. And of course, that is a Eurocentric view of cardinal directions. Anonymous gifter, thank you for gifting a sub to Hagavar. Appreciate that gift sub as well. All right, let's get in. Enough. Enough is enough. Actually, it's not true. We're not going to read the whole patch notes, but I need to at least look at it. We're not going to read line by line. We're going to be here for hours. I'm not going to do that. Basically, they released an expansion. There's a trailer. All right, here's all the part that you'll find interesting if you like Crusader Kings 3 is that there's a bunch of new government types. China has a celestial government type with a whole bunch of stuff. Lots of China content. A significant amount, in fact. Japan gets a new government type, Ritsuyo. Unique to Japan. Southeast Asia gets Mandala, a new type of government where a god king or Devaraja rules. Could be Devaraja. Raja. Then you got even more. East Asia gets a meritocratic government similar to Celestial in China. And also a Khanate. And we also get the Silk Road is back in Crusader Kings after all this time. But yeah, it's there's a lot here. They say that where is it? I swear I read a line. Oh, All Under Heaven might just be the biggest expansion we've made for Crusader Kings 3. So, you know what? I would believe it. It should be. That's the thing, right? It should be. You can't just toss in China, Japan, and Southeast Asia, and just tack on all of the things. You can't just put the things you've made for like the Norse over there. So it should be the biggest expansion. I don't know where I want to play, but I think I know where I want to play. You know what I mean? I haven't like fully decided, but kind of have. I don't want to read how everyone's government type works because it's going to be overwhelming to you and me to try to imagine that. But in short, China gets province administration types. They now have a measurement called merit, which you can earn by doing different events or buildings. They have a treasury, which is a new resource that acts as a complement to gold for these types of realms. They have new activities, including a local and capital examination. They let you earn merit. Okay, who cares? Like the new activities in big quotes. Succession laws have changed, new provincial laws, new powerful family aspirations. Okay, celestial military expands the council for the ruler of China. New decisions that can be made, new court positions, greatly expanded the family estate, added a dynastic circle, shared movements, more. So it's like there's a lot of stuff. It seems pretty all-encompassing. A new escalated peasant faction type. Elders and disciples are new positive type characters. It keeps going, right? 3 China-focused bookmarks. That's going to be for like choosing a start. How do you begin the game? New tutorial character for China, probably to like try to learn how their government type works. The Mongol invasion can cause catalysts for you. Some flavor content, new clothing, new headgear, new leg hairstyles. Japan gets a whole bunch of stuff with their government types, including the Kampaku Shogun and Tenno. Ruling regions, a bunch of policies, a bunch of new clothes. Southeast Asia gets like god aspects that inform your playstyle. New Casus Bellis. The Silk Road, I'm curious, this is what I'm most interested in. I'm most interested in how the Silk Road functions, a predefined route of provinces that run from China toward the west. The provinces all gain development from the route dependent on the current phase of the Silk Road situation. It's divided into 6 regions, each with its own phase. Phases change depending on events in regions to the east, generally originating in China. During the unstable phases, wealth along the route will start to dry up. I really liked the Silk Road in Crusader Kings 2. And despite it not really seeming to have that much content on paper necessarily, I thought Jade Dragon DLC was actually one of the best flavor-wise that was fun to kind of interact with and interface with. So I'm hopeful that it will be fun here as well. Hello, Lang. What's up? Thanks for the raid. Hope you had a good stream. Appreciate you coming back. New formables, new clothing, new cultures, and faith and men-at-arms. So China gets at least 5 new men-at-arms, which makes sense. Japan gets like 3, and then there's a couple others. Added a bunch of new cultural traditions used by different groups of people. This is interesting to me. 14 new music tracks. 9 new China exclusive music tracks. Added 3 new influencer music tracks? Did they like call up Chinese influencers to make some bangers for the they just, I don't know, maybe. What's up, Brutal Offender? Thank you for 2 years of sub pumping it in chat. Thanks for another one. And also Nemo for 19 months. We're going east. We're going east. This is, okay. Listen, I'm not going to start slinging accusations early. "23 music tracks is a shit ton of new music tracks." Okay, and I'm a little suspicious. Hang on, I'm gonna go to their page. That's a lot of music. I want to see. Well, there's no, I'm just gonna assume it's all legit because there's no disclaimer on their Steam page. I'm just curious is all. Wait, do they have it up on Spotify yet? They have Cons of the Step. That's on Spotify, but they don't have All Under Heaven on Spotify yet. Anyway. Doesn't EU5 come out like a few days from now? November 4th. It does. It is coming out pretty quick. Paradox uses AI, but only to recolor things when designing, as far as I know. Well, that's not true. They use Stellaris has actual AI synthesized voices, for example. So they do use AI audio in Stellaris. And they also use AI for the generation of assets, not just recolor. And the way that you, not necessarily in Crusader Kings. I don't play Stellaris to be fair. Well, then don't chime in with a purported fact. Eh? What if you just didn't say anything then? I'm looking because on Stellaris it says we employ generative AI during the creation of some assets. That is not like that's not a recolor. That's we use AI to make some assets. They have said specifically for CK3 they've used AI for some backgrounds. Yeah, I'm just looking to see how far it extends to figure out how far in the mud we have gotten stuck in the quicksand. I'm trying to figure out how deep the suck is. So I'm just trying to figure out where the line is between reality and fiction, you know? That's all. Anyway, I'm probably gonna consult the dev blog once I figure out where we're gonna go. Also, now I'm curious. But anyway, don't believe that other dude either, who said you need a source, Lang, okay, before we take you at face value. All right, let's hop in. I just listen, not specifically this. I just hate that I even have to contemplate that at the beginning of playing any video game. You know what I mean? Like I don't want to even have to think about that. Why? How do we even get here? It happened so fast. How did we even get to the point within the last like less than 2 years where I have to double check every single game to see if they've got like a Steam disclaimer? Go back to Pong. Okay, we're definitely not starting in 1066. I think you all know that. We're going to start on 867. I haven't played Crusader Kings 3 in well over a year, so I'm not going to remember how to do anything. And then on top of that, we got a bunch of new functions and new government types that I am not familiar with. Rumpeteer, though, thanks for slubbing again. I appreciate it. Welcome to 2025. I suppose so. Living gods on Earth, an autumn of virtue. We're not going to choose any of these. These are just the faceplates of characters of either notoriety or historical importance, or just an interesting potential starting condition for you. Though, I like to just go rogue and click play as any ruler in 867. But before we even get to that point, we are going to play Iron Man. Achievements unlocked. I don't think that there's any benefit in playing on hard or very hard in Crusader Kings, because I believe it just gives the AI cheats and gives them like resource bonuses that are just plus percents, as far as I know. Oh yeah, we do have maybe a preset. I don't know if there's new game rules. There probably are. Yeah, I already see starting Silk Road innovations. Do we just need to go through this one at a time, or maybe I should? We have what? We have new RP and standard RP. Is this new RP parentheses 2.0 dash final? I assume this is the newer one that I may have saved at some point. I gotta double check them though before you start any campaign. You'll play on an even playing field without significant bonuses. Hard will make AI realms much more stable and rich, which will make the game less balanced. Very hard, yeah, it just kind of cheats and everything. I'm just gonna go normal, because I like to pick just really difficult start conditions and that be the difficulty. Exclave independence. I like significant independence. Exclaves are basically just places that are technically under your control but are separated by other land or rulers or so on. So you have to have it in this insignificant, you have to have a naval path, or it be part of the de jure, I'm not saying de jure territory. Multiplayer, not a thing for us. Minor diseases default. Yeah, let's just keep that the same. I tried CK3 for 10 minutes, got overwhelmed, and haven't touched it since. It's the beauty of streaming. If I get overwhelmed, I have to stay here and just keep reading tooltips until I figure out what's going on, or just keep asking chatters to tell me what's happening. Okay, we're keeping most of these settings on default. Realm stability, hybrid culture frequency, hybrid culture restrictions. I do like relaxing the restrictions on these so they can just kind of naturally form on their own a little bit more commonly. Default divergent cultures, default cooldowns. Relaxed regional heresies is more fun too, because then you get different types of heresies. Heresies just being kind of like alternatives to whatever is in vogue religiously. Random nicknames, default. Mongol invasion random, because I think it's fun. Kaz's Belly, default. Culture conversion, default, default, default. We'll never see the end date, so that's fine. Titles will eventually be destroyed if a character holds no de jure land of that title. Yes, I like it. Empires will be destroyed unless the holder controls at least 20% of its counties. Yes. Custom kingdoms. Yes. Generate families. I like having this off, but it just doesn't work well for how I like to play. So we're gonna leave it on AI only, so the AI gets families, so their lineage doesn't just die immediately. I think keeping all of the historical relationship things as default is more fun when because then you can get people who go against it, and you get to hold secrets or put them in power or do whatever you want with them. You can change the laws, but we never get far enough to change the laws because we'll see if this makes it past day one. We'll see. Random faith off. That gets crazy. The AI has to pay gold to embark. This seems significantly more important with this DLC than with the others, right? Because we may not be landlocked in Europe anymore. We got a lot of coast to go between. That's not just gonna be Vikings traveling around now. Domain limit default. Scandinavian adventurers are frequent and will try to target Russia and the North Sea every 5 years. Random harm tragic. Not only the good die young, now you can too, with boosted chances of random harm events for everyone. Events that kill, incapacitate, or hurt the health of the character can happen to anyone. No one's safe. Default adoption, random invasion of the Seljuks. Black Death circumstance, organic. Random, historical. I remember, yeah, I wonder if they changed the disease system. I disliked it so much. It's the DLC that I was the most excited about that also disappointed me the most. So I kind of agree. It seems like it should be this huge event when it happens, and then it takes up a lot of your time and then sweeps over the land and like 5 people die. And then it happens again like 5 years later. So it just happens so frequently. It was like Bubonic Plague 1. Yeah, we've had Bubonic Plague 4, 5, and 6. What about Bubonic Plague 7? There's like 2 different disease events. Yeah, it didn't go as far as it should have, for sure. Yeah, if you want to post it, Lang, you can. Actually, no, you can't, because you're not a sub. There you go. All right, just to confirm, Lang is in here with the facts. February 6th of last year, the community manager said, "We use AI to assist our human artists in their work. We do not create assets wholesale with AI." Which, to be honest, is a dumb statement to make. Because I don't think anybody assumes that someone is just prompt engineering a picture and then takes that picture and puts it directly into the game, right? That would be what making wholesale art would be. Like, nobody assumes they just like type something in and then copy paste whatever the like AI spits out into the game. But the second that like you take it and a human takes it and like smudges a little bit with Photoshop, is that, at what point is it wholesale? You know what I mean? How much percentage wise are we talking here? So I don't know that necessarily assuages any of my concerns. It's vague enough that it gives no detail on how much is actually AI. That's what I mean, yeah. The Stellaris dev team got caught putting fully AI gen photos in DLC, so who knows? IMC, I need to see a source. Astral Planes DLC got mocked for it when it came out. I want to believe you, but I gotta see like an actual source. I can't just regurgitate what random chatter says, because random chatters have already been proven wrong in this very stream. But it's just, the problem is that for some reason, never mind. Never mind, dude. I just don't. I'm constantly just rubbing my temples of like, how did we even get to the point where I had to have this conversation? Correction, it was AI Gen voices, not art. I know, we know that already. It's on the Steam page. We don't need PC Gamer to tell us that. We already looked at that. But anyway, I'm trying to articulate my thoughts. I don't think I need to, though. But I think it is troublesome when you don't establish a firm line to disclose exactly how much. Because in my mind, it's difficult because on paper, I don't believe in the phrase, well, if you've got nothing to hide, then let us search your person, right? I don't like that statement, but in this case, it'd be very easy to just be like, here are the boundaries that we, like, if you've got nothing to hide, then why are you being vague about, well, we use it as tools to assist. Okay, what does that mean? Like, if you knew that the line was going to make people happier, you would tell them what the line was. If you know that the line is going to make people unhappier, you won't tell them where the line is. That's how I think of it anyway. Maybe this is the problem. Wow, the options are once, unlimited, and never. That's why the Black Death keeps happening. Like, there's a huge chasm between once and unlimited. Yeah, and that post was Feb 2024, so it's been like it's over a year and a half since then. Plague frequency, legend spread chance, legend cost, all normal. Chat, I have a question for you. I can't decide whether I want to embrace this take or not. Is it too hot of a take? Because tell me and I'll cool it down, to say that if you employ artists who need to use generative AI in their art, you need to hire better artists. That's not too hot at all. As an artist, agreed. As an artist sounds fair. Okay, yeah, maybe I'm thinking of that, Lang, because I remember, like, the reason I'm stuck on this is because I remember this coming up before, and I couldn't remember where from. Is it from this? Oh, man. Oh, man. Oh, maybe it was from this. We employed generative AI during the creation of some art assets. Where's that guy that was like, they only use it for... They just use it to recolor... Who said that? I'm gonna ban you. Typically, this will be to create synthetic reference photos for lighting, postures, and generic detail. A small percentage of art assets include bits of generated content as collage. The generated content remains a small part of the total expression created by artists. Here's the thing! No one is gonna disclose this shit anymore because it's always something negative. You know what I mean? Like, there's never anything positive in this paragraph. So what incentive does any company have to write it? They're just gonna stop writing it. only punished for having it. Steam requires it. Yeah, but it's easy. You ever heard it's easier to ask forgiveness than permission? Okay? If I'm a company CEO or some shit, you gotta prove it, bitch. You know what I mean? Like, that's what I would tell the audience. Like, can you prove that I used AI to make this? Like, you can't prove that unless you find an exact, like, one-to-one. Just get away with it. You don't have to, like, oh, Steam requires you to disclose it. Yeah, like, but are you, Gaben's not gonna come knock on your door and, like, look at your files on your computers, you know what I mean? Yeah, it's a voluntary, hey, we suck announcement. Yeah, they're just not, they're gonna stop writing it. Anyway, I didn't mean to get sidetracked. I honestly forgot about this whole thing, and it just came up. So now I'm stuck on it, of course. But I'm still gonna play the game because you can't. The problem is, it's another thing. How dare you criticize society and yet you participate in, you know, whatever the, like, idiom is. It's inescapable now. What a time to be alive. Just live in a cave, you hypocrite. How do you feel about AI code assistance tools? I am not a coder, so I can't give an intelligent take on how that even helps you in a meaningful way. However, as an outsider looking in, I would liken it to people using AI stopgaps in education and school. And if I would say that using AI to complete an essay deprives you of being able to teach yourself and learn things, then I would say the same is true for, like, having AI fill in coding for you. Whether or not, I understand there's fringe circumstances in which you could look at something and be like, oh, that worked. Let me break down why that worked, and now I've internalized that information. But I don't think most people are trustworthy enough to use that in that way. The majority of people are not genuinely seeking to improve themselves. They're just looking to make ends meet. Which is, you know, understandable, but still. The next generation of coders is so cooked. As a teacher, I can tell you it has been an absolute nightmare. I believe you. I wonder what AI Tuber Etal has to say about all this. I wonder what AI Alien Please has to say about any of this Algoradalada. Do I need to change any of this? Name of Byzantium, Eastern Roman Empire. No, just leave it the Byzantine Empire. True King of Munster. Just leave it as classic. I didn't even know these were settings, man. I haven't played since these became settings. I'm not changing any of this. I don't know what it does. Chance of Franco-Cratia. The splintered crusade diverting Catholics to attack Byzantium is immediately possible. We're not even starting at 1178. Doesn't matter. Default. The Great Step is enabled. Maximum amount of landless adventurers. 200. Each point of advantage you have over your opponent in battles will increase damage by 5%. I think that's default. Default. Okay. Scrolling up in chat. All exams must be in person and on paper. I remember when AI was just a funny toy. It was a funny, well, I mean, it still can be a funny toy, but we had some streams in the early days, years ago now, that was simply the novelty of, we didn't even know it was ChatGPT at the time. The role-playing, the AI dungeon or whatever, the dungeon crawler one that was like a storytelling generator. Yeah, AI dungeon was pretty funny for a while because it was like so ridiculous that it couldn't even keep up with its own statements. So it would forget what it said after 3 lines or so. So you would start like an AI dungeon, and the premise was that you did an RPG, kind of like a text-based RPG with the AI. It was super janky. It would be like, you start in a room. In front of you is a door with a keyhole. Behind you, there is a rock on the ground, glistening wet. To the left is a long, dark, damp corridor. What do you do? And you would be like, I inspect the door for weaknesses. And be like, the door is made of an ancient mahogany. It seems very sturdy, reinforced with plates of steel. The rock looks suspicious behind you. And you're like, okay, I investigate the rock. And then you'd be like, underneath the rock is a golden key that seems to fit the shape of the keyhole in the door. What do you do? And you go, I insert the key into the door keyhole to open the door. And it's like, there is no door. And it just like instantly like changes. It remembered like the last 3 lines and then just goes completely sideways. And you can't do an adventure like that because it won't remember anything that happened, and it would invent something else. It'd be like, there is no door, but you hear a growl coming from above. And you're like, okay, I look up to find a way through to the next level. It's like, the sky abounds above you, an expanse of clouds. It's like, I thought I was in a room, man. Gaslighting AI. Yeah, it would just always go crazy. You couldn't follow it for an actual story. Let's see the map. I want to see the map. They got a new table here and everything, dude. Whoa. There's a world-ending super volcano happening in South Africa that has covered the southern portion of the world in soot and smoke. Little ice age incoming. Man, look at all of this now. I want to zoom in on the little, like, what are these? Are these supposed to be, is this food? Because it looks like soap. I don't know, it looks like scented soap. And then this is this ink? It's like a paint little box, so this thing covers up that thing. No Australia yet. No Australia yet. These you like clap together, don't you? And then we've got our brush. And some nice flowers, right? Like if this were my table, I would have to scoot these because someone's gonna knock them over on the floor. Okay. Why are the edges of the map Gaussian blurred a little bit? You know what I mean? Around the entire edge. Wow, we go way up here. Man, I don't know how you even play. Oh, look at the islands. How do you even play up here, dude? Everything's just tiny crossings. They updated the graphics. It looks good in some places and bad in others. Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. It looks like all of this is updated. Obviously, it's new, is what I meant. Like, you even got these little, I don't know what the name of these type of fields are, but you got little landmarks visually. Got the cherry blossoms. It looks moldy. Don't say that. These impassable zones. Creating some bottlenecks and choke points. We're going to Korea. And then the northern frigid wastes. Tang. Tang is now the maybe biggest? Remember the Abbasid Empire is always like the biggest one to start with, but now Tang exists. Tang gang. They got some cool clothes and headdresses and such. I like the little map embellishments also. We're going down to Vietnam. We're going down to Indonesia. No Australia, though. The map projection makes China seem smaller. Well, I mean, they do have to unite a bunch of warlords to get the rest of their land. There's a whole bunch of stuff over here, because India's right here. Yeah, China's not full size yet. Show kingdoms and empires. Here's empires. And then here's kingdoms. Then you get into duchies. Their realm is encompassing like many empires. The lag is gonna be real. The tier above Empire doesn't have a button. There is no tier above Empire. Empire is the biggest one. And then your realm is just what you are. It's not, realms aren't de jure. How do you do World Conquest with this DLC? You were never supposed to do World Conquest in Crusader Kings. So you don't. Eton made a tofu scramble. Would you like some? No, you can have it. You already knew that though. So why did you ask? Also, how's it been an hour? Time for ad? I'm just yapping, man. I got sidetracked by the AI thing. Because I don't know, dude, I'm just disappointed. Why is every company run by some tech bro? Who probably like got all of their office to buy some kind of crypto meme coin that they were supporting, you know? Why is every company turned into that? There's always somebody at the top. Anyway, we're gonna I guess we're just gonna keep looking at this while the ad runs, because I don't know where to start. I'm thinking about starting Japan, primarily because starting on like a larger island sounds fun, whose name is not Ireland. Or the UK in general. So I'm thinking about starting Japan. Second tutorial island. But what if we conquered Japan as Ireland? That would be tough. I think there would have to be that would be tough even for Vikings to sail all the way over there. Iceland is offended. We actually did do Iceland. We did start over here. It was painful. I'm curious to start in the South Pacific and see how far into the continent you can get. Conquer Mongolia as Japan. That sounds tough, dude. That sounds tough. Look at how this is broken up. Oh. Should we start at Bitchu? We could start as Kokushi Fujiwara Arasada of Bitchu. Bingo. Think of the stream titles. I shouldn't have noticed that until the ad was done. All of the ad watchers are going to wonder what you guys are talking about. Wait, is there one called Bingo? There is Bingo. Wait, that's Tango. Is there a Bing? Is there a right next to it? Where am I? So I just put the ketchup back in the fridge and now I can't find it. Okay, yeah, no, there is Bingo. There is a Bingo. All right, welcome back from the ad. We found The Bichu and Bingo, well, I don't know what they're called here. I mean, they're realms, but I don't know if they're provinces or like what their actual title is under the Ritsuryo government. I'm gonna have to read all this. So we might have to pick one of those, I think. There's also Bungo, which is pretty, like, there's a ton of really great choices. Hitachi? That's not funny, it's just recognizable. Minkawa. It's gotta be one of those three, though. Let's see who they start with. Bichu is Kokushi Fujiwara Arasada, 40 years old, just, compassionate, but arrogant. Their heir is a 49-year-old Fujiwara Nakamune. Kokushi Arasada's Beto. I don't know what a Beto is yet. We'll have to learn all these terms. I think wearing a traditional face makeup that makes them look a bit more pale than usual. Who is wrathful, generous, and shy. Wrathful, generous, and shy is certainly a combination. Then Bingo is Kokushi Fujiwara Ujisuke. Stubborn, arbitrary, and lazy. That would not be a fun start for me. And then Bungo is fickle, gluttonous, and gregarious. I mean, it's got to be Bichu. It's even got a good ruler to start as. Right? That just makes the most sense. I don't even think I need to look any further. So we just begin as one of many different small rulers of the greater whole. Japan at this point is ruled by Kampaku Fujiwara Yoshifusa, who is 63 years old and appears to be ailing. Their health is poor. Their heir is Fujiwara Akirakiko, 38 years old, who is zealous, trusting, and calm. But her liege is Tenno Yamato, going in a completely different direction. How do you, like, go to them? The Tenno is the emperor. Yeah, so it's basically gonna go into the emperor's... I don't know how this works. We gotta read. I need to read. Let's read this. But I'm kind of blocking it also. Hold on. Okay, the Ritsuryo is a new government type, can create cadet branches, uses influence, men-at-arms, noble families, administrative government, a bureaucratic government form that appoints characters as governors to manage and preside over land, called provinces on behalf of their liege. They have influence in a family estate. Only independent rulers have legitimacy. Vassals do not. Administrative vassals cannot declare war against each other. They are encouraged to spend influence for appointment succession and use schemes to acquire titles. Interesting. It is a centralized bureaucratic government where characters... Okay. A Kampaku governs the realm. Kampaku is de facto the highest position in the Ritsuyo bureaucracy, exercising significant control over the organs of state in the Tenno's stead. Though generally dominated by the Fujiwara family, with enough influence and prestige, any family might rise to this occasion. They govern on behalf of the Japanese emperor. The Tenno is the official emperor of Japan, though true power is generally in the hands of the ruling regent who administers the state on their behalf, and may be elected from the noble family heads or imposed by a faction. Ritsuyo's vassals generally govern a single county, but may reject the centralized system and become local Soryo lords to build their own power, though this is usually considered a criminal act. Ritsuyo's house heads may create and join house blocks within the realm, a defensive alliance of houses. Any member who is attacked will be defended by all other members. House heads decide whether to become these, with all ruling members of their house in the realm following them. Blocks have a leading house who may expel members, is the favored ruling regent of all members, and whose house aspiration determines the bonuses granted by high levels of cohesion. Only leading house's house head may create factions against the top liege, and all block member house members will join all factions they create. So basically, if you can become the house head of a house block, you can set a faction against the top leech, is what I'm understanding. And all people in your house block will support you by default, out of loyalty. And they will support the leading house in becoming the Kampaku. Japanese governments have a lower domain limit than others, which may be increased by upgrading family manor. Interesting. The Ritsuyo system refers to the centralized administrative government of Japan, inspired by the Chinese Confucian bureaucracy. Okay. We don't need to learn every government type, we just need to learn our government type. Game rules. Double check that it's the same. It is the same. Not gonna create a dude. Just gonna play as the House of Bichu. The Bichu house. It is administrative but has no noble family title. Our governorship is Kuni of Bichu. 114 soldiers is all we've got for our military. Wow. One county, a single county, my favorite type of start. Starting as a lowly count. In this case, Kuni is count. Male preference succession, Ritsuyo appointment succession. A type of appointment succession under Ritsuyo appointment succession, the title and its associated holdings will be inherited by the candidate with the highest score. Any adult in the region, or the realm, may strive to attain governorship through various means from scheming to spending influence. Any title with title succession special rules will take precedence over your own realm. Okay, we'll come back to that. Yeah, I think this is the one. Seems like a good dude. The arrogant gives us a little RP potential, but compassionate and just. This is kind of the character I like to play. It's good to start there. I'm in. Save to cloud? Or, I don't know, both? And we're in. This reminds me I need to finally get around to watching Shogun. Shogun is the best TV show that has come out. I'm trying to think of a time period, but like maybe it just might be the best. And I don't think that's overselling it. Like the first episode, you'll think, oh, this is okay, but I don't really get what all the hype's about. Like it's very watchable. Just keep watching. Unless you're like a... Okay, if you're the kind of person that looks at your phone while you're watching TV, do not watch Shogun because you're just going to say, it sucks and I have to read subtitles, so just avoid it. If you look at your... If you watch TV on your phone, don't watch it because you're the reason why streaming is the way it is now. The best show since Sopranos. It honestly is one of the top 5, maybe even top 3 shows ever. And I've seen every show anyone's ever made, so that's how I can make that assertion. I also have seen all TV shows ever made. We're going to be right here at the edge. Look, this is not a real criticism. It's just a nitpick. But if I were making a map and also I've been making it for 5 years, and also my company uses generative AI for art, I simply would have told ChatGPT to make a higher resolution tablecloth texture for me to use. That's all I'm saying. If I knew I was going to have to zoom all the way in on it. By the way, kudos to calling the ripped map like 3 years ago. I'm sorry, that was 5 years ago because Crusader Kings 3 came out in 2020, and the very first thing I ever said when I opened the game and looked at this map was, they're going to release a DLC that completes the rest of the map, which used to be torn right there. I said that as soon as I opened the game. I just didn't expect it to take that long. But I'm glad that they finally did it. Okay, I don't know how to play this game, so I have vague memories of it. How much time do we have in Crusader Kings total? I want to say it's around 300 hours. No, it's around 400 hours. So still in the tutorial, and I didn't play the Khan update. We skipped that one entirely, so I have no idea what all is new with the Mongolian update. Not a clue. Did you play the adventurer one? We did play the adventurer one. And it didn't go well. Encyclopedia, no thank you. Welcome to the, how do you say this, chat? Heian? The Heian? The Heian? Heian? Heian. Welcome to the Heian period. In this era, Japan balances tradition and violence. Ambitious houses vie for power and control of the imperial throne. We assume that you have some experience playing Crusader Kings 3 already. It's true, I do. Japan is a realm split between 2 types of lords. Rulers have either of these government forms: Ritsuyo, imperial officials, or Soryo, feudal warlords. Historically, the Soryo warlords grew in strength, which eventually resulted in the shogun rule. In Japan, who is said to rule and who actually rules are not the same. Let's have a look. Open the Noble Families tab. I'm gonna need to move. I forget where I usually am. Don't worry, I'll move again. Noble Families. This is a Japanese emperor known as the Tenno. While his name would imply that he rules Japan, he is known as a ceremonial monarch and has no real power. However, marrying into his family still grants a great deal of prestige, and an ambitious Tenno may try to seize power. The real power in Japan is instead the ruling regent, shown here. They are the actual independent ruler of Japan. Besides any standard powers of any independent ruler, they also set the imperial policy law. Set by the top liege applies to all vassals. It could restrict or allow various actions. Every house head in Japan has a manor, which you can expand and develop with gold. In contrast with the holdings of your domain, your manor stays with the house head and is not lost if your domain is conquered. If you are the house head, you view and develop your manor using the highlighted button. All Japanese houses have an aspiration. Provide goals and methods for a house which provide bonuses and opportunities. Househead chooses one to pursue and spends prestige. You can see and upgrade your house aspiration via the highlighted button. Most vassals in Japan only rule a single county. That's me. In order to consolidate power, most houses belong to a house block, a defensive alliance. Okay, we kind of read about this already, but I'll read it again. The members of a house block generally have the same aspiration, good relations with each other, but if they don't, block cohesion is lowered and the leading house may choose to eject the controversial houses. If you are part of a block, view the status by clicking the highlighted area. I don't see... Oh, that's highlighted. We are in the Hokkei. The Hokkei block. Your house block, cooperative. We are approaching tier 2. Oh, that is cooperative. Okay. We'll come back to the screen. Japan. In Japan, politics is a struggle of two sides. Lead your house wisely and determine the future. I understand. Decision available to create a cadet branch. It may be time for my family to abandon the legacy of the house Nankei and create its own path with me as the head of this new branch of our great dynasty. Well, who else is here? House of Nankei or Nankei. Thirty 49 living members. So my nephew is the house head. Toshu Morokuzu, who is the holder of one title, the the Nankei family county tier province title. Hold on. Is a manor a county? It's an off-map thing. It's an unlanded county. My brain is struggling. It's like your camp and adventure mode. Did we play straight up adventurer mode? Or did we just adventure? I don't remember. Click the rectangle that says manor. Well, I know he's got a manor. I'm just trying to figure out if a manor counts as a county. So telling me to click that's not helping. It seems like a bureaucratic title. You haven't played the Byzantine government, which this is based on. That's true. I've never played the Byzantine government. So I guess that would be confusing to me. Chat not helping? Never happened before. Okay, we're gonna take this real slow because I haven't played this in like a year and a half and I've missed a bunch of updates and stuff. Here's a question. When would I want to create a cadet branch? I've seen plenty of other people in my family creating cadet branches when I am a person of power, but when do I want to create a cadet branch? Is that county called Bitch, and why are we not playing it? It's called Bitchu, and we are playing it, you Bitchu. So why don't you just settle down and hold your horses? Calm. We need to choose a lifestyle. Heir is unmarried. You are not married. You are not employing a personal physician. You have too few spouses. 3 family members can get married, and you can negotiate an alliance with your nephew, Toshu Morokuzu, who has 0 soldiers and is not inside your realm. That's what I'm trying to figure out here. There's no reason to form an alliance with someone who has 0 soldiers unless I love them for RP purposes. You should make a cadet branch right now since you're not the head of your house. That's what I'm trying to figure out. Like, is it actually in my best interest to create a cadet branch right now? Number 1. And number 2, how does that work from an RP perspective? Like, what are the historical context of creating a cadet branch? Is that like, I like to make RP choices even if it's suboptimal. You could become house head immediately when the game starts. Sometimes it does things on day 1 after you unpause. You're arrogant. That's true. I am arrogant. Okay, let's just open screens because we got a bunch going on here. They got like a whole new UI paint flavor. We've got like a new border frame. We got like new iconography for everything. I feel like I'm looking at it's crazy because I've played this and I'm still someone in chat said, I can't stop thinking about the chatter who's like, I played this for 10 minutes and I felt overwhelmed, so I closed the game. And like, I understand completely. I understand completely. I'm right there with you, and I've already got 400 hours in it. Just joined. What's happening? Nothing's happening. Magic. This is the new DLC? Yes. This is the new DLC, and nothing's happening. I'm paused for the foreseeable future till I read every tooltip of unfamiliar things. Let's just start at the beginning. Let's start at the beginning. Here's the beginning. Does it bother anybody else that this the new background for these buttons has no border like these have? These have like a cool like wood border, but this one is like a Gaussian blurred edge for some reason. I don't know why, but that's bothering me. I know I'm nitpicking. It is extremely concerning. And worth pointing out. All right, what's this button? Our government. Let me move. I'm gonna be over here, so you guys can see more game. Wait, I have a bunch of sons with who? Who is my spouse? Historically, I've already got sons. Fujiwara Tadayuki, 18 years old. Fickle, gluttonous, and humble. Oof. They have no mother. It's just me. Parents, just me. The Cowardly Ravener. Content, greedy, and lazy. Insightful thinker. Man, my sons, somebody messed them up while giving them an education. His personality is very greedy and significantly more likely to choose short-term gains. He's somewhat cowardly and likely to declare war on weak rulers, given to factions with no fight. Dread has a great effect on them. So we got 2 sons. We also have a Mokudai, which I don't know what that is. We got to learn all the new terminology. For Kokushi Hiramoto, a fellow vassal. "72 years old, poor health, ailing." All right, I'm not gonna look at every person. I'm just trying to get a vibe with family members. It's sort of by relevance right now. Who's in the family? Now, the noble family houses. So, the ruler of Japan right now, in name only, is Tenno Yamato Kurihito, or Yamato Kurihito, of the Chrysanthemum Throne. That's a name. The forgiving altruist. Trusting, fickle, and gregarious. He just wants to party. He does have a 23 diplomacy, which is very high for just a guy. So he has some sway. He has some diplomatic sway for sure. But the actual ruler and leader is the Kampaku, right? Who is my cousin, liege, and the ruling regent. The rapacious opportunist. Well, he's in poor health and ailing. Ambitious, arrogant, and diligent. He's a scary guy. 22 diplomacy. Governor efficiency is -7%. That's a new thing. 3,500 troops almost, 3,400 troops. Okay, he's in his spouse died of unknown cause at age 46. Powerful families. We got House Yamato of the Sugawara block, controls 9.2% of counties. They have like 510 points, which I'm assuming is like their sort of nobility, or gives them more nobility and therefore power. Second is House Saga. We're in House Nankei, who is fourth. We're in one of the five powerful families under Toshu Morokuzu. Okay, that's our nephew. All right, I'm starting to put it in context. House Sugawara and House Tachibana. Why does it say first, second, fourth, fifth, sixth? Who's third? Then we have a 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th, 13th, 14th, 15th, 16th, 17th, all the way down? Over 50? 56. The Kuni of Bichu. That's us. We have a castle. Holder, you. 1.4 gold in taxes, only 127 soldiers in a levy. Not a very big place. However, we got 3 building slots. And starting with a castle is pretty good. There's also a temple built here. We have no subjects. That'll make things very easy. No subjects, no vassals. We're at the bottom rung. Succession laws is appointment succession. It's based on like a point system. Imperial policy is currently manor reform. Land must be redistributed to prevent corruption. It's faster to build buildings, cheaper to build buildings, but you lose 25% domicile influence, which is a new currency. Represents a character's political reach and authority in a realm with an administrative government. It's new to me. I haven't done administrative government before, so if I say something's new but it's already been in, then just know that I mean new to me. By becoming a governor, upgrading an estate, or being allied to the house head of a noble family are ways to get more influence. The main way to spend it is to get a governorship. If you gain influence, you progress toward the next level of influence. Oh, wait, okay. Now this is just like... Oh. It's relatively new, introduced with the Byzantine update. Okay, so I'm correct. I haven't experienced it before. Moving on down. Military, not much to it. We have no knights called Bushi. Bushi? Like Bushido. And barely any levies. Bunch of mercenaries already there. And we have provincial armies. The Empire of Japan, 210 total soldiers available. Ask the liege for these troops. So we can, like, borrow the provincial troops. Interesting. And there are new men-at-arms regiments. We got mounted samurai as an option here. Siege crossbows I haven't seen before. And warrior monks I have not seen before. But warrior monks sounds like it could be other people. Mounted samurais, definitely Japan-specific. I haven't played with, like, every men-at-arms ever made. Our council is going to be really bare bones because we have no vassals. We have nobody, so it's going to be difficult to choose. They're just going to have some low stats. Like, our steward has 7 stewardship. It's not great. You have no spouse. It's true. And Osho is our realm's priest. Got to look at our religion as well. With 11 learning, we got our Beto, your player heir, half-brother, and Beto, the irrational lackey. Wrathful, generous, shy. Currently at our court in Bichu. But they actually have good diplomacy, so I'm fine with keeping them there. They're like... 3 of our people have surprisingly good stats, I think, considering how little we have to choose from. Really, it would just be appointing like a new steward, but there's nobody. There's nobody better. Treacherous villain as the steward doesn't seem like the person you want to be handling all the coin in your empire. Well, it's not an empire, but you know. A sadistic, paranoid, but content. Content can temper all of that. I mean, if they were ambitious, we'd have a lot more to fear. If you're gonna be sadistic and paranoid, at least you're happy with what you've got. And we have our samurai, Fujiwara Arakage. A logistician with 14 martial skill, only 6 prowess. I like the abacus representing our governing efficiency. Temperate, cynical, and brave. Some good traits, I think. Maybe not cynical, but brave and temperate are good traits to have in a samurai, I think. 18 years old? Wow, going on like 32. And then Mokudai, our irrational antagonist. I don't know if you really want a spy master who is vengeful, impatient, and fickle. Now, those are questionable choices that might lead to your early demise. I don't know if we can put much trust into him. Wow. Okay, they've changed this UI since I last looked, and it took me a second to figure out what I was looking at. So they changed the list of court positions to like a icon. My like Steam library. And then each of them has abilities now that they can kind of activate a la your council. So that could be interesting. I'll have to take a look at that. Obviously, we're not going to be able to afford most of these because, you know, hiring personal champions, bodyguards, masters of the hunt, some of those are positions of prestige, but they cost money. How goes the shogunate? What's up, Crazy Hawk? Just getting started. Just getting started. Majority of these have been in the game for a long time. They're just presented in a different fashion now than they were before. Oh, I just remembered how they changed the intrigue system and how much worse it is now. Did they ever change it back or change it again? I forgot about this. God, I hate the new intrigue system. It's just like a poor man's version of archaeology in Stellaris. Like it's like digging for relics in Stellaris, but worse. I don't even interact with it and put it on auto. It's so annoying. Yeah, they really screwed up the intrigue system when they updated it. It was too powerful before, but now they've just made it feel like mud. No factions. Let's see some decisions. Major decisions establish the Suryo fief. That's the big one. The old bureaucracy is crumbling under myriad crises and the unfettered ambition of our age. To ensure my family's future and bring stability to the provinces, a permanent base must be established. You must be a governor. Your house must not have the service or ceremony aspiration. Da, 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 da. So this is kind of a smaller one. You get a fief, which I like. I like having some smaller kind of decisions to work up, even though it's a major. Create a cadet branch is also major. Yeah, you would create... the ruling regent is Ritsuyo and will consider this a crime. So this is you adopting a Suryo government and going rogue. This is you basically saying, I want to become an independent warlord and getting a fief. So you will be considered a criminal. But you could start a cadet branch and then maybe establish your own warlord branch fief. Do your own thing. Withdraw from governorship. You stop being a governor, gain some money and some influence and court presence. So stop being a governor and join the imperial court to seek new opportunities. I will let my rivals think I am festering in the shadows when I will come back as a burning phoenix to strike them down. Don't know how that goes. Like, you basically unland yourself. Curious how much gameplay there is there. Petition the Kampaku. Okay, just petition the liege to help you. Petition the Tenno with this request. You could probably choose what you want to do. Have them endorse you, advance your house, petition them for a royal marriage, or acknowledge the dignity of your house. Perform a ritual sacrifice. We need not travel far in order to demonstrate true devotion. A short journey to a nearby shrine and a sacrificial offering to retain the favor of the divine for the foreseeable future. In return for piety. It's easy. Okay, then the familiar, commission an artifact, adventurer, train for tournament, in search of pure land, embrace Buddhism. Visit a Silk Road market. This is new. The riches of the Silk Road aren't all stored in coin. Sometimes there's new thoughts that travel on camelback from bazaar to bazaar. Visit the right market, talk to the right people, and learn the secrets of the wide world. Learn of block printing, waterworks, cupellation, dragon kilns, so you can get some new tech. Interesting. Favor skilled outsiders, recruit for a court position. Okay, some of those are cool. Activities: grand tournament, feast, a festival, hunt, inspection. Ensure the realm is run by competent bootlickers with a thorough inspection. Pilgrimage. Okay, some of these are kind of similar to last time I played. A few of them are new to me. My question is always the same with activities, is how many variables are there? The problem with like feast and hunt and stuff is that you were incentivized to do them almost the second they were off of cooldown, but there were like 2 or 3 variations. So you would just... it's hard to RP when they always end the same way. So I'm curious if they've added more variety to any of those or not since I last played. Situations. Nothing for me, but we have the dynastic circle currently in a phase of tension. So this is kind of similar. Oh, it's kind of similar to the intermezzo. And also the Spanish phases, whatever it's called. While corruption, popular unrest, and invasions are a threat, wise rule can reform China. Excuse me. Potential era advancement or expansion. Eras of the dynastic cycle. I feel like I just opened an extra Wikipedia article on accident. We'll come back to that. Potential era is division. Potential era is advancement or expansion. But the current era is tension. An era of unrest, but also opportunity. While corruption, popular unrest, and invasions are a threat, wise rule can reform China. If division is avoided, it's possible for China... Wait, what? I guess it is... okay, so we share this with China, because this is the dynastic cycle, the hegemony of Tang. Do we have influence over this, or is this just showing me what's going on? I guess this looks like it's just China, because we don't have any of that at all. Like, the colorfulness is limited to Tang. So I think we can just observe, but we don't actually participate. That's fine. I kind of prefer that for this. I'm sure it affects us in some way, but it's not something that we're an active participant in. Okay. I haven't looked at this yet. Our culture. Why did that make a noise really late? I need to move this camera to the other side. Okay. Try that. The Yamato culture. Ceremonious. All characters in this culture get bonus prestige, cheaper to create titles, bonus house opinion, bonus grandeur, and vassal opinion of different cultures minus 10. A place for everyone and everyone in their place. Our pillars, your heritage is plus 20 cultural acceptance baseline with other cultures that share this heritage. Okay, so we just like people who are like us. That's not special. Your native language. Martial is men only, can be commanders, and we have Yamato aesthetics. We start with fragile peace. Though largely kept safe from invasion by the sea, defending against raids from the north and maintaining Kanmu's peace against pretenders or upstart governors still demands skilled fighters in organization. We can recruit mounted samurai. Martial education trait also grants prowess. Okay, I know what that means. Non-martial gender unmarried? What? Close family and spouses. What is non-martial gender unmarried? Is gender a filler that's supposed to say something else? Oh, it's all connected. Okay, so if martial is men only, okay. I get it. If Marshall is men only, I understand. So if you change your cultural pillar to be more accepting of anyone under a position of martial rule, then it might change who you're talking about. Okay. May serve as Bushi in defensive wars. That's very specific. Stalwart leader, single combat available against any non-administrative character of equal or lower rank. Bushi are knights. All right, that was the operative term that I didn't know yet. The Bushi are knights. Bushido. So you can also just 1v1 anybody, and all characters get +2 defense. All right, sorry, working my way through. Ephemeral Grace. The aesthetic philosophy of Mono no Aware celebrates the transient beauty of fleeting moments. It fosters a deep harmony with nature and a reflective appreciation of art and life's impermanence. Increased stress loss from temperate, calm, patient, and compassionate traits. So if you are temperate, calm, patient, or compassionate, you get big bonuses. Poet has more bonuses and is more common. Can appoint a court gardener. Rulers are more likely to start a romance scheme. Okay. Poet and Gallant give significant romance bonuses. Big romance. Yashima. Gain prestige when completing buildings in holdings with mountains or forest. So if you are a Yamato character, coastal sea danger is down, hills danger is way down, mountain danger is down, forest danger down. So if you're traveling, then you'll travel much more safely. It's a massive danger decrease to traveling. All Yamato counties get bonus hill and mountain development, big in the mountains. It's also cheaper. Okay, inward perfection. I didn't read the flavored text. I like the flavored text. The mountains and forests of the many islands of the Japanese archipelago rise and fall across the ocean, their inhabitants well versed in traversing its rugged and diverse landscapes. This culture favors self-reliance and the enrichment of inner virtue over foreign influence. Diplomatic ties may wither, but knowledge and introspection flourish in tranquil isolation. Characters are less willing to marry other cultures in distant realms, very unlikely to arrange marriage outside their own culture. Creating a hybrid culture requires 100% more cultural acceptance. It is harder to hybridize with this culture. May always challenge other characters to board games. The most important part, except board games in Crusader Kings 3 are super boring, and they had the opportunity to make a fun minigame, but they just made RNG's a simulator instead. You just click a button and hope you win. They should have made an actual minigame, man. All characters minus 25% diplomatic range. Yeah, it's Gamba, but it's not a fun Gamba because you have to click like through 5 separate moves. Yeah, it's like skill checks, but boring. You have to go through a lot of screens that it's like, this character plays defensively and seems to be on the ropes, but it like kind of doesn't mean anything. I don't know. It's hard to explain. Dynastic pragmatism. While the norms of marriage are important to maintain for appearance and legal expediency, pleasure is a natural gift bestowed by the gods and vital to good health, whatever the ramifications on pedigree. Characters who are adulterers and fornicators are fully accepted. Noble family house heads may adopt. Characters of this culture can adopt for no prestige or renown. Guardians are more effective. Rulers can have up to 4 spouses. Fornicators, you say? That's what I said. Warrior monks can recruit warrior monks. Traits such as astute intellectual monk or theologian give you prowess. Members of the clergy can serve as commanders or bushi. The monasteries provide additional prowess. So monasteries are good. Warrior monks are very good. We're going to start in tribal innovations. We start with barracks, earthwork and fortifications, lacquered armor, which reduces maintenance for heavy infantry and cav, increases some men-at-arms. Men-at-arm regiments can be a little larger. We have the siege crossbow, known as the onager. Quilted armor, 391 years left. That's a long time to learn how quilted armor works. And we know city planning, crop rotation, currency, Gavelkind law, classic. Okay, and then our religion. We are currently Yogacara, organized Buddhism. 50% fervor. Our tenets, the mendicant preachers. Our missionaries travel far and wide with nothing but the clothes they wear on their back. They live off the generosity of those they visit and share the knowledge of the true faith in return. Yeah, look at all these different sects that we've got in Japan. It is not unified at all here. So it's faster to convert counties. Pilgrimages give additional bonuses. You can become an adventurer. Makes temperate a virtue. And gluttonous a sin. Literalism may debate other lords of the realm at the cost of opinion to gain or lose piety. Virtues are astute intellectual, mastermind philosopher, erudite oracle, and scholar. Plus 10% monthly merit. Our holy texts clearly state divine intent, and human interpretation is of limited value. Inner journey. Characters can decide to meditate in seclusion, reducing stress, maybe gaining theological insight. Patience is a virtue, impatience is a sin. Only by understanding one's own self can we understand the world. The journey of self-discovery is important, as it is long and difficult. Lots of virtues, man. Temperate, generous, calm, patient, honest, compassionate, astute, intellectual, and scholarship. What? Wait, we're in the tiny little bit of Yogacara. Tiny little bit. But we are like inside of a Shinto area all alone. Interesting. So its main doctrines, it is male dominated. They are righteous. We cannot comprehend Buddha's will, but our bhikkhus still have pretty good idea of what is holy and what is profane. You can revoke landed titles from evil infidels for no tyranny. We are theocratic. Temple holdings are leased out to their holder's realm priest, who is a vassal. Local rites can perform a ritual sacrifice. And polytheist. The cosmos is full of powerful deities and spirits. There may be a set of gods established in a clear pantheon, but it may be the spiritual world is uncountable, pervades everything around us, and does not even have named gods. faith from other religious families are hostile. Marriage doctrines, polygamous, always allowed divorce, legitimized bastards, and cousin consanguinity. Same-sex relation accepted, deviancy shunned, male adultery shunned. Wait, didn't we just say all adultery? Like, hang on. Didn't they just say on the other thing that adultery was good? Where did I read that? Characters with adulterer and fornicator traits are always accepted culturally, but not religiously. Which I don't know what that means on paper, but I'm sure there's a handful of people in chat just writing that out like that answers the question. Oh, there they are. Oh, look. Ad starting soon. Right now. How's it been 2 hours already? It does take like 3 hours to unpause in a new Crusader Kings run. Oh wait, I missed one. There we go. You guys are like... Ita always sneaks a bait under Chatternose. It's not bait! It's just people, like... not understanding what the point of confusion is, so they say the most basic thing as if I don't already know without actually helping the situation. So I look over at chat and see half a dozen people just regurgitating faith versus culture without telling me what it practically means. Practical information. Because our culture says characters with adulterer trait are always fully accepted. And our religion says that they are shunned. So one of them has to take precedence over the other. But it's still kind of awkward. I wasn't done looking at these. Kinslaying is fine, but if they're of your dynasty, it's criminal. Witchcraft is shunned. Clerical function. Oh, add in progress, 30 seconds left. Oh my god. I wanted to take a BRB. You're gonna have to wait. I will be right back. I need to get another drink. I need to get a beverage. Hang tight. Yo. What's up? Okay. Music, please. Thank you. Welcome back. Welcome back. Where is the chat? I hope there's a mod that resizes Asia properly. It's weird that China is so much smaller than Europe. Do you know? Where do you... okay, look at the map right now, and you tell me, where do you think China begins and ends? Why do people keep saying this? Where do you think China begins and ends? I'm curious. I'm not asking the rest of the chat. I'm asking TC Man 2000. Modern China in 870. We're pointing at the screen right now. Like, look at Europe over here. Right? And then China goes all the way to India, dude. Do you know this is India, right? Right here? Plus other countries. I'm not looking to start a Twitter war. I understand India is just the most visually identifiable. Dude, the problem with talking about like the borders of any country in the world right now is like there was an army of tens of thousands or millions of people who are ready to start some shit if you say the wrong thing or like post a graphic of like the wrong one. After looking up a map comparison, it's not as drastic as it looks. That's because you and probably other people are looking at Tang and being like, wow, why is China so small? And it's because you've got to play the rest of the game and make it larger if that's what you want to do. You got to actually like play and finish expanding the borders. All right, anyway, I don't think it's disproportionate. It's like roughly all of this versus like this. I mean, it's a flat map, so we all know it's not going to be to real proportions. But as far as the Mercator projection goes, if anything, Africa's disproportionately small. Yeah, Africa is kind of shrunk down just to try to fit it in here in some form or fashion. All right, where was I? I was just taking it all in. This is us. This is home right here. We need to, dude, I gotta choose a lifestyle. I don't even know what direction I need to go first. Normally the first thing I do in starting a new Crusader Kings game is find a spouse. Right? Here's the issue. I don't fundamentally understand how airship works under this government type. Like, I get the idea that it is chosen based on a point system, but I need to figure out how to influence said point system. So like in our succession line, there's only one possible choice. If I marry and have more kids, that's not gonna create any more heirs, right? Because we already have 2 sons, but I don't know where these sons come from. They are House Nanke, just like us. So how do I influence heirship? I'm gonna look at this again, because this is a whole new government type that is based on the administrative government. I might also be able to like find a player heir. Usually the primary heir, but if succession law of your primary title dictates it should go outside, that's not what I meant. I mean, our succession law is... How do I see my laws? Hold on. I remember this. Succession law is Ritsuryo appointment succession. Candidate with the highest score inherits. The title and associated holdings are inherited by a candidate with the highest score. Any adult in the realm may strive to attain governorship through various means, from scheming to spending influence. Any title with special succession will take precedence over your realm. Okay. Player heir plus 20 opinion. Eligible child minus 5 opinion. Glory hounds and parochial. What is parochial? They want stability, decentralization, and peace, and for the realm to stay out of outside affairs. The Sons of Bichu. So where is the, like, list of people and their score, so to speak? Under the titles, maybe? Okay, hold on. Here we go. Here we go. The Kuni of Bichu. Current holder, me. Line of succession, according to male preference, Ritsuryo appointment succession law. So Fujiwara, your half-brother and player heir, and Beto, is currently 79 candidate score. Their skills give them plus 50. They are Kakushi Arasada's counselor, plus 14, is of local culture. Close family of current holder, plus 7, age minus 2. So skills is doing a lot of heavy lifting there, like plus 50. I assume diplomacy is playing a large part of that. Second in line is your Mokudai, which I don't know what a Mokudai is. That oh yeah, it's my it's him, the irrational antagonist, and my spy master. Okay, number 3 is Toshu Murakuzu, your nephew. And so I'm not going to be surprised if Fujiwara ends up dead, because the spy master is like second in line. The scheming vizier. And then my other nephew is fifth in line. So none of my sons are even in the runnings. It's like my sons don't exist. They're at the bottom. They're number 9 and number 10. They have negative points, and I'm not sure why. Their governor efficiency is god-awful. They all are, except for Fujiwara. They'll have a base negative 100. I'm trying to... It won't give me a tooltip breakdown of... You can support a specific candidate. Here, this is what I was looking for. If you contribute enough influence to place first, that would cost me 621 influence. I have 180. You can make a major contribution of 313. They'll get plus 50. So it's all influence. All right, so influence is our most important currency for rulership. That's the only thing that matters. So everybody who is House Nanke, why do they have a little circle with a star that says ceremony, respect? It's our house aspiration. How do I remember them talking about house aspirations. This is new, I think. So like the head of House Nanke, Toshu, my nephew, has decided that feasting is cheaper to host. Powerful family members negated diplomacy penalty. I don't know what that means. House members +1 diplomacy and bonus prestige. Okay. Let's just get started here with the search. The search. The thing you have to do. Is it better to look at their list, or is it better to do the other list? I don't remember. I remember there's 2 ways to search for a potential spouse, and I forget which one I prefer. Do I do it through the button up top, or do I do it through the character search at the bottom? Because I remember, for some reason, both of those search boxes have different filters. There's an old filter I had called Claim Snipe. I wonder what that was. It doesn't work anymore. But anyway, there's going to be people in chat responding who just don't know what I'm talking about, and they don't know that they don't know. And I can't tell them. I tried to tell them, but I can't tell them. So like in this menu, we can search unmarried. What's our character's sexuality? Kokushi Fujiwara Arasada of Bichu. We are just... Let's take a look at our dude first. We haven't really studied him. He's 40 years old, in fine health, still young enough to have some more heirs. We are just, with a strong sense of justice, bonuses to stewardship and learning, lower intrigue. Parochial vassals and minority vassals like us more. And we like other just characters. We don't like arbitrary characters. The one mod that I wish I could put in with absolute confidence it wouldn't mess anything up is that one mod that got discontinued. I don't know, maybe they updated it since I last looked, where it shows 2 opinion modifiers on every person. It shows their opinion of you, but I want to see my character's opinion of them, which informs RP decisions. And I have no idea why they've never just added that to the game, because they had it in Crusader Kings 2 and then removed it in Crusader Kings 3. They could just, like, the screen's already so busy. How much could it possibly hurt them to add 1 extra number right next to this one? You know what I mean? Like, it's... It can't take that much. I miss seeing what my characters think of them. Helps me make RP choices. We're compassionate as well, which is virtuous to our religion. Nice diplomacy bonus. Some stress loss, lower intrigue. Bonus attraction opinion. Sexy compassion. And we're arrogant, which gives us bonus prestige per month, but our liege and our vassals like us less. As do humble characters. Indulgent wastrel, so we have a bad education. Unfortunately, the flow of money only seems to go one way, out. And we have a Kikuchi Governor Fame trait, which I don't remember seeing this before. Arasada has gained valuable skills in his role as governor. So it has various ticks along the path that give you stewardship bonuses, diplomacy bonus, martial and intrigue bonus, diplomacy, martial, stewardship, intrigue, and a bunch of influence bonuses. These are +1 influence, +1 influence, +1 influence, +2 influence. So that's a good way to pump that influence, is to become respected as a governor. Okay, cool. So we have middling diplomacy, good stewardship, poor martial, no intrigue, and 4 learning. Terrible learning. 51 gold to our name. But yeah, this screen to arrange a marriage has a different set of filters. I don't remember which one I like better, because this one has like a fertility filter. I don't know how they even know that. That should be unknown. That should be unknown. You should have to like discover that over time. Oh, that's what it was. I think. Hold on, let me see. Because you still choose inheritable traits, but I thought that you used to be able to specify which inheritable traits you were looking for, or am I crazy? Is that still in the game, or did they simplify it to just... Oh yeah, you have to type the specific trait at the top or something. Okay. All right. I don't know if I can get that. I don't think I can get that fancy right now. So let's just see who are eligible bachelorettes. Sorting by... I like to sort starting by sum of all skills first, because that can give you some interesting... We've got some unlanded people at the top. To keep things simple, it's probably good if we keep the same heritage. Our culture is Yamato. Because isn't our whole thing that they want to stay within? Yeah, characters are less willing to marry other cultures, less willing to marry distant realms, very unlikely to arrange marriage outside their own culture. So we should probably keep it in-house to start with, because that would make sense where they would start historically. Traits, we'll see whoever. Alliances, don't care. Okay. Lowborn. Ye lowborn scum. Ambitious. We could, do we care about the religion part as well? How much do we care about popularizing Yogacara Buddhist faith? I think if your guy believes Yogacara is the one true, like they have a one true faith mentality, right? Like they have missionaries trying to convert people, like they care actively. It's not just a faith of convenience. So I feel like he would probably pick someone that is of the same, unless there was an alliance or some kind, because he's arrogant as well, which could say that he thinks he, you know, deserves a higher standing or status. So if there was a potential alliance, I think that's the only time. Your guy is also cynical. He's not even cynical, you dingus. Cynical is not one of these. It's just compassionate and arrogant. Shinto Pundarika. There's the Yogacara right there with a potential alliance. Yoshiko. Another potential alliance. So this alliance has 0 military strength. So that's kind of unnecessary. If you were going to have an alliance, you would want it to be very close. This is way too far. One intrigue is kind of hilarious. Yeah, my guy does not know anything about the potential shady underbelly all around him. He doesn't know. The most important choice in Crusader Kings, who is going to be your spouse? Perhaps we should just see who has an inheritable trait, just out of curiosity. Ono Kamachi. Forgiving, ambitious, and sadistic, but beautiful. Good diplomacy. And intrigue, and not much else. I like the icon for that one. Let's just see who is also of Yogacara. Okay, there's only one person who has inheritable is going to limit us too much. These are all of the people that are of our faith and culture. Cynical, ambitious, and just. Oof. You know what? It'd be nice if they weren't so craven and paranoid, to get somebody that had like an intrigue to kind of offset our lack of intrigue. But all the people with any intrigue are like gluttonous, arbitrary. The Tajima Alliance. Let's see the most powerful alliance. Tajima is pretty close. They're only 2 provinces away. So that actually might be a good choice. And they have 300 soldiers, which is more than us, including light footmen. That's a specialty. They are callous, gregarious, and paranoid, crazy intellectual, whole of body, scholar. Ah, they're actually kind of gaming. Double digit in all stats except for diplomacy. 8 prowess is pretty good for a 69-year-old. And they've got 3 potential people. What do you think, chat? Should I just start with that? Start with that as an alliance? It seems like, I mean, they got the most troops. They're of our culture, and religion. And we could take any of the 3 daughters to propose to. You can have also you can have multiple spouses as well. But there's usually only one primary. Tomo Noriko, granddaughter of Kakushi of Tajima. So he's granddaughter. Here's the thing, right, with alliances. Who is his heir? Because alliances are going to be different now. Because if he dies at 69 years old, which he's not going to yet, who is the heir of his county? Right now, the heir, it could be a different guy, and then I miss... No, it's actually his son. So if his son inherits, then his granddaughter would still give us an alliance, or no? Would this guy's niece maintain our alliance, or is this gonna like... I don't think I want to wed her. She, well, luckily she's already taken. It's probably difficult to find someone to marry Tomo Yoshiko, so the alliance was probably a big selling point there. Tomo? Tomo, are you okay? Oh, she's back. She's back. Thanks for bug testing the DLC. My pleasure, my pleasure. I'm just trying to figure out whether once this dude dies, if the alliance is going to dissolve. Because that happens to me a lot in other previous campaigns. So I think it's because you can't really stay allied with a niece of someone else. It's got to be like a brother or sister. Bro, she's still down here. Tomo Sadako. Always watching. Scary, man. It's very scary. Don't look directly at her. Okay, so who's the leader? That is one of his daughters, so she would actually have been an option. But let's find out. The heir, find the heir of this and assume it's not going to change. And then one of his daughters. It's 35 and already married. Okay, so there's no one else. Though he has 2 siblings, one of whom is 44. So I don't think there's any way to really get a standing alliance with these people. So let's forget about the alliance. Unless the alliance was with someone else who was like close by. This page takes up the full screen. They're pretty close to Bichu too. Harima. Mihara Yoshiko. And who is the heir of Kokushi Mihara, who is about to die? It's gonna be some other dude. So like, okay, marrying for an alliance here is just not gonna work because they're all gonna die and then I'm gonna instantly lose the alliance. So we may as well just go for skills, I guess. Man, I really don't want a cynical, craven, paranoid person that's gonna just create so many problems. Our problem is, though, we have no intrigue, learning, or martial, so trying to compensate for that would be good, but it's like lowborn with feeble. We have very, very limited options. We could just have two people who have no intrigue at all. Honest, content, and gregarious. With us, with a temporary alliance. This dude's about to die, though. Then the alliance dissolves. The beautiful girl with good intrigue wasn't a bad choice, then? Was that before I limited it to, same religion? Yeah, that must have been before. Yeah, if I do any religion, then I can get a lot more people, but I just don't think my character would have chosen someone of a different class and culture and whatnot. We gotta do good RP. I guess he could just force her to convert. And that would also work. And she could keep her secret faith to herself. I don't know. Maybe just check for Buddhism. It's her. She's the only other one who's even Buddhist. Mantrayana. They augment their understanding of the profound and accelerate spiritual journey with an array of esoteric rituals and mystical implements. House Ono. Beautiful, mesmerizing, and lovely, Komachi outshines most with her beauty. She is forgiving, ambitious, and a bit sadistic. Can use hostile schemes against her own children. Few things bring Komachi as much joy as the suffering of others. But has, like, pretty solid stats, other than the lack of learning. She has intrigue, and then you've got the congenital trait beautiful, which boosts fertility and attraction opinion. I still don't understand how being beautiful boosts fertility. The perfect stepmother for your sons. Our guy is arrogant. He probably will look past religious differences for a beautiful woman. I don't know if that's what arrogant means, but... I say fine, let's do it. She's also like the top of the sum of all skills. Mostly diplomacy and intrigue. My only fear is that she doesn't boost any learning, which is like the holiest, best thing we could have under this start. They will accept. Okay, I was gonna say they might not even accept, but they'll accept. The non-K Ono house relation will improve by 15% to cordial. You can also spend influence to increase acceptance. She is landed. That's a big thing. The other people were all unlanded. She's got flamboyant trickster and is a poet. We do love poetry. We do freaking love poetry. So I say send it. Your heir is also unmarried. We don't care about that. I need to choose a lifestyle. So our best... It doesn't matter what we pick. We're not going to get much of a bonus from this pitiful education. We have a 1-star Stewardship. That's going to be a very small bonus. He's already got all of these. He's got a full bar of administrator perks. Courtier and guest opinion plus 15. You can use the claim throne scheme against your liege. Chains of loyalty. They might have changed some of these since I last looked. Italics, how do I go do the Sword of Japan achievement? Brother, I don't know, man. I just turned the game on. I haven't played in a year and a half, dude. You assume a lot of me. Oh, venerable, knowledgeable streamer. In your infinite wisdom, I have but one simple request. How do I unlock this very specific achievement? You definitely know the answer because you look wise. It's because I'm so old, isn't it? I think I know everything because I'm old. We don't have the administrator perk though. Did they stop just before getting administrator? So like I almost have to go back into stewardship just to unlock administrator, because that's like a huge bonus. So courtiers and guests like us a lot more. You can learn language faster, and you get domestic affairs efficiency. It's a counselor task performed by the chancellor. Increase the opinion of vassals in the realm. We don't have any vassals. Likeable, your vassals and your liege like you more. Also suzerains and tributaries. I don't even know how suzerains and tributaries work because I haven't played since then. Position of power, your counselors like you more. Very good. And you have more governor efficiency. We don't have any vassals, so their levy contribution doesn't matter. Monthly tyranny down. So you can do tyrannical things and they'll forgive you faster. Toe the line, your vassals are less likely to join independence factions. He's got a lot of stuff for vassals that he doesn't have, but he is arrogant, so he probably assumes that he deserves them. Honor to serve. Vassals no longer refuse directives. As liege, issue directives to your vassals, influencing their counselor tasks and what buildings they construct. You must enable directives by having 50 or more opinion with them. Advanced government forms do not require this. I've never seen this in my life. It's 30% cheaper to ask for council position, presumably to your liege, which we will want to do at some point. So we definitely need to go back and get administrator. It's a huge stewardship bonus. You get a diplomacy point. Vassals, it doesn't matter. Plague resistance, apparently. But mostly the stats. Mostly the stats. He's also got... Oops, where'd he go? No, that's it. Yeah, let's just go back here. So we can choose one of 3 focuses to start putting points into this. War, honor, and loyalty are a means to an end. Gold. More income. My land and the people under my care are my strength. Bonus to stewardship. Directly increases taxation, making it a useful skill for all rulers. Also, every 6 points of stewardship increases the domain limit. However, they mentioned that Japanese rulers will have a lower general domain limit. We have 1 as a count. Count is a +2. Stewardship is a +2. Above maximum -3. Maximum domain limit is 1. How do I... Is above maximum -3 just a Japanese reduction? Or what? So, like, is stewardship even going to do anything for us outside of more taxes? The bonds of loyalty that bind us do not constrict, they show the way. Enemy agent acceptance -10. So basically, you'll get assassinated less easily. Our income is +1.2. The benefit of us having really high stewardship is we might be able to eventually get in on the council as a steward. That would be a big up for us. My liege's counselor has 25. Okay, so we're probably not gonna reach those heights with our terrible education. They are Shino Yamato Koritaka of the Chrysanthemum Throne, 23. Unmarried. They have a county tier province of Hitachi. He's our cousin though. Maybe nepotism will win out. That's true. We are like cousins with our liege. 23-year-old accounting savant. Yeah, basically. They have a pressed claim on the throne. You know what? I'm just gonna go with it. Just go with it. Give me stewardship. Give me domain focus. Lock that in for 5 years, and just try to max steward points. That might help us in some events that come up. And then we can take administrator. And then if we want, we could go down any of these other ones. Pinned characters, your cousin, and liege. That's them. All right, I think we're ready to unpause. I'm going. I unpaused it. Did you see that? No, but seriously, is there something else we need to do for real though? Like, I'm not gonna change my council. It seems like they're already set in a way that makes sense. Is there anything else I'm forgetting that I need to do? I don't know when to create a cadet branch. I'm just gonna chill for now. This is us. We are in the county of Bichu. The Bichu County. To the perceptive Arasada, I accept your marriage proposal. You be joined with my kinswoman Kamachi in matrimony. May Buddha grant you long life and many children. Excellent. You have gotten married. There's a new realm priest. Your realm priest, Taketada, endorses you. What happened to the old realm priest? Your Osho of Bichu. Obese? When has this existed? Why don't we have one? Do we? This character suffers from lack of energy, joint pain, and shortness of breath. Moderate health penalty. I don't remember ever seeing this. But anyway, he approves of us. Yeah, I thought he was the priest, but I don't know. 11 learning, greedy, forgiving, and callous with a small education trade. Your house relation has improved with the house of your spouse. So now that she's here, we should demand that she convert to our faith, but I also want to see what other options are, because they've kind of changed how this menu looks since last time I saw it. Here, real question, chat. This list is so long that is it necessary to add a expansion tree for more? Like, just put them all here. Or make a scroll bar in there, right? Because, put it like this. Think about it logically. If there's candidacy here, and you have 1, 2 options, this, instead of saying 2 more, could have been a 3rd option. And then you just put the 4th option 1 down. So it's still taking up the space that 3 options would take to make you look for a 4th one. Does that make, you know what I'm saying? Like, why not just put make this the 3rd option and then put the 4th option right below it? Why does it cut off after 3? Just show everything. It may run off the screen at lower resolutions. If only we have invented some kind of way to scroll, perhaps with a wheel that we could put in between our mouse buttons that would allow us to navigate such large menus. By the same logic, why does this screen... What is this? What the hell is that? Why do all these empty boxes run off my monitor? How do I contend with this? I need dots that open up to the left that show me the ones that would ordinarily run off the screen. Anyway, I get distracted. Seduce, romance, challenge to a board game. Imprison, murder. Attempt to steal influence from Lady Komachi by making her look like a fool in public. Just marry her and then immediately challenge her public standing. It's rude. It's very rude. Grand appointment, ask to take vows, start a ceremonial claimant faction against Tenno Kurihito. Grant them a court position, slander them publicly, promote them to administrative positions, ask to influence candidacy. Okay, so that's how you kind of navigate. You can ask other people to try to give influence to the target of your choice. What I want is to demand conversion. Lady Komachi may continue to practice Mantrayana in secret. That's okay. She just needs to accept the Yogacara. The Yogacara for sure. This is us right here. She agrees and is now practicing Yogacara. Plus 100 opinion of us, by the way. Spouse plus 25. Meritocracy is a perk from our culture? She is on our council. So no one was filling in this slot. This is only for your spouse. She's in a position of power, which is good because she's ambitious. Probably. Good house relationship due to the marriage. Holy site, Nara, you. Me? Is there a holy site here? How do I see the holy sites? Okay, well, it's not you, but it's over there. It's pretty close. There was a holy site there. Personal diplomacy plus 7. Compassion is a virtue plus 10. And she likes me because I'm compassionate regardless of what our religion has to say about it. Okay, cool. Your autonomous governor law is no longer valid and was replaced by limited oversight. So that's our liege did this, I think, right? Vassal titles cannot be inherited by characters outside the realm has changed to limited oversight. We have to give more tax. Yeah, we have to pay taxes now. 5% if we're the vassal, which we are. Titles can be revoked. Vassals can be retracted. So they are now able to revoke titles. Non-administrative vassals cannot wage war against other vassals unless they use a hook on their liege. Chat, am I an administrative vassal? Since I have a county? Also, where's my manor? Do I have a manor? No. They explained the manor thing to me. When do I get a manor? I have to become a house head to get a manor, I think. So, how do you become the head of your house? You need either to... You can create a cadet branch, or... I don't know. 49 living members, including you. That's me. How do you see who's in line for this? The house head heir is Fujiwara Haruura, the son of Toshu. My nephew. Why is my nephew the head of house? Your brother had more clout than you. He's older than you. Yeah, he is older than me. His parent is Fujiwara Aramune, your half-brother. So my father, Fujiwara... Not my wait. Yeah. We just don't know who his spouse was. So, is he really my half-brother? Or does the game just not know who this dude was married to, and so there is no mother? And therefore I'm only a half-brother. He's only 10 years younger than his dad. Well, his dad is dead. Are you aware that if you die, your age stops going up? But your age, if you're alive, continues? Some of you guys need to think for a second. Anyway, I'm trying to figure out how to... I know this is like... I used to know how to do this, which is what makes me so frustrated. I used to already have this figured out. Because I've definitely taken over as house head before. But I don't remember how to do it. Nankei is a powerful family, rating 173. You are a member... I do want to look at their manor, because this is a new screen. Similar to the travel screen. Yeah, normally it would be some kind of claim, but this is different. They just have a level 1 mansion with a bonus to their levy size, reinforcement rate, and income. It used to depend on manpower, but it might be different. Yeah, it might be a different system now. What's up, Wojess? Yeah, we're trying to figure stuff out. So far, I like what I'm seeing. I just haven't gotten to play much because I've just been poring over all the new... There's a lot of new terms, and this is just for Japan. If you do China, you got a whole different can of worms. Or Southeast Asia, there's like 4 new government types in this DLC. They're all going to have their own things going on. So we're part of the Fujiwara dynasty. Dynasty of House Nanke. Dynasty head is the Kampaku. All right, that's just the guy. That's the liege. He's also our cousin. I want to see... You know, it'd be cool if there was like a button you could click. Oh, there it is. My aunt. That showed you how you're connected to somebody else. Like open up a limited family tree that only shows you how you connect to them. I haven't played Crusader Kings in so many DLCs. I imagine it's a completely different experience now. There's a lot of different stuff, yeah, if you have all the DLCs. I think there might be some interactions with your house head if you click on him. All right, one sec. So my aunt is the current Kampaku's mom. And my grandfather, yeah, is her dad. So with our head of house, we can challenge them to a board game. Challenge house head. Rejecting will reflect poorly on them. That's like combat, right? No. You will attempt to persuade Toshu Murakuzu to step aside. 83% chance he will accept. Okay. He may ask for something in return if receptive. You can do a lethal duel if you are rivals. So I was kind of right. So it could just be as easy as that. Found a ceremonial claimant faction against the Tenno. That's a whole different can of worms. Attempt to harm their influence and greatly reduce his candidate score for all titles. I have no skill here. I don't think my character would do this. But we might ask him to step aside. Because my character is arrogant, and also the ad is starting soon. Right now. I already snoozed it once. I want to try and get the 83% higher if possible before we start that. It would be nice if we were somehow able to take another county and then become the head of the family. Because it's like, yo, look at the land. But that's going to be really tough because this entire operation is on the principle of everyone just has one county. So I don't think that that is necessarily a thing. Yeah, the new soundtrack seems pretty good so far. I hear desk noises. All right, I'm gonna take a quick bathroom break whilst the ad is going. Who's walking around in here? Somebody's pacing up and down the halls. By the way, let me check all the old subs I missed while the ad's still going. Hello, Winter Rose, almost 50. Thanks for 49 months of sub. Pumping it in chat. The Dark also arriving on the scene. Thanks for 56 months, The Dark. Hello. How you doing? Tobias, thanks for 500 bits, who says, I'm feeling pretty down today. I lost my job after 4 years. Got anything positive to say to try and cheer me up? Yep. Stop donating money to streamers if you are encountering hardships in your current life. So, unfortunately, I'm going to have to time you out now to teach you a lesson. But that would be my first advice. Stop giving money to streamers. Number one. But second of all, I'm sorry to hear that you lost your job. But you've got 4 years of a job to put on your resume to impress the next potential employer who will appreciate you more. Wait, this isn't an investment? This is not an investment. I unfortunately cannot give job opportunities to anyone who is not a very specific kind of artist that I can pay to make emotes or whatever else that's never ever gonna get made. But I am sorry to hear that, dude. I hope things get better for you soon. Just keep your head in the game. Yep, job market's tough right now. Old SD, thank you for the tier 2 sub in 47 months. Almost 4 years of sub. Thanks for the double. T Nomad with the brand new Prime. Hello, T Nomad. War of the Worlds. Happy early Halloween. Hey, thanks for 107 months. Big time. Boom you, welcome back. Thanks for subbing. Chromosims says, I'm late, but we're still in the character creator. We never left. Mad Dog Mac, thank you for gifting us up to Lang. Sander Clance, how you doing? Only Bad Puns, thanks for the Prime. Rumpeteer is back for 20. Nemo is in for 19. Hi, Nemo. And Brutal Offender here for year number 2. Thanks, guys. Okay. My house head, my nephew, their base willingness is 25, their honor plus 30, energy plus 10. What is energy plus 10? Here's how we get them to give this up, guaranteed. Get their opinion of us up. So hello, nephew Toshu, who's actually 1 year older than me. I am gonna start a scheme to try and sway you to like me. Predicted difficulty, very easy. What you haven't considered is that my ability to scheme is 3. 3 intrigue. I am just, listen, justice should not stop me from trying to make friends. I'm just, there's nothing manipulative about that. Just trying to be friends with my relatives so they give up their head of family role. There's nothing wrong with that. So let's start that scheme for sure. And now it's going to be over here. 65% success chance, 11 months until completion. Scheming takes a year now before you even know if you're successful, man. All right. Oh, I remember what I forgot. I need to check out everybody's job right here. Like our high priest, the Osho, is currently just maintaining religious relationships and therefore boosting piety. Boosting piety and boosting any other Yogacara, which there's not very many of that religion here. They could be converting faith. They don't need to. Like our county faith Oh, our county faith is Shinto. Okay. Maybe they do need to convert our county if we're going to go with this. Maybe we should look up Shinto and see what all Shinto is about. The Shintoist faith, they have communal identity. Faith and culture are intrinsically linked. This practice strengthened the bond of our community, though it excludes foreigners. Faster conversion speed. Ancestor worship. Our ancestors watch over us from beyond the grave, guiding us and showing us the way forward. For this, we must respect and honor them. They have a ton of prestige bonuses for newborns, getting married, and pilgrimage. Ritual celebrations like feasts earn piety. If you don't come to a feast, you lose piety. You can build breweries. They just want to get drunk. The worship of the divine is something to be exalted in and shared with the community. Organizing great festivals to honor and praise the divine brings us together. Their sins are arrogance, that's me, ambitious, and sadistic. They love humble, content, and compassion. Their main doctrines, they're pluralist. They don't have just one correct interpretation of divine will. They're theocratic. They have local rites. Adherents of this faith prefer the comfort and stability of routine rites at local shrines over pilgrimage. That's very different from ours. Ours likes pilgrimage. Faith from other religious families are considered hostile. They're also polygamous. Actually, most of these doctrines are the same. Except we have a ton of virtues. We have a ton of virtues. Deceitful, impatient, wrathful, and gluttonous are sins. Wait, we also believe in local rights. Never mind. I'm wrong. We have access to pilgrimage. We just don't prefer them. We're also theocratic, but we consider ourselves righteous, whereas they're pluralist. So we think we know the truth. Which means even more reason to try and convert my county, because it's a missionary style Buddhism. So let's just convert the faith. It's going to take a long time, but we should convert. We will lose 1 development plus 1 per 10 existing. I don't care. It's probably what he would do. In my opinion. Especially because he's arrogant. How do you see what your faith thinks of another faith? This is only Buddhist faiths. This is just everyone. Look at the other faith, and it's up top. We consider them righteous. It's legitimate. Intermarriage is common. They consider us righteous. Okay, so I didn't really need to restrict based on faith anyways. So just because we consider them righteous doesn't mean I wouldn't try to convert. Also, I enjoy trying to convert. Our head diplomat and counselor in charge of diplomacy is currently just doing foreign affairs, which is giving us prestige bonuses and making fellow vassals like us more, which I think is fine. We could also focus on domestic affairs if we had vassals, but we don't. So I think this is good. Then Fujiwara is working on collecting more taxes, or we could increase development, reduce building construction time. How much money do we have? 52 bucks? We can't really afford any of this. So I think focusing on taxes to start with is fine. Where's our development level? We're at 6. Monthly change is plus 0.1 out of 100. It's gonna take a long time. 2 golden taxes. Loot is 11. Levies are small. No plague resistance. We do have a castle with room for forts or pastures or other things, and we also have a temple. And then a third empty space that could house a castle, a city, or a temple, each with some new art there. So that's cool. What? Get out of here. This is how I would please my vassals if I had any. Accurate. How's the DLC so far? I don't know. I'm paused for like 3 in-game days. I'm very interested to see if the systems can translate well to this part of the world. Well, here's the thing you have to understand about me. I already, how do I say this? There's not really a nice way to say it. I'm not going to be able to give you a opinion that you want because I already, how do I, I'm trying not to say that I already overtly dislike Crusader Kings 3 and think that it is a shadow of its potential as I imagined it in 2020 when it originally released. And I think that it had the potential to reach great heights and somehow got sledgehammered down over the last 5 years. So I won't be able to give you a fair opinion. However, you know, I like the new map. I like that it's finally complete. Small nitpicks are just graphical things that don't matter so far. Like, I don't like that the edge of the map is blurry for some reason. And I also don't like that if you play Japan, you're gonna see this super blurry tablecloth texture a lot. So I don't like that, and I don't like that if you zoom in, it's unanimated clouds. It's just like a cloud JPEG. I take it back, they're animated. It's scrolling across the screen right to left. So like having a slightly better... For example, if you look at the map, you have these interesting drawings and shapes across the map. And I wish that that was more of what you saw when you zoomed in over here. So those are just nitpicky things that don't actually affect enjoyment. I just noticed because I'm playing Japan. Gray broccoli. Yeah, I mean, okay, to be perfectly honest, I want anyone who considers themselves a digital artist in chat to look at this and tell me you've not done a Photoshop tutorial that told you how to make this exact texture before. Because I have, and I don't consider myself an artist. Like this reminds me of making a cloud texture in Photoshop tutorial. There's a line in the texture as well. I believe that's the edge of the actual map. See how there's water between the clouds? This is where it goes into void. But anyway, other than that, I think that new government types are cool. I don't know if they're fun because I have not really gotten to play them. But so far, it seems like the total... It does not feel like a total conversion mod yet, though it is a total conversion. It seems like... Initial impressions are it feels like thought has gone into how this government type operates, and it already feels different from just forming claims in the West and warring all of your local vassals. Your fellow local vassals. An activity invitation. Greetings, Kokushi Fujiwara Arasada of Bichu. I would be honored if you were to join me for a festive occasion. Signed, Kokushi Sugawara Koryoshi of Omi. Held in Koka. Travel time 32 days. You will join in the festival. Participants may gain piety, prestige, opinion, and lose stress. You have to leave within 47 days. They're not that far, right? We're here. He's over here. So we're here. They're over here. I mean, you know, it's pretty far, but of course I'm joining. Fellow vassal and cowardly lackey. So to join this, we do not have a caravan master, and no one has aptitude for this. Oh. Here's the thing, I could search for one, but that's gonna cost me money. I'm already gonna have to pay a caravan master, won't I? Yeah, they're 0.1 per month, which when you're only making 1.6, paying a caravan master 1/16 of the entire realm's pocket change, you know? But yes, our government type, the Ritsuyo, is an administrator government unique to Japan. I'm not reading the whole thing. The point is that vassals generally govern only a single county, which is already a far cry from how things go in the European areas, right? Tomato. So I think that's the most interesting aspect of starting Japan, is the fact that you are expected to only have one county, which I'm still looking to see how you deal with that, right? I don't know the answer yet. How do you continue to gain power in that type of environment? And how do you gain land and titles and expand, and like, what does that look like? We're only allowed to have one domain, for example. So it's definitely the kind of thing I would enjoy, like the single county trying to figure out how to gather power. You can, of course, reject the entire system and become a warlord and go against everybody. You can become a Soryo, but that's a criminal act, which I'm curious, they might just instantly try and smite you and bring you back to heal. Yeah, the house blocks seem like the most important aspect, and I don't fully comprehend how to take advantage of those yet. Where are the house blocks listed? Here we go. House block is the Hoke. So we have a house block which has a 2 cohesion level. At 1 cohesion, all members get bonuses to feast rewards and more likely to get guests to accept those feast invitations. Bonus prestige. At level 2, where our house already begins, which seems high. If I click on other houses, are they also cooperative? They seem to also be cooperative. So I wonder how you fall. Maybe you start a new one. And that might reset you. But the Hoke block has different pockets all up and down Japan. And we appear to be a far cry from House Hoke, which is obviously the central government, the Fujiwara dynasty. That's the main thing, right? So we're in the Hoke block. They have 5,200 soldiers. Almost 4,500 in levies. House Nanke has 550. That's us. So we're like 1/10 as powerful as House Hoke. So anyway, we work together. Trying to figure out where different groups of people are. There's so many, since there's so many counties, there's so many icons on the map that makes it a little visually overstimulating. It's kind of seeing how like these overlap. So for us, for example, we have Bingo is also next to us and inside the same house block. So our neighbor vassal, Kokushi Fujiwara of Bingo, 49 years old, the resentful blackguard, is in the exact same house block. How do you find their house block? I suppose you click on their house, Shikike, and then see whether they're in the same block as you. Yeah. Is there a faster way to see what block they're in? Oh, right there. Right there. It's under diplomacy. Okay. Trying to figure out who's who. They're also kind of pink, like us. Oh, yeah. So here's what I want to try. Let's go to our court. I feel like we're gonna be caravanning a good amount, so I'm not opposed to trying to recruit for a court position. A well-functioning county requires the work of many hands. I shall dispatch my servants far and wide to find a suitable candidate for empty positions within my court. Dude, we need a physician. I don't think I've ever done a run without a physician. Like, you gotta have a doctor. Do we need a guru? A guru serves as a counselor and sage, advising rulers on earthly concerns and sacred truth. They have to be Buddhist or Hindu. So this is new to me, because I don't think I've ever done Buddhist or Hindu. Well, we need to look for everything. Do we have anybody that could be a personal physician? Sort by aptitude. We have Fujiwara Tadayuki, your son, who has 18 learning, mastermind philosopher. Though he is gluttonous. This is the kind of guy that knows what you're supposed to do, but chooses not to. Fickle as well. Changes his mind more often than not, making him hard to predict. And frowns at moderation. He wants it all. Sinful to Yogakarists. Fickle is interesting, but he's humble, so he's probably not going to start anything against you. He also would like the company of other men. We could, I don't know, it says in our religion that's allowed, I believe. But can they get, is it just relationship only or actual, like? Let's look. Fully accepted. Love transcends physicality into something so profound and wondrous, cannot be restricted. So, you know, we could try. I'm getting ahead of myself. What was I looking at a second ago? Oh yeah, it started with wanting to hire a court caravan master. We need the caravan master now, so let's start that first. Suitable candidates. Can you do more than one? No, just one at a time. You receive 2 suitable candidates for that court position. I'm thinking about just hiring our son. Get a little nepotism in there. He is a mastermind philosopher. I think average aptitude to me is better than having to pay out of pocket for one of the people that we might find, because they don't you have to pay them like an upfront cost as well if you search for them? I don't have that kind of money right now, so I feel like he's good enough. balanced personality. They will not act in a weird way. They'll give us a tiny health boost, tiny bit of plague resistance, and they will perform our medical treatments. I gotta pay him, but it's worth. There you go, my son. +5 relationship for personal physician. Are you my oldest son or my youngest? We have 2 sons. We have an 18 and 16-year-old. So that's my oldest son. Give them a little authority. How can I interact with you? Choose favorite child? Pre-select a character to showcase among your potential next playable character. What does that mean? You choose Fujiwara Tadayuki as favorite child. All other children will lose opinion, but they gain 40 on you? That's new, at least to me. It's so when you die, you can choose to play as them instead. But it's still, that's not the only thing it's for. You get an opinion buff. All the children lose opinion. Realistic RP as parents is now possible. You get 3 choices when you die now as to who you continue as. Cowards. Play as the heir. Okay. Stop trying to circumvent good RP. By trying to pick the more powerful character to play as. I will probably never choose anything except the heir, whoever that is, or just give up and start a different run. Stop distracting me. What am I doing? Probably unpausing. I was just seeing if I could do anything with him as my son and my court physician to see if there were any like interesting options here. Oh, he's got things. Control plague. Increase the plague resist. Hello. Advance your research. Monthly lifestyle XP plus 6%. Effect on personal physician. Their monthly lifestyle XP goes up. Wow, that's kind of cool. So you could have like your son as a court physician and have them advance their own lifestyle experience to make them better. Because if they have a mastermind philosopher, high education, they could be pumping all of their lifestyle points. How do you see their lifestyle tree? How do you see someone else's lifestyle tree? I forget. Get this guy out of your court, man. He controls the plague. It's right here. I found it. I don't need you anymore. Yes, I do. I forgot. I thought it was up here on the left. The widget's to the left of the character, I think. So that's what I thought. But I don't see it. I don't see it. He may not have one active as he's not landed. So if you don't have one active, you can't acquire any XP? Oh, that sucks. So advanced research only helps me and costs extra money, so that's not going to be What we want. Improve skills may be what we want instead. Every month, this character has a chance of gaining Novice Physician Trait XP or Learning Skill. They get plus 25% Trait XP. It costs a little bit of Prestige. I think that's fine. Let's go for that one. Try and pump their skills because they're at 18 learning. And they can get some physician traits. Cool. As per my request, my servants have assembled 2 options to consider for the role of Caravan Master. Koriyoshi is said to be the more experienced, but Koritoshi is, of course, cheaper. Koriyoshi is 50 gold! That's all my money! Humble, stubborn, and ambitious. 2-star insightful thinker, 18 years old, and is already a traveler. Inspired by wanderlust, he wants to see the world. His stats don't matter. All that matters is his aptitude. And his aptitude is excellent because he's a traveler. Whereas Koritoshi is average. Oh, sorry. This is the average guy. This is the excellent guy. The excellent guy is also a rough terrain expert. An almost traveler tier 1 and seasoned traveler tier 1. Gregarious, diligent, and arrogant like us. But diligence is probably also good, so I can take the budget pick, who's just got average aptitude, or I can go all in on a masterful, excellent aptitude. The only downside with Koriyoshi is he's older. He's 35, but that's not too old. I've seen worse offered for 50. 50 gold is a lot for 867. It is a lot for 867. Here's the problem. I should pick the cheaper option to spread the gold out, but the difference in an average and an excellent Caravan Master can be the difference in life or death in 867. We can set them up. You want me to... Chat, both of these guys are heterosexual. I don't think we can set either of them up with our son. Will aptitude increase with time? It might, with Wanderer going up. Like if Wanderer goes up high enough, they might get better. Chat, what do you think? You choose. This is your time to backseat. Which person? The expensive or the budgetary friendly? Could the excellent guy also be a steward? Yeah, he actually could be. If you can assign him. Our steward is a treacherous villain with only 7 stewardship. Whereas this dude has 15 stewardship and is a fortune builder. So this guy should join our court, and I think we could just fire Fujiwara Aratoshi. Do we even care about this dude? Sadistic, paranoid, and content. Do we even care about him? We're not even related to him, right? But he really likes us. Yeah. Distant relative, probably. I mean, his father is my Mokudai. Wait a second. His father is the spy master. There is a plot afoot inside of my realm already. If I fire the spy master's son, what the hell is he gonna care? We got nobody else. Player has the paranoid trait. Dude, gifts are still 50 gold. Here's a question. Why did they never make the send a gift have options? Why can't I send a smaller gift for less opinion? Why does it have to be 50 gold no matter what year it is? Inflation doesn't exist. You just have to pay 50 gold no matter what at all parts of the year? Why are there not like... First of all, why doesn't this scale with the year? And second of all, why can't I lower the money? That's bugged me for so long. Gift cards only come in 50 gold increments. All right, you know what? I'm going with it. I'm taking the expensive dude. Koriyoshi is a fine choice. Look at Koriyoshi. He's got a bag of gold already. Got the orange and black. I like the color scheme. He will join your court and take 50 Gs. I hope that he appreciates that 50 Gs is over 3 years of our entire county's earnings. You're in. You are in. We have a caravan master. And then let me see what the caravan master's capabilities are. Welcome to my humble home in Bichu. Welcome to Bichu. Pretty well statted all around. Doesn't shy away from hard work. Is gregarious and loves spending time with other people. That's the kind of dude I want to travel with. That's like $20 trillion in today's currency. They're a rough terrain specialist. Advantage in hills, mountains, and wetlands. Difficult terrain can be a powerful tool for those able to utilize it and gain the upper hand in battle. I don't know if that helps them travel, but if they ever did combat, it would. But they have low martial. Whistles. They get +1 diplomacy from being a traveler. They like wandering. They want to see the world. I like this dude. I like this dude. Aggressive whistling. I'm taking my caravan master, and I am... This is... Aren't we in like a meritocracy? Didn't it say something like that? Where did I read that? Did I make that up? Maybe we're not. I swear I read that on someone. I don't remember. Anywho, I don't even know this dude, so I'm gonna fire him. Goodbye, old stinky steward who is unfit for the job. We're hiring the caravan master. Here's a question. Can someone be a caravan master and a steward at the same time? He will remember that. He will, actually. -20 opinion for 10 years. I think they can do both at the same time, but I'm not sure. This dude's opinion hasn't changed. He's got 3 kids. Dude, his other kid is my samurai. What? The spy master's sons were the steward and the head of martial dealings. The spy master's ready to take over. He starts in a crazy position. Okay, anyways, he's not the caravan master anymore, chat. So you were wrong! So the whole point of hiring a caravan master has been undone because now I don't have one because he's the steward. Baited by chat again. But to be fair, the game should warn you that that's gonna happen, right? Well, we can make the treacherous villain my other guy. I can make him the dude instead. Fujiwara Aratoshi. I don't know if I want to make a treacherous villain who I just fired from being my steward into my caravan master. Treachery on your caravan? It should be fine. Bro, he's still pissed at me for firing him. And if I just paid 50 gold basically to get a new steward. Which, to be fair, is giving me a bonus in taxation, but that's gonna take so long to pay us back unless he gets, like, some good events. He could get some good events. Okay, now who do I make the caravan master? Do I make the dude I just fired the caravan master? Okay, well, he's pissed at me from being fired from the council, but he's happy. See, this says meritocracy right there. You can use the claim throne scheme against your liege. Doesn't Japan as a culture have bonus travel safety? Yeah. Something about that. We have, gain prestige when completing buildings or holdings, or in holdings with mountain or forest. All Yamato characters have reduced coastal sea, hill, mountain, and forest danger. Meritocracy is stewardship perk. It's a skill from the steward tree. Oh, that's me. Yeah, it's this one right here. Okay, gotcha. So, we've got a court physician and we've got a caravan master. We have nobody to fill in for Guru. I do all that so that I can now accept the invitation to Kikuchi Koriyoshi's festival. They invited us to go, but we didn't have a caravan master. So now we do. So I'm gonna join. It's a relatively short trip, relatively undangerous, like 1% chance of danger. Okay. The only person in my entourage is Fujiwara Aratoshi. It's just gonna be us two traveling together immediately after firing him from his council position. So that we could be travel bros. I'm not gonna spend any more money on anything else. 118% speed. It's gonna take 2 months to get there. No chance of danger. Very, very safe to travel all through Japan. 24 safety. Okay, we're going. It's gonna cost me 4 gold to go. So spend even more. We're off. Immediately traveling. House Nagamine or Nagamine? Nagamine? Who knows? Has joined the Hoke block. The Nagamine. What do you guys do? Kokushi Tsunenori. Kuni of Izu. They're way over there. Regency begins. I began sharing power in a regency with my brother, Fujiwara Nakamune. What? So it begins. Where do you even see the regent? Coup time. Where's the page? I remember this page from before. I just don't know where the page is. Like, I know about regencies. I don't know about shared regencies. Power sharing occurs when a ruler shares some authority with one of their vassals or courtiers who becomes the diarch. The ruler who shares their power may set mandates for the diarch, while the diarch may use special borrowed powers. The scales of power measure whether the ruler of the diarch has the most authority. Click the balance scale. Cool. Good direction. There. Just chat, just click. Oh, this tiny icon? Is that the only way to open this menu? I was looking for like, for such an important mechanic, I was looking for something a little more obvious than being, you know what this is like? It reminds me of in Hearts of Iron, when there was a balance of power mechanic in that too. You know, like when you find the secret, like if you're playing Italy or you're playing Switzerland or something like that, you find the secret balance of power mechanic that's like hidden in the top left of the main menu. I would never have clicked on this button. Buy your character's portrait. I mean, there is a tiny little one right there. All right, whatever. I found it. That's all that matters. Power sharing. So here we go. Fujiwara Nakamura, your player, heir, half-brother, and regent. This bastard snaked his way into power. Regency succession is your wife and spouse, followed by your son and personal physician, followed by your other son, followed by your Karai, which is steward that I just hired. His loyalty is selfless with a plus 100 opinion of you. So that's good. Overall aptitude, terrible. Liege gets 10% stress loss. Mandate relies on stewardship plus 8. Generous is ill-suited. Is he generous? He is generous. You can't be generous and fill your own coffers, it turns out. Swell your armies or promote your authority. Boosted counselor opinion. Beneficial levy modifiers or get extra gold. Liege's power sharing. So my liege is also sharing power with Kokushi Minamoto Okuro. I think. This guy stinks. He's at level 1 power. Diarchs can try to embezzle gold from their liege. This regency can be ended at any time the liege is fully capable. What am I supposed to do here? I can't oh, he's the regent because I'm traveling, chat. I thought he was doing a power grab. He's just filling in for me while I'm gone. I was scared for nothing. It's only temporary. Yeah, just keep trying to fill the coffers. That's fine. He's just watching over the house. The land of milk and fish. You know why this stream has been so good up until now for the last 4 hours? Do you know why I've been having more fun in Crusader Kings 3 than ever before? It's because I was paused and I didn't have to read the Crusader Kings 3 events. But now we're unpaused, and so here they come. As I get up in the early morning, I cannot help letting out a loud yawn. Stretching, I make my way out of my tent to see that people are already moving about. I notice Tadayuki heading off with what looks like a makeshift fishing rod through all the noise and bustle of camp. By the way, it's just me and him. There is no hustle and bustle. There's only us two in the entire entourage. These are the best part of the game, though. Wrong. These were the best part of Crusader Kings 2. They are not the best part of Crusader Kings 3. I noticed Tadayuki heading... Okay, yeah, he has a makeshift fishing rod. Where are you off to? I ask him. He responds with a nonchalant shrug. It's a nice day for fishing. The reason why the events are going to be especially weird is because... If I had to say something other than I think the writing is bad, which is a lazy criticism, I think that it sort of is sourced in the idea that, in my opinion, almost all of the events are written in the same voice, the same writer voice. So if you're playing like the Byzantine Empire, if you're playing Norse Vikings, if you're playing Japan, like we're playing now, no matter if you're playing in Africa, they have the same voice. And by voice, I mean the same, like, Marvel quippy writing style. And so it feels weird to read because it feels completely disconnected from the region that you're playing in. Because you'll see the same events no matter where you play on the map. So that's why I think that there were just more regional events in Crusader Kings 2. I'm not saying that they should have goofy accented English. I'm just saying changing like the character POV voice. Yeah, it's definitely made pretty generic so that it can be used across all cultures. Yeah, every culture gets the same stupid kid giving you a tooth event. That sounds like a good idea. You grow closer to forming a friendship with Fujiwara. You lose stress. He gains opinion of you. The journey is delayed by 3 days. Let us rest here a couple days. You lose 38. We have no stress. Arasada's journey to the festival progresses by 3 days. You know what? Let's make friends. Let's be nice. We don't care about the stress loss, but let's grow closer to forming a friendship with the guy. Wait a second. Didn't it say that our whole entourage was just me and the other guy? How is my personal physician and son here? There's definitely ways to give a regional voice without relying on stereotypes or accented speech. Yeah, I think so too. Son of a Bichu. Yeah, that's true. The son of Bichu. This is the son of Bichu. They did some specific events with the Norse DLC, but it seems like they focus more on the struggle mechanics with the other regional DLCs. Yes, I agree with that as well. Now, there is... Importantly, I mean, not importantly, but we could just check over here because they have flavor content, I think. This is for China. So the only keywords that say events, now this isn't a comprehensive list of everything that they added, but it just says China gets events focusing on different phases of the dynastic cycle, added events focusing on which movement characters belong to. And then we get unique events for Rise of the Bushi in 1178. Pilgrimage events for Southeast Asia. Silk Road might have some. 36 unique. They did do event illustrations to change the backgrounds, but I'm not certain that they actually added more than a few events. Whole cloth. So like maybe these backgrounds are new because I haven't seen this one anyway. Let's just chill here. But why is my son on this caravan? I guess I took my personal physician even though it said it was just going to be me and the other guy. That sounds like a good idea, my son. Try and make friends with our oldest son. I like how we got married. Who's this? That's my regent. I thought that was my spouse. So I was like horrified. I was like, they changed dramatically since I last looked at them. There you are, Lady Onokomachi of Bichu. We got married and then immediately set off to go to a festival. Did she get to go? Did she get to come with? Or is she just chilling here? Why wouldn't we take our newlywed spouse? To go to the festival with us. Hang on, let's look at the travel. We can tell 2 in entourage. Oh, okay. Sorry, it's not just us 2. It's whoever is listed here plus us. So this is Fujiwara Aratoshi and Fujiwara Tadayuki went along with us. She's chilling at home with your evil court. A bountiful harvest governance issue has appeared in Bichu within the Kuni of Bichu. Reports of wondrous plenty of tall crops and verdant fields come in across the province. Such a significant boon ought to be put to good use. Leave not the crops to spoil. It's only June 867 and we're already getting some good things. My judgment as governor is needed. Reports of plenty. Potential rewards. You may choose an assortment including trait experience as a governor, gold, influence, prestige, piety, and improvements to your county. Cannot take contracts when traveling. Well, I don't know how long. Leave not the crops to spoil, they say. I'm gonna need my regent to step in. Yo, we visited the capital of the Empire of Japan, gained 450 diplomacy lifestyle XP. You visited the Heian Palace and gained another 150 diplomacy lifestyle. We're getting around a little bit. Heian Kyo. So we're pretty close to the capital. Kenpaku Fujiwara Yoshifusa is right here. We just went and maybe said hi. So just went on through. I didn't even think about customizing my route to try to do that. Welcome to the festival. You are waiting on activity guests, 6 remaining. Dude, I'm over here playing some instruments. Guest Lady Yoshiko. Kokushi Koreyoshi is the host, of course. So a bunch of people from across the realm, my fellow vassals, are showing up. I made a special trip. 51-person guest list, kind of crazy. I need to set my intent. What is my intent? I don't care about stress right now. Encourage cohesion within your block. You will attempt to improve your relations with another house head and draw them to your block. Seek to sow dissent and alienate another house head from their block. What block are they in? What's the host in? The host is in the Sugawara block. which is much weaker than ours. However, it does neighbor. No, it doesn't. This is Saga. Where are they? What's interesting is that we are culturally Yamato, but the Yamato dynasty is its own thing, and the Tenno is also here. So is that... Hold on, I'm getting confused. Where is their block? Oh, it's this one. It's the light vanilla, whatever you want to call this. So they are neighboring us. That's Sugawara, and that's Sugawara. So I don't know what to do here. What house is he? How do I... Okay, hold on. How do I tell what house he is the Sugawara house in the Sugawara dynasty. So he's way down. They're way down here, man. Is this the power block of the Emperor? This is the power block of the Emperor. Yes. We are in the power block of the regional head. The Kampaku. We're in the block of the Kampaku, the guy that actually exercises power there in the Tenno. So maybe I do want to separate them. Also, ads starting? How's it been an hour already, dude? How has it been an hour already? Turn your volume down, ad watchers. And then we'll continue. Oh, you can set a target. Bro, this is advanced. This is advanced. There's a lot of houses and a lot of blocks. I don't know them. I don't know who I would want to do sideline or coax. Or just encourage cohesion. I don't know, man. That's a lot to take in. How do you memorize all that? Literally Nabisco, thank you for the tier 2 sub in 90 months. We're going to the moon, baby. What are you talking about? Thanks for the double sub. I appreciate it. Leave it to Japan DLC to ramp up complexity. It's definitely complex in that there's just a lot of houses, and the fact that there's single county means you have to... There's not really like... Normally you can suck up to a duke, or you can suck up to a king, or an emperor. But here it's like emperor plus the regent who exercises all the true power, and then everyone else is a count, which is crazy. So there's a lot more people who are equivalent power to you than usual. Because if you look at, like, one of these other places, like, if you started in the tutorial zone of Ireland, right? It's just you and like, some dukes. High chieftains. Obviously, it's a lot smaller area, but even if you looked at, like... Here, you're split up into, like, Aquitaine, Gothia... They've already formed Italy. Like, Italy. Do we start with Italy formed now? Because that didn't used to happen. Yeah, it's a clearer path to power. I would agree with that. So that's going to be a lot of the complexity here. All right, really quick, BRB. Hold tight. Hey, okay, sorry about that. That was meant to be a fast BRB, but then I got distracted because I came upon Alice in the kitchen and discovered that she had 3 to 4 bags of Halloween candy. And I went up to her and I said, is this, she was putting it in a bowl. And I was like, is this Halloween candy for us or for the kids? And she really said, fuck them kids. So we got like 3 or 4 bags of Halloween candy, all for us. So there you go. And there were also some chicken wings there, so I had to partake. I had to get a sample. Anyway, I'm back now. Sorry for the delay. I got a little distracted by food. Not the chicken wings were not in the candy bowl. Don't worry about that. What was I? Oh, I was trying to figure out what my my intent should be. I'm not really sure how these work yet. Excuse me. Attempt to improve your... Do I care about my house block? How much do I care about my house block? Here's the thing. I'm just and compassionate, so I don't think I would try and sow dissent. I also have no intrigue. Now, I might try and convince someone else to come over to my side. Or I could just assume that there are other people in my block who I can encourage cohesion with. Maybe those are better. Because setting a target is difficult. I could sort by rank. Like, this is the Kampakus. The problem is they have a different term for every single council seat, and I don't know what all the terms are yet. Like a Mokadai. Mokadai is Spy Master. Mokadai is Spy Master. Okay. What if this dude is 70 years old, in fine health, seducer, and torturer? Callous, vengeful, and lazy. An intricate web weaver, and also 70 years old. They have one title. How do you tell when a title, like the administrative government type confuses me? Because I'm used to looking over and being like, oh, they're a county of a count, but they're unlanded. So how do I tell the difference in an unlanded count and a landed count at a visual glance without having to mouse over their title to see that they're unlanded? That's an unlanded title. Is there like a graphic difference? Because like mine is, wait, this says unlanded. Oh yeah, hold on, this is landed. I guess you can just tell because they have 0 domain holdings. The scroll indicates administrative holdings. Maybe. This little scroll. That just says title, succession law, noble family succession. So that's something about a title succession law. Why do so many people start in Bichu? Because it's called Bichu, but name 2 other people that started in Bichu. I bet you can't. I went to BitChute and everyone there knew chat. OIC? What do you mean OIC? I asked you a question, or I gave you a directive. Name 2 other people who started in BitChute. Who's everyone? You can't just say OIC and get out of it. Kokushi, Kiyahara. See, you have land and 200 people. Shroud started in BitChute. Probably playing on some PvP servers. I'm still waiting. I don't see anyone yet. Nobody seems to know. Chat, I guess I just need to experiment with this because I don't know what the difference is. I'm going to try and improve our relationship with... These guys are all old as hell. They're like... They're all got like poor health. Please answer him. We'll be here all night. They're not answering me. They're just talking about other things now. All right, forget about this. Just do encourage block cohesion and see what happens. We'll see what happens. See where it goes. Answer, please. They can't, because they don't know. Is there a person that hates ramen? I'm sure there's someone that hates ramen. It's gotta be somebody. But here's the thing. There's so many different kinds of ramen that if you have one you don't like, you probably just didn't like the broth. Like you can't, nobody hates noodles, right? Unless you're unable to eat them for health reasons. Like nobody hates noodles. There are plenty of people whose only experience with ramen is the instant kind. Well, I mean, at the grocery store, you look on the packaging and it says restaurant quality. So you're telling me that when I had that and I didn't like it, that I don't like any ramen because that's representative of restaurant quality ramen? It says so on the package. Today is an occasion for celebration, but also to secure the blessings of the gods. Eyes, both mortal and divine, will scrutinize our conduct and offerings, and so we must take care to ensure all is in order. Yeah, instant ramen is delicious too. There are not as good instant ramen though. There was one that I had actually really recently that was one of the big, it was more like the bowl, not the cup. And the noodles were really chewy, even though I, did it the same way I would do any other cup or bowl ramen. The flavor was okay, but I was afraid I was gonna, and the noodles were hella long too. So I was afraid that I was gonna like not be able to cut through them with my teeth, and then I would swallow like a really long noodle and it would get stuck in my esophagus, like half of it's in my esophagus and half of it's still in my mouth, and I'd start to panic. Does anyone else fear that whenever you eat noodles of any kind? You'd like, I feel like it's gonna be a super long noodle and I didn't chew it all the way through, and then half of it's like right down here. I'm really aware of it. Not noodles, but with chewy steaks. Yeah, or like, well, not necessarily steaks, though that can happen too. Only experienced it once. Yeah, you only have to experience it once. That happens with cheese sticks. Yeah, mozzarella sticks. That can happen. Mozzarella sticks are my arch nemesis. Yeah, I make sure you chew those thoroughly. I almost choked to death with steak as a kid. Speaking of chewy noodles, do you like udon? If you have... udon is not supposed to be chewy. So you're eating bad udon. I like good udon. Today is an occasion for festivities. May the gods look favorably upon us. Reading between the folds. I see Kikushimoto's approaching eyes glinting with mischief. I found this lying in the shadow of the pavilion, he begins. I distinctly recall it being in Toshu Tadomi's hands mere hours ago, and there's a message most suggestive inscribed upon it. We could return it to him, or perhaps I could arrange for it to be conspicuously delivered to another in his name. Perhaps Lady Masako, the wife of his master, Kikuchi Koriyoshi? My fellow vassal? I don't know anybody's names yet. Who was talking to me first? A rapacious paragon. Whole of body. And is a governor with 300 manpower. The county of Yamato to the east. So we can either make these two people lose opinion, house relations worsen from cordial, give it here and I will return it personally. Let's keep this betwixt ourselves, you and I. The problem is, at this stage, I don't have any context to be making these decisions. Like, I don't know who anybody is, and there's so many people, and it's unclear how we're all, like, working together or not. So the decision feels somewhat arbitrary at this stage, because I just don't know who anybody is. And it's also difficult since we're all counts. So in this case, I need to learn all the house names, because we got Sugawara Shimada house relations worsen from cordial toward neutral. Get a weak hook on Tadaomi, your fellow vassal and spineless paragon. Or we share a secret and our own house relationships go up. I don't know what the benefit of having a high house relationship is either. Chat's just talking about noodles. Chat's just talking about ramen noodles, man, leaving me to figure this out. But yeah, I don't know. I think my character, I could just pick from RP. We have no intrigue, so probably not trying to make two houses relationships worse. Nor a hook. Let's just keep this between ourselves. Your two house relationships improved, and your fellow vassal likes you a bit more. I think that one makes the most sense. Your brother and your two sons can get married. I need to find some spouses. Upon a moonlit night, the messenger inviting me to Kikuchi Shunso's moon-gazing party has scarcely finished when another arrives, this one bearing a letter inviting me to join Sadamochi instead. Such timing is hardly coincidental. Each clearly wishes to take my measure, and to accept one invitation will be an indication of my sympathy for its author, and equally as my disdain for his rival. See, like, I don't know who these people are, so it's difficult to choose who is better. This whistle song is also going to drive me insane. I don't like the whistle song. Okay, so one dude has 2 titles and also 2 claims, but only one of them is real. So we got one dude here who's actually our neighbor. And then why would I pick this dude? This guy is ill, has no domain holdings, just has a manor. Screw that guy. I'm going with Kakushi Kudara, who's actually like our neighbor. Wait, he's not one of the options. Why is this person on the screen? Oh, this is Shunso. Kudara is like a title, right? Or is it there? Anyway, it's this is the right person. Your house relationship has improved. Yeah, there's a lot of house relationship stuff that I'm not fully understanding yet. Tough choice. Do I want to go to the party with the guy who's dying or the guy who is my neighbor? Adrift in the crowd. Every gathering has ebb and flow. One must be wary of its currents lest one find oneself stranded. When Kakushi Sawanushi turns to greet Muneyuki, I suddenly find myself adrift in the crowd. Some ways away, I see Shunso, that's whose party I went to, and Yoshio, gazing pointedly in my direction, exchanging words behind their fans. I will join them boldly. Diplomacy challenge. 77% you impress them with your bold approach. You gain prestige, an opinion, or you lose opinion. A few whispers of my own is an intrigue, challenge, or let me retire to my companions. Okay, who are the 2 people? Shunso is the guy who we just were with. The other guy is Toshu Yoshio, who doesn't even have any holdings. Sure, let's join them boldly. That was not well received. They each lose 15 opinion of you, awkwardly introduced. Well, rip, I guess. So we gained 20 from accepting his party invitation and then lost 15. Why were we introducing ourselves to him when we just went to his party? Is what I want to know. Did we not introduce there? When he personally sent me an invitation, we went to his party, and the next event we have to introduce ourselves to him? Okay, it wasn't I wasn't introducing, it was like intruding on their conversation. I don't know. A note inscribed in elegant hand dangles delicately from a branch. Toshu Minio has presented us with a riddle, exclaims Kakushi Nagamichi. A challenge, Kakushi Fujine counters. He thinks himself the cleverest among us. He has offered the first to solve any... Okay, the first person who can solve this gets any boon they may desire. Clearly, he does not expect us to prevail. I will unravel the riddle. 60% you succeed, 40% it stumps you. His cleverness is truly unrivaled. Gain 20 stress because you are arrogant. The start of a competition of wits. Combined diplomacy, intrigue, and learning. 2 of those I suck in. So there's only a 31% success chance. Every member of the Hoke block loses 15 opinion of you. That doesn't... Oh, you guys can't read that, sorry. I gotta unravel the riddle. But if you 40% fail, every single attendee with greater learning than you loses 15 opinion of you. That's gonna be almost everyone. And the only thing I gain by succeeding is 75 prestige. Every attendee with lower learning than you. There's not gonna be many people with lower than 5 learning. So I think I need to suck up my arrogance and say his cleverness is truly unrivaled. Because we are compassionate and just as well. It compensates. There's no benefit to this other than 75 prestige. It's a 40% chance everybody at the party hates you. It's like 50 people getting a negative 15 opinion of you at the same time. No. Just give me plus 15 opinion here. Our house relationship becomes more cordial, and I gain a little stress. For sure. House Takashina. There's just so many houses. Difficult to keep track of everybody, man. Imagine, like, I feel like I'm actually training to be a royal in real life. Poetics under duress. A ripple of mirth draws me to where a small crowd is gathered around 2 of our peers. Regale us with a poem, Toshu Minonori. Kakushi Koriyoshi urges, voice dripping with scarcely concealed mockery. Surely you can manage at least one. This is kind of grammatically messed up. But what else is new? Minonori, known to possess the poetic sensibility of a stone, looks to me with the pleading eyes of a cornered animal. This guy's almost dead. He's ailing in poor health. Let us trade verses. I begin and you follow. Koriyoshi loses 15 opinion of you. Who's Koriyoshi, man? I don't know who any of these people are! I shouldn't have even gone to this party. I'm trying to impress a bunch of people. I don't even know who the hell they are, man. Like, do I even care? I guess appeal to the guy who's got more life. If you seek true artistry, find it amongst us. You get a weak hook on Minonori. Your own house block cohesion increases. Every member of your block in attendance gains 20 opinion of you. You've praised poetic prowess. I just want to appeal to my own house. Gained a favor hook on Toshu Minori. Well, he's almost dead, so if I wanted to do that, I need to call it in. I don't even know what you can call in. Ask to influence candidacy to promote you or a house member in becoming a future governor or ruling regent. Will not accept. Will accept. They will spend influence to support you for Chiho of Mutsu, Duchy Tier Province title. Is that allowed? Are you allowed to have a Duchy Tier Province title? Bro, that's so far away? How is he going to support me for a province title in the Northeast when I am down here in, like, the Southwest? He's not even landed. He's probably gonna move us up like 1 point. You know what I mean? Like, there's no shot that it's gonna, like, they have 187 points, bro. We're not even gonna be close to this. It would be very strange if we were. How far down this list am I? Am I even on the list? I gotta have more than negative 116. Maybe not. But these are all my fellow vassals. Like, am I on this list at all? I saw you. You're 33. I can't be 33 because this says as a fellow vassal. I saw this is you. Where? Oh, right there. I'm 40. So I have 32 points right now. When do they even... Okay, the current holder is Kikuchi Yoshimine Tsuneo. He's got 3 titles: the duchy, a county, and the manor. So what we need to be looking at before we do this, what are the duchy titles around us? East Senyodo. This one hasn't been created yet. Okay, that's the important bit. So down here, it's all counties. You can tell by the crown. And then as you go up here, these are 2 of the only duchies. Who's shushing? Yeah, that's fair. People just typing 1 to 2 to 3 word things repeatedly. Okay, anyway. Bro, this is, even as someone who's played 400 hours of CK3, this is very much a lot. It's mostly just there's so many people that you have to suddenly interact with. And there's not another way to say it other than the naming conventions are unfamiliar to me and therefore harder to keep track of than some dude who's named George. You know what I mean? So it's gonna take a little adaptation. I don't blame the dude that played 10 minutes and left. Well, you wouldn't start in Japan if you've never played before. What was I doing a second ago? Oh, I was looking at that dude who I got a hook on. Where do you even see... Chat, where do you see your hooks? Intrigue? There we go. I got it. I got it. I gotta use this hook before he dies, so we may as well just use it and see what happens, right? Not really anything else to use it for. And if I want, I have to pay him 50 gold. Never mind. Okay, so this is all pointless because it costs 50 gold. Never mind. Just unpause. As the night's revelries wane and give way to the first golden rays of dawn, attendees soak up the final moments before returning to the humdrum of daily responsibility. My fellow vassal, Kokushi Shunso, approaches and says, "Your companionship has been most welcome these past days." He pauses to give me a warm smile. Chat. I am once again begging Paradox to let native English speakers who are also writers write the events for their games. That's all I'm asking. It would be an immense honor if you would count me among your confidants in the future. You can tell AI didn't write this because of the grammatical errors. I mean, if you were like really smart, you could be like, I want you to write a bunch of these things, occasionally introduce a grammatical error so it looks more realistic. You could probably put that in the prompt. But it wouldn't be a Crusader King stream if I didn't critique the events. There's been a couple before this, but this one's the most noticeable. My fellow vassal approaches, comma, starting a quote isn't something that you would write. Like, there wouldn't be my fellow, like, this is a complete sentence, my fellow vassal approaches. So opening up to dialogue with no prompt on what that they're speaking is odd, and then continuing that with a comma and a new sentence, he pauses to give a warm smile. This is a separate sentence right there. Anyway. Such bonds are rare. He becomes your friend. I treasure your regard, but I must decline. Loses 20 opinion of you. Why wouldn't I? Why would I want to pick the one where he loses 20 opinion of me? He has a claim on a duchy. And he also has the county right next to us. All right, let's be friends. You bonded over your time together at the festival. Every guest gains 20 opinion of the dude who hosted it. Succeeded in your intent to encourage cohesion in your own house block. Kudara and Nanke cordial house relations improved, plus 15%. Block cohesion. Who the hell is that? You unity at a festival. You unity at a festival. Okay, block cohesion increased by 0.2. That's not very much, but it's, you know, up. You praised Mineo's wit. The martial contest. As we head home, we're heading home now. As we pass through the market in Yamashiro, or Yamashiro? Sorry, I don't know where the emphasis goes on many of these words. We hear a loud yell and stumble into an ongoing tussle between two men, tightly observed by a group of people. The crowd cheers profusely as one of them is swept off his feet, face planted solemnly in the dirt, thus concluding the match. Who's next? The man yells into the crowd, and his eyes land on our group. His face splits into a malicious grin, comma, as he looks at us. There's no need for a comma there. It's also... Never mind. That's the only thing that's objective. The rest of it is subjective. I will do it. 81% you lose. Lose $5 and gain 20 stress. Nah. It seems like it's time to leave. We're just gonna leave. We're heading home. Dynasty Legacy. Your dynasty has unlocked the Dynastic Duty Dynasty Legacy. That's just an interesting sentence to read out loud. I want to read it. Where'd it go? It's gone. I don't even know what that means. What does that mean? Dynastic Duty, Dynasty Legacy. Anyway, where's the thing that it was referencing, chat? Here? No, that's the Dynasty tree. Something about the legacy. Bottom of the house page? Oh, this. So I don't get to choose this because we're not the head of the house. Is that right? But they chose elegance first. Dynasty opinion +5. Same dynasty invite house to block acceptance. Same. Okay, so if like another ruler is in our dynasty, but they're in a different house block, they're more likely to join ours, or they're just more likely to join our house block if they're of the same dynasty. Block cohesion per house of this dynasty in block. So it's just dynastic benefits. How's the new DLC playing? It's just hard. There's a lot of... I think for Japan, I wouldn't play unless I was an advanced player of Crusader Kings. Mainly because the jargon that you already have to learn is now different. Like, you have to learn... Normally when you're learning Crusader Kings, you have to learn the jargon for counselors. What is a spy master? What is a steward? Here, those names are different, but the roles are the same. So now you don't need to know what a steward is. You need to know that a a Kaure is a steward, and that is this person. Or that a spy master is not a spy master, it's a Mokudai. So you need you have to learn the jargon on top of the jargon. So it's an extra layer of initial difficulty. So I would say benefits advanced players. No idea about China or the other places though. You have to learn Japanese on top of the jargon. Okay, I got distracted. I was looking at the legacies page. We need to become the leader of our house. But they've already started down elegance, which is new, I'm assuming, so I don't hate that they chose this one. Though I don't know that it's the most beneficial. House heads can employ a court poet, even if count tier increases block cohesion. There's a lot of block cohesion going on. And it's difficult to tell, well, what I can do with it right now. Nothing, since I'm not the head of the house, but bonus feast rewards. All members' activity guest acceptance are more likely to come to your events. And then tier 3 is previous bonuses, but you also get appointment score. Under appointment succession law, the title and its associated holdings will be inherited. Yeah, okay. So basically, if you're super cohesive, you get an additional 25% succession score toward things. So that's the real incentive. Leading house is a house that is the agreed leader of a house block. Their appointment score is an extra 10%. So that's going to be the Hokey. That is the current ruler. The ruling regent. I saw a mod called Eurocentric UI that changes the cultural elements to make them the game standard again. Yeah, I mean, I would download that if you were like new to the game and wanted to learn how to play. Maybe. While traversing a challenging path in, is it Ibo or Ibo? I hear laughter ahead. My son Tadayuki and my caravan master Aratoshi are working together to cross a wide grassland-fed river. Tadayuki, your idea to build a makeshift bridge was brilliant, exclaims Aratoshi. Tadayuki replies with a chuckle, and your quick thinking with those long grasses tied it all together. It seems as if this obstacle has led to a new friendship. Your ingenuity is commendable. You gain stress because you are arrogant. This will hasten our journey indeed. So they become friends whether I want them to or not, but they can gain prestige. I don't care if they gain prestige. My son is not my heir. So just speed up the journey home. Instant next event. We are walking among the hills late in the day. The darkness comes suddenly, brought by the dark clouds above us. Then there is a distant loud rumble of thunder. Soon there is another, combined with a dazing flash of light. And another strike, brightly illuminating the area. The after image burned into my eyes. I blink and see where the lightning has struck. Now, there is a quickly expanding brush fire, and it is spreading toward us. Yeah, the sentences they're just hard to read. It's in a way that's difficult to explain. Am I crazy? Chat, be real. Am I nitpicking? Claws, comma, claws, comma, claws, comma. I'm lax and this hurts me. It's part of the challenge. Commas where there should be periods, periods where there should be commas. No, yeah, this one is bad. Dazing flash of light is wrong. The colon is weird. It's a bit nitpicky, but this one is actually weird as hell. Okay, well then it's not nitpicky. If you call something weird as hell, then it's not nitpicky. I feel like you need to read this like a DM talks to their D&D party. First of all, I haven't actually sat down and ever played real Dungeons and Dragons. It is written poetically. I don't think it is. The like, I'm not trying to butcher what I'm reading. I'm struggling, like my brain is having to stop and think longer about how the sentences are going to go in a way that's like, you know when you start up a game for the first time and it's like gotta get the shaders calculated? That's what it feels like I'm doing, but for English, but for every paragraph in the game. Like, I have to look at it and stop and parse. I consider myself a very good reader also, especially reading aloud. Game didn't pre-cache the grammar. This first sentence in the second paragraph. What, starting with and another strike, brightly illuminating the area. The afterimage burned into my eyes. So in that case, there isn't even like a subject with a verb. Because in this case, burned isn't a verb. Like, it's not burning into your eyes. The afterimage has already been burned. Yeah, it's not actually a sentence. All right. Lightning is spelled wrong. I blink and see where the lighting has struck. Okay, I gotta get off of this screen, or I'm gonna make the entire stream about these two paragraphs. I gotta get off the screen. Run. You spend 75 prestige. We run away from the fire and lose 38 stress, but only a 40%, 60%. The fire catches us running away and you become wounded. Actually, no, sorry. My physician becomes wounded. And we're delayed by 7 days. Talix, do you speak German? No, I'm an American. Do you think I speak another language? I'm sorry that the German version is even worse. Put the fire out before it spreads too far. 15%, you successfully quell the fire. 50% the fire is stopped, but at a cost, and someone gets wounded anyways. 33, you become wounded. All right, so all of this is bad. It's possible that my son and personal physician becomes very wounded from the fire, and we're delayed by 7 days. 40% we get away. We actually got away. We hit the 40. We're only delayed by 2 days. We were just outside of home. And we escaped. At long last, I am finally home. There was nothing better than arriving back in Bichu after a long journey. I look forward to resting for some time, but the call of the road beckons ever onward. My caravan master Eritoshi reports that we have journeyed for 123 days and traversed 14 baronies. Thank Buddha, I can go inside again. All right, you've dismissed the regent. And now I can handle this contract. My judgment as governor is needed. Reports of wondrous plenty of tall crops in verdant fields come in from across the province. A significant boon that ought to be put to use. Virudaka has been kind to us. In many of Bichu's villages, seemingly endless sheaves of grain are collected from fields well watered by steady rains. And such daikon radishes, a significantly larger yield than last harvest, is joyfully anticipated. This is, of course, very good news. I must organize an extraordinary workforce and see to the logistics as soon as possible. Now, where shall my wagons carry these great heaps of autumn produce? See, this is normally written. This is actually, like, this is normally written. Which makes it stand out from the other ones. Distributed alongside the regular grain. The development growth will increase by 10. You gain 6 trait XP in Kakushi. What is Kakushi trait? That's just governor. Kakushi is governor. Okay. Let's donate it to charity, and you gain 100 piety. I don't think we care about piety right now. So let's get development growth will increase by 10 and some governorship. Distribute the great heaps of autumn produce. So now we have... Wait, where specifically was it? Because everywhere still has 6 development. Didn't it say plus 10 development, or am I crazy? It was the growth. Yeah, I know, but it's... Oh, it was just plus 10 flat growth. Oh, sorry. Okay, my bad. So we already got it. I need to talk to my bro. And the head of my house. Liege has entered a regency due to traveling abroad. I have an 89% that he will give over head of house. Maybe we just wait 47 days and see if we sway successfully or not. We have a 35 to fail, 65 to succeed. I'm trying to improve our relationship, and then I'm going to ask him to transfer the head of house over to me. I don't even know why he's the head of house to begin with. The one thing that I do always enjoy about going back to Crusader Kings 3 is I think the map noises are good. I think they do a pretty great job of having like the sounds change whether you're zoomed in or out. And it is somewhat peaceful and relaxing to zoom in and hear like the wind and the waves lapping up on the shore. I think the music is generally good, minus the one whistle song. A guild of stonemasons has established itself in the county of Bichu. Having dedicated craftsmen in my personal service could help the region flourish. I'll strike a deal with them. Koriyoshi earned me their allegiance. Why do I need their help when I have peasant labor? That's going to raise building construction costs by 50% for 20 years. If I strike a deal, we have a stewardship challenge. My stewardship is reasonably high. 18. 40% chance we get a great deal. And the county gets cooperative stonemasons for 20 years. Reducing construction build times by 25% and cost by 10. I don't even know if I'll be able to afford to build anything in 20 years. I'd like to think so. If I get a fair deal, I lose 50 gold. I don't have 50 gold. I can't afford to lose 75 gold. Bro, that's a 40% chance not to lose 50 or 75 gold. This is a crazy bad event to get early game as just a count. I guess I'm taking peasant labor for 20 years. Because I don't lose anything now. But I get minus 25% holding taxes. For 20 years, man? Is that... But here's the thing, right? 25% lower taxes might be less money than losing 50 or 75 gold. This event sucks. Because I'm only making 1.5 gold a month. So if I lose 75 gold divided by 1.5 gold a month, that's 50 months. I guess that's better than 20 years of... Is it better than 20 years of minus 25% taxes? Probably. That's 4 years in losses. I will strike a deal. Do it, mice. Did it work? Hello? Did it work? Ad starting right now. Turn your volume down. How do you see buffs or not buffs? Where'd the event go? I still have, maybe it has... You insult me and my entire profession, Your Excellency. The Chief Mason is not at all pleased with the offers I am willing to make. In fact, prices are on the rise. Simply the cost of labor, of course. I am sure the Kakushi understands. 75 gold. The Kuni serves me, and so will the guild. The control in Kuni of Bichu changes my plus 10. So I can either pay them 75 gold to get their cooperation. Nah, we ain't doing that. Basically, I lock them down for plus 10 control for free. Which we have 100, so we don't even need 10 control, but it's the only one in which I don't lose anything. I don't gain anything either. Ad just started, so I'm just gonna keep it here for a second. Ugh. Here's a question. Those of you that got this game and are playing yourselves, who did you start as? And also, before you press enter, are you finding that it is more difficult or about the same as what you've been used to playing in Crusader Kings before? Like, how do you find the learning curve of the new DLC? I'm sure some people came back just because this has been in demand for a long time. Being able to play China and have the Silk Road was definitely at the top of my want list. Northern Island, north of Japan, I suffered. You suffered because mechanics, or you suffered in that they beat you? Landless Adventure in Japan seems about the same so far, going for a 0 to hero game. I would have done that too, except when I did the Adventurer DLC, I actually despised it because it was all events, and I don't like most of the events. So, at least with this start, I have some other things I can do, like decide who's on my council and who's in my courts. So I have some other gameplay besides just reading, because I think that was what broke me during the adventurer gameplay. Was like, I would go, and the only things to do was to like join tournaments as like a wandering knight, and then you have to do the bad fighting minigame of pick random combat option and hope that you succeed. Or play game of chess and hope that your dice, it's like dice rolling, but without the fun of dice rolling. I want to, but this new government looks annoying to me. Going to Byzantine. Well, I mean, there's 3 other government types added besides the one for Japan. Welcome back from the ad. You know what's fun now? Mongolia? Yeah, I heard the Mongolia DLC was fun. Being like a leader of the horde. Okay, so we're gonna basically tell the guilds that they will serve the county whether they want to or not. We don't get a bonus because they're not cooperative. They're just gonna do their bare minimum job. But it keeps us from spending 75 gold into debt. Which I think is the most important thing now. Two days. Come on, high roll, high roll, high roll. Yeah. Toshu Morokuzu has been swayed. That's my nephew, who's also the head of our house. So I waited a year, roughly, a little less than a year, to try and sway him. Now we only have a 55% chance. So we're just gonna abandon the scheme and roll the dice. I can challenge him. Yes, that's all it took. I'm already scheming. Okay, but I'm not scheming. It's not really scheming. I'm just gonna, we've been chatting, we've been exchanging pleasantries, and now he thinks we're pretty cool after that positive sway. So he might ask for something in return, but he has a 100% chance to at least accept at a base level, transitioning from him being house head to me being house head. If I'm the head of the house, I get the manor, and I get to make the decisions on our dynastic legacy. So let's go ahead and let's go negotiate. See what happens here. I'm also arrogant. My character's arrogant, so I feel like I have an RP reason to do this. Of course, Kokushi Fujiwara Arasada of Bichu thinks that he is the most important member of this house. Of course. Here's the challenge. When I arrive at Heiankyo, my nephew, Toshu Morokuzu, is calmly awaiting me. Wait, we went to the capital? But we went to the capital without having to travel, which is weird. We embrace, acknowledging all the formalities of our house. He smiles thinly. Come, uncle, let us hear what you have to say. Morokuzu calls for refreshments as we take our seats before turning to me expectantly. Where to begin? I start with the history of House Nanke and the deeds of Muchimaro, slowly moving to the present day. The deeds of Muchimaro. Died of smallpox in 737. Holy, that's 130 years ago. This guy's been dead for a long time. Is he the OG head of the house? Why is our house called House Nanke? If the original head of the house is Muchimaro. I have no idea. Anyway. Morokuzu listens patiently, occasionally nodding as I summarize the threats facing our family and how to combat them. When I finish, my nephew says calmly, yes, very good. But why should you lead our family over me? Look to your health. I can take your burden. He is not poor in health. Only I have the might to defend our house. Marshal, forgive me, but you know I am more capable. He's got a lot of diplomacy. This is a combined diplomacy, martial, stewardship, intrigue, and learning challenge. 32% he accepts, 8% he wants something, 60% he rejects. Or come, Morokuzu, step aside. Combined diplomacy and intrigue. We have the same diplomacy, but he has way more intrigue. 88% he rejects. Okay, I didn't realize we still had a chance to fail. It does not make that clear when you click challenge your house head. I guess, no, it's 100% he will accept the challenge, but not 100% he will give in to the challenge, which is a little confusing. So we really have a tiny, tiny chance. These are the same potential. How is my martial chance the same as everything else? To be fair, I am actually more capable. I have higher martial and better prowess. This option is available because his army is considerably smaller. I have 150 in the levy. He has 0. I'm gonna go with that one. But it's a 60% we fail. That's not those aren't good odds. Challenge met. Morokozu ponders my words, studying my face intently as the room murmurs around us. After what seems an age, he frowns. No, your arguments are weak, he says dismissively. As the rightful head of House Nanke, I bid you forget this ridiculous notion. The fool will learn my worth one way or the other. You gain 20 stress because you're arrogant. Okay. So what happens if I make a cadet branch? Will I get booted from the house block? And have to figure out a new house block? Probably at first, but then rejoin? That would also get rid of him, like, he is stuck as my heir as well. Which obviously we don't want, right? Not by much. But then again, we don't have anybody here. I gotta do it though. My guy is arrogant, and it's the best chance we got. We are like, I genuinely don't know why he's the head of the house. I haven't figured it out. I am his uncle, therefore I am a higher status in the family. Like, I know he's 1 year older than me, but I'm his uncle. Okay, number one. Number two, I've got a county and he doesn't. I have a military, he doesn't. I have a castle, he doesn't. So like, what's the deal? How did he even get into this position of being the heir? His skills are plus 50. He's Kokushi Arasada's counselor. That's me. So if I fired him from my council, he wouldn't be there anymore. The problem is, he is also the best diplomat that we have. Is it too, Chad, is it too early to create a cadet branch? Should I wait until we have like another kid with our new wife? Also, we got too many, we gotta get our sons married, and we gotta, we can have multiple wives as well? Your entire house is trying to get rid of you. Who's trying to get rid of me? What are you talking about? They like me, man. Look how virtuous I am. Getting that just because I'm an indulgent wastrel. I did, to be fair, I did RP choice correctly. The first chance I got, we spent all of our holdings gold on a new caravan master and then immediately fired them from being a caravan master and hired them as our steward. So like indulgent wastrel is pretty apt. I think we should go to war with Bingo. Well, the thing about Bingo is we can't declare war because we have to have a casus belli. And administrative vassals cannot declare war on each other. They are encouraged to spend influence on and use schemes to acquire titles. It's not possible. And they're in the same block. Yeah, we're literally in an alliance. Should I try and make a cadet branch? It may be time for my family to abandon the legacy of the House Nanke and carve its own path in history, with me as the head of this new branch of our great dynasty. Become the head of a new noble family. You must be an adult. Your government allows it. You must have at least one living child. You must not be a vassal or below of a direct descendant. You are in a patrilineal marriage. I am a proud Nanke, but it's time to forge a new path and establish my own house. Whatever my house head Toshu Murakuzu may think. To be fair, we did just have a meeting in the capital where he denied me in front of an audience. So I feel like an arrogant leader would do this. I think this is good RP for, like, why wouldn't he think he's more important? He is compassionate. But there's no real reason why other dudes should be the whole head of the house. We gave him the opportunity to step down. I mean, I kind of want to be the Bichu branch. Just name it after our home. Right? Just keep, I mean, it's authentic. You gain 75 prestige, become the head of a new noble family, and gain 100 influence. A new sun rises. You are now a member of House Bichu and have joined the Hoke block. Okay, so we auto-joined the block. Your son, Fujiwara Tadayuki, is your new player heir. So we automatically solved the inheritance crisis. Appointed to a new position as the top candidate, you've been appointed the governor of the Bichu family. That's me. Honestly, our flag is way cooler now, too. Could we even customize the flag and I just didn't do it? Oh, you can customize it whenever you want. Our motto is a wise spear for the good, which is kind of a weird motto. The name being the same is going to be so confusing. How is it going to be confusing? You just say House Bichu of Bichu. It's not that hard. Oh, it changes your own color scheme too. I'm gonna stick with the random one, I think. I'm just trying to find the There's the AI. I don't think this is any more AI than RimWorld creating a fill-in text for art pieces. It's just words that are in a text doc that it chooses to fill in ad-lib style, I think. Where's the block? Here's the block. So House Nanke still has 401 levies, but now we've got our own house here. Does anyone else have this like flower? I want to have a unique one. I just want a recolor of these guys. We're the only ones that have it as far as I can tell. So I'm going to stick with it. Yeah, more akin to Dwarf Fortress lore generation. Yeah. Now we have a manor. Look at this, the Bichu Manor. All for us. Nothing in it, but it's ours. What's interesting is that if you create a cadet branch, you don't have to, I'm surprised you don't have to invest something to build the level 1. You know what I mean? Like, where do we get this? It just appeared. We took it from someone else. I don't know. I was expecting it to be blank, and we might have to make an initial investment to get this. But it's so funny that just by making a cadet branch, our taxes just went up almost 33%. A notable family gets one gifted by the Tinno. I don't know if the Tinno would give it to us. I think the Regent might, because we're in the same block as the Regent. I don't know. But it gives us like bonus levy size, way more income, way more prestige and influence. +2 domicile building slots. So we have a slot here, but we're gonna need like 67 gold. So we're a ways away. But you can get a number of different buildings with various pros and cons, like usual. Create a cadet branch of your dynasty. Achievo freaking unlocked. Chat, why did all of Japan change to this color when I am zoomed in? My heir is fickle and gluttonous. That's not really my first choice in heir. Oh, because it's winter. This is just the environment. I just wanted to see like it. I swear before when we were zoomed in, it still showed all of the regional color schemes. And it just started doing this? I don't know. But like, fickle and gluttonous is not very fun to RP. Humble's also real, dude. This humble RP is fast forward at 5 times speed until your character dies, because there's literally no in-universe reason why they would try to expand their power or their holdings. It's kind of the worst character to RP. All across the realm, the power of a new family appears to be taking root. Like a weed, they have spread their influence to all corners of our society, and scarcely a day goes by without hearing the name Kiyahara. Powerful families rise and fall all the time in great empires. There's no need for us to worry or take initiative, and yet a nagging voice in the back of my head whispers, what if it were us? Our day will come. House Kiyahara is now considered a Japanese powerful family. So is that another cadet branch? Like, did everyone else just get a notification about our cadet branch? And they belong to the Saga block. Our day will come. So here's my question. Where is the military power of the Nanke House coming from? Okay, 208 from this dude. And 193 from this dude. So, like, people over here. Oh, I need to find some spouses for my 17 and 19-year-old son. Why is there one person? Oh, because they have an inheritable trait. That'd be why. So if we sort by Yamato culture and Buddhist religion, it doesn't have to be Buddhism, though. It said that Shinto kind of goes hand in hand with it all the time, right? I think relationships are allowed, but marriages are not, would be my assumption. But I don't know. I'm unclear. Because I'm searching male, all cultures, nothing else changed, and nobody's here. So maybe they can have some. Can they find their own lovers? They might just have to have like a female spouse for bookkeeping. Or trying to make an heir anyways, and then have whoever they want as lovers. I don't really understand how it works. I don't know. Your guess is as good as mine. And the other problem is, since somehow I've been streaming for 5, almost 6 hours, the people who actually know what's going on are actively going to go to sleep, and I'm going to be even more in the dark the later it gets with all these unknowns. Because you guys who are still here, you wouldn't be here in this stream if you were smart, right? Okay, I'm leaving. Let's see if you're smart. When was the last time you were here? June? Sorry, no, September 2025. What did we do in September? And then June 13th, where you asked, do you remember being in your womb? That's a smart question. I was memeing on Death Stranding. Sure you were. Out of context, that's hilarious. Well, Listen, I do not remember being in my womb. Nor do I remember being in my mother's womb. The earliest memory I have... I don't even know what the earliest memory I have. I definitely have memories from when I was like 3 or 4. Playing with little, like, toys. Little Thomas the Tank Engine toys on a wood table. That's pretty much it. That's pretty much it. I was in your mom's womb last night. We need more sex education classes in school. We need more knowledge. We need more education in general. Anyway, who the hell's gonna marry my son? Nobody is gonna marry my son. All these unlanded people. They're all unlanded. Every single one of them. Do we even have a sort by it for that? They don't have to be landed, just... The only one that comes up is not ruler. Sort by rank, maybe. Nobody? What about prestige gain? There we go. Sort by prestige gain. Bro, you gotta be older. You gotta be... We're not gonna... He's not gonna want to wait 15 years, man. We need... Age difference of like 5 tops. What does unlanded mean? Unlanded means you're not landed, which means you don't have like a rank of a person who controls like a county. You don't have any holdings in your domain. So like we have the county of Bichu. It means you're a peasant. Yeah, if you're unlanded, you're like a peasant. It indicates you have no land, aka holdings. So these are peasants. Which is weird because I'm sorting by prestige gain and they're still at the top of the list. But that doesn't... We'd lose 200 prestige. They gain 500. Dynasty options. Your son sucks? I know, dude. The only people that will marry him, we either have to betroth and wait for these... Look at this creature. Look at this creature. But you either betroth or you marry someone who's 59. Those are literally the only options. They're all terrible. Oh my god, yeah, it has to be a betrothal is the only option, dude. Impatient, lustful, and zealous? Honestly, Fujiwara Moriko is the only betrothal that makes any sense. Or we could re-ally with the non-cave family, with my own nephew, but consanguinity is allowed in our religion, so it's perfectly fine. Though he won't have... To be honest, they'd probably get along because he doesn't really want whoever I pair him up with anyways. Right? So chaste, probably good for him RP wise. It makes sense. He isn't marrying for love. What's crazy is this is the daughter of the dude that we just started a cadet branch off of. So that's some weird, like, what am I trying to achieve politically by doing that? Like, well, I'm gonna publicly challenge you in the capital to rule our house and our dynasty. I get rejected, so I rebel by starting a cadet branch, make my own house, and then send him a marriage proposal for our children? That's actually genius. It kind of is genius in as much as my character is compassionate and just, so it's almost like I started my own house and I took away from you my 150 levies, so let us unite our houses again. We cool, bro, right? I guess it does all kind of check out. It makes sense. Never let them know your next move. All right, we'll start a betrothal. No grand wedding though. They will accept 124, plus it gets us an alliance, which we already have because we're in the same house block, I guess. How does her dad feel about me? Still plus 71, so he's not really bitter about it. I'm sending it. Okay, my other son is only 17. So it's gonna have to be a betrothal either way. And the longer I wait, the fewer options for betrothal there'll be. In theory, like there's not gonna suddenly be a bunch of other eligible bachelorettes. Like there's nobody here that's willing to marry into our family because our family sucks. So do all these people. Fickle and impatient. Impatient, lustful, zealous, lazy, humble, arbitrary. I'm just gonna hold off on you, bro. You can wait a little bit. It's tough out there. It's tough out there. Alliance formed. I gladly accept your betrothal proposition. Excellent. There we go. Linking the original family house and the cadet branch through marriage. So is our Bichu Manor in the capital? Maybe it is like the Kampaku or the Emperor just giving us a manor since we're the head of a noble house. And that's why they're in the capital. Like your own little embassy. That's how it worked like 1,000 years later? Did it throw it in the game because it was cool for this time period? Chat, we could definitely come up with like a better motto. Like something life is a bitchu. We could definitely come up with something here, but I need your think tank. If you -2, Meatball, you have to come up with something better or you're gonna be banned. So you're on the clock. All you wrote is bitch you what? It's not good enough. It's not good enough, but I'm gonna let it pass. I got nothing later, guys. This is what I thought. Can we do it as a haiku? None of you guys can make a haiku. You don't even know how to do it. Payback is a bitchu. I like that one better. I'm not vengeance. I don't have vengeance though. But our family did start as a result of being denied the leadership of our existing family dynasties, so payback is one of us. We are also just. Just doesn't mean you won't do, just could equal vengeance. I want to know what the AI will do with it. Well, you're gonna have to figure it out on your own time. I'm locking it in for now. Once you submit, you cannot undo this change. Wait, can you only customize your house one time? Ever? And once I click this, I can never change anything about it ever again? Or am I misunderstanding it? You can change it again? Okay. Seems like we can. So I don't know why I would say that. It's just saying you can't revert the changes. Okay. I gotcha. Ugh. Introduce a new fashion at court. Train for a tournament. Meditate in seclusion. We need to find another spouse. Can we have like 4 spouses? Is CK3 playable with no DLC? That's pretty much the only way that I would play it if you've never played it before. Here's what I would do. If you want to play Crusader Kings 3, you have to be prepared to read a lot of tooltips. If you don't like the idea of reading a lot of tooltips, don't bother. And then once you get Crusader Kings 3, you play it, and you play for about 100, maybe 150 hours, as high as 200 hours max. Then you're going to want to download mods. And then when you download the mods, you play those for as long as you can, and then you never buy the DLCs. And that's a good strategy. Just don't buy it, not even a single one. And you'll be good that way. It's the inverse of how it is usually. Only buy DLC if your favorite total conversion mod requires them. Dude, every single available... Well, I guess we can have lowborn spouses now. We have a highborn primary spouse. I love how we've gone full circle on Paradox DLCs. Yeah. Calm, humble, and forgiving with the highest total sum of all skills? That's got to be a top choice right there. It's not gonna... I'm curious. There's only one with inheritable traits, and it's quick, gluttonous, stubborn, and brave. To be honest, I think we just take this, and they're already Yogacara and the same culture. And we don't lose any prestige, they just gain 500. Will accept plus 24. I do not have 280 gold for a grand wedding. Sorry. Not gonna happen. Toshu, wait. This is Toshu Morokuzu. This is my same nephew who I just betrothed my son to his daughter. This family tree is getting crazy, man. And then this is his Mokudai, which is Spy Master. This is bro's Spy Master. And I'm like, can I marry your Spy Master? This is getting too... family. She's not blood related to him. She's just in his court, okay? She has no known family. She's a peasant, okay? No one cares who her family is. But I don't know what's going on. I'm sending it. I'm sending the ask right now. Dear uncle, I accept your marriage proposal. You'll be joined with my aunt-in-law, Sadako, in auspicious wedlock. So his aunt-in-law's... I know I just demanded to be head of house and then made my own, but can my house marry your house? Yeah, it's just making sure that the bonds are good. It's making sure that we don't have any bad blood between us, that's all. All right, secondary, you're a secondary spouse. No insult to you. Humble versus arrogant. Yeah, she really is like the opposite of my character, huh? Opinion of arrogant characters minus 15. Opposites attract there, I guess. Here's a fun thing. I don't actually know what I can do to try and gain power in this environment. I think the real thing is waiting on Kampaka Fujiwara to die. He's in poor health and is ailing at 64 years old, and he is the ruling regent. So we kind of just wait for him to die, and then there's someone rolling in. Did you see that? Oh, he's on a boat from Silla. So I think we just chill for now. We don't need to get in with, you know, if we start making friends with them when they're on death's door, that's not really gonna help too much. How do you quickly find the Tenno? I guess this way. The Tenno is only 18 years old. Yamato Korihito. Trusting, fickle, and gregarious. There is prestige in joining in with him. He has many siblings. He has a bad flesh wound, but not a deep one. Severe health penalty. What? How did you do that? Wait a second, chat. He might like our son. They could like each other. I don't even know how to start that, though. Like, if I were playing as my son, I would definitely try and seduce the Tenno. But I'm not playing as my son. Yo, what if we join the Tenno's house block? To be honest, I think the block that we're in is way stronger. Yeah, I think we just wait for the regent to die and see what happens. We don't need to make a ton of moves right out the gate. Just let some things start to pile up a little bit. We won't have enough money for any activities for a long time. A hunt, for example, costs over 2 years worth of savings. I could be spending that on buildings to improve our manor. The problem is that Crusader Kings 3 has the exact same problem that RimWorld has. What happened? The problem being in Crusader Kings, gold makes everything... Gold is content. Gold gets you all your activities, all your buildings, all your men-at-arms. Everything is gold linked. In RimWorld, it's components and steel. And every time they add new stuff, it all costs money. And so you got even more ways that you need to spend than ever before with every new expansion. House Nanke is now considered a Japanese powerful family. Liege's power sharing has ended because he's back. Like, we only have 3 living members of our house. We need to expand that. We just arrogantly started our entire new house without much going on behind it, unfortunately. And we still have the elegance legacy from when we split off, apparently. House Kiyahara is now considered a powerful family. Kiyahara just started. They're brand new. Max military strength of 200. What can I be doing, like, passively, to try to improve our standing? Can you take concubines? I don't know if concubines is a thing, but we've already got 2 wives. We have room for 2 more, which I'd like to save for now. House Nanke is now considered a powerful family. Did they just change their logo? Why did this notification come up twice? You've been invited to Kokushi Sugao's festival. My fellow vassal and dishonorable villain. It is actually quite close, so I say we accept. That being said, we went to a festival. Well, we could maybe just focus on losing stress at this one. You have to leave within 54 days. Let's go. Caravan Master Fujiwara Aratoshi. My former spy master. Oh wait, no, not spy master. He was the steward. No need for travel options. If there were places of interest, we could go through them. There is a total travel time 53 days. I was gonna say there might be a reason to go gain some stewardship lifestyle XP over here. And there's also some temples. Okay, so let's say after we get to Tajima and have the festival, then we go on a little journey to this temple. This temple. How long is this gonna take? 4 months. It's gonna take 4 months. But like, we can hit up all of these places, right? That's learning lifestyle XP, stewardship lifestyle XP, learning lifestyle XP. Yeah, what else do we have to do? Just take a little trip around. Still only gonna cost 4 gold somehow. Travel route deviation too large. 5 days over the maximum. All right, that one's fine. Apply. I think I'm ready. Only one in your entourage? My caravan master. I don't know if our physician is going to go with. But let's join the festival and take some pit stops along the way. Lady Nakako has given birth to a daughter of the ceremonial house Yamato. With this guy? I feel sorry for his daughter. Okay, well, you know, whatever, guys, whatever works, man. Standing water, I appreciate your motto offering. You did a good job. But we're looking for something somewhat dumb and funny, or something that seems serious, but then that has a play on the word Bichu in it. Like 66% serious, 33% dumb. But good job anyways. I began sharing power in a regency with my brother. Can you change who the regent is? Can I change it to my wife? I'm probably blocking some things down here. Oops, that's not what I want to grab. What is this? Change house aspiration. Bro, I haven't even looked at this yet. That's a quick way to access the house block. Wait, we went up to concerted already? We were just at 2 and now we're at 3. How did that happen so fast? His aptitude is terrible. I don't think I can change it. I don't even know how to change it, even when I'm not left. Whatever. Oh my God, it worked! Your steward has gained 75 gold, found it in the couch cushions. That's the dude that we paid 50 gold to hire originally for the caravan guide, but we thought that they might be better used as a steward, and they just found 2, 4, 6, 8, 4 years worth of taxes just in the margins. Insane, actually. What a hero. 50% ROI, yeah. So that's big time findings. We have 102 gold, man. I should be investing in a building or something, right? Maybe a manor upgrade? Do you think it's better to do a manor upgrade first or like a regional holding upgrade first? Invest in taxes? It's either invest in taxes or like a man-at-arms regiment. How much do these cost for maintenance? 0.3 per month. They're pretty expensive. Probably a holding. The thing is, you get more taxes from the manor as well. If you make a rice plot, you get 0.35 per month. If you get a family shrine, we should look at what all is available. Let's just hold the money for now. And I'm gonna wait until after the next ad pops off, which should be here in just a minute. I'm gonna take a BRB. Since we're at the festival, I think I'm just gonna go, keep it basic, try to get, the thing is we don't need that much stress reduction. But yeah, it's fine. Just leave it as is. Just in case we don't get one offered under the other circumstances. Noted your, thank you for 34 months of sub. How's it going? The Floofening is also here for 44 months. Glorp jamming in chat. Hello, the Floofening, and what's up, Nannyog for 88 months. Sorry I missed you guys, but thank you for subscribing. Zarby said hi. I think I saw you, Zarby, but thanks again for over 2 years. And thanks once more. Floofening, Nannyog, no dear. Appreciate it. All right, gamers, I'm just gonna let the ad roll real quick and then come back. Did you guys know that Crusader Kings is actually just more fun when you're not? The problem is that they ruined, never mind. I just have such vivid memories of trying to do the adventurer playstyle and just being so disappointed. And I'm extra disappointed thinking back on that because the idea of it is still so good. Like starting 0 to hero and being unlanded and having nothing and just wandering Japan until you make a name for yourself and then get your own holdings. Like that sounds way cooler, but I just can't tolerate having to read 50 different event cards that I don't even enjoy reading. By the time, when I come back from this quick ad break, while I'm gone, if you're out there and you genuinely enjoy the unlanded Wanderer gameplay, I want you to just write a short reason why you like, what is it you love about it? Like convince me. You know what I mean? I was so hyped for the landless mode. I was very hyped for the landless mode too, but it didn't do it for me. Paradox Marketing Manager inbound. I'm just saying, like, tell me what you like. Give me the pitch. What did I miss the first time that makes it way better? Because for me, it was extremely painful. But it was mostly just because I don't really enjoy the events. And it's entirely made up of events. So I didn't know what else to do. I'll be right back. Yo. All right, what did chat say? It It's fun to play as a mercenary army. How about this? I like the events. I don't mind they're samey. Well, it's not that they're samey. Samey is not the problem. I kind of like it, but mostly because I ignore the events and make up my own story like D&D. I generally like the flavor events in this game. Stuff like imperfectly translated grammar doesn't bother me, but the adventurer gameplay never vibe with me. The thing is, it's not just about being a stickler for grammar. It's difficult to describe. It's like an uncanny valley of reading. It's not that there's a comma here when there's not supposed to be, and there's a period here when there's not supposed to be. It's like reading the way that the sentences are structured is structured like a space alien who learned what words technically meant, write them without the knowledge of how to use words and sentence structure contextually. So every time I'm reading certain blurbs, it comes across in a way that my brain has never considered these words working together. And so it creates a feeling of odd uncanniness while reading some of them that is difficult to put into words. What soundtrack is this? This is the Valhalla original game soundtrack, but it's not really spelled Valhalla. It's like VA11 Hall A. I get the same feeling from a good amount of their event text blocks. Yeah, it's like, I'm not saying that I'm not saying every native English speaker will feel the same way, but I think that it's primarily like a language barrier type of thing. Like it's the reason it is strange feeling is because it feels like someone who doesn't have a great grasp of English pretending to have one. Like it's like someone who's not all the way there, but who is writing as if they were. It's hard to describe. It really is. Certain paragraphs come up, like the one earlier, and I think everyone in chat looked at that one and was like, what the hell? And the reason why it's noteworthy is, again, it's just like sentences that are the first time my brain has ever come across things that are structured like this. So it's like trying to parse the pacing of it, so it feels like I'm reading English out loud, but my brain is having to think 5 times as hard about what I'm reading out loud. I'm having to spend like 5 times the amount of time actually trying to understand what the sentences are trying to say, often. And some of them are like very normal too. But there are a bunch of people, 50 guests coming in, changing places. Over here playing some instruments. Dynasty Legacy added. Your dynasty has unlocked the poetic beauty. Dynasty Legacy. How are we getting so many dynastic legacies so fast? Number 1. And number 2, where do we fit in here? Wow, we're actually like, that's crazy, man. The current ruling regent is literally just one step away from us. That's why we're getting so much, because the leader of our dynasty is also Kompaku Fujiwara, the actual ruling regents. There's just a lot of people in power who are alive in this one, so it's going fast. So we'll never become the head of this dynasty at this rate, unless things change substantially. We're in the Fujiwara dynasty. And they're going all in on elegance. Like, they just got this one, and then they got this one too. For me, the landless events also just feel kind of meaningless. Like, all of them are just there to explain why your number is going up. I don't think it's AI, it's that they are using combinations that sometimes are technically correct, but not in a way most people would ever think to write. Yeah, something like that. It doesn't feel AI written to me. Attraction opinion +5 for everybody. We're just beautiful poets. Monthly domicile prestige +10%. House heads can now employ a court poet, which increase block cohesion. Unlocks a poetry collection in your estate building. Yeah, the head of the house is not picking the legacies, the dynastic head is. Like, no matter what we want to do, we don't have our own dynasty. Wait, what? We got a daughter? Look at how much hair she's got, dude. 0 years old. And then came out here. Look at also, we got beautiful trait passed on, so that ended up working out perfectly on the first try. +3 diplomacy and big opinion buff. There's some poofy hair. A little munchkin. What am I gonna call you? The problem is that now that we're in Japan, like, usually when we're in some other place, I like to make funky names. I could still do it, but I need to. How do I make funky names? To be honest, they don't have to fit in. They could just be whatever the hell I want. Let me see what they suggest first, though. Every single one of them ends in co. Must be a Yamato heritage thing. So I could just write whatever I want and then end it in co. Chat, give me a letter. What would you say, Q? Q is hard, man, because you only have... You can really only do U as the next letter. Or it has to be U, almost. Q is funky for Japanese. Well, good thing this is in English, huh? I'm not gonna name my daughter Costco. Do it. No. You just did. All right, with a K. We'll do it with a K's. May you grow to be strong and wise, my daughter. Because they, you know, it's there. Fujiwara Costco. We'll never forget who she is relative to everyone. She'll never get lost in the crowd. Unless we're at Costco. My beautiful baby daughter. So that is... This guy scares me every time. Why is my... I didn't realize my wife and spouse is an evil absolver. Did we know that already? Or does she change personalities? I guess she was already like this. She is very forgiving and will commonly ignore slights and transgressions made against them, not punishing prisoners and pardoning criminals. They are unlikely to start hostile schemes. This character is very cruel and significantly more likely to harm others, use hostile schemes such as murder, and punish prisoners with execution and torture. They do not care about the suffering of others. We've made it to the festival. Today is an occasion for celebration, but also to secure the blessings of the gods. Eyes, both mortal and divine, will scrutinize our conduct and offerings, so we must take care to ensure that all is in order. May the gods look favorably upon us. The smell of bowls of sushi drifting from the vendor stalls whispers sweet and savory promises to my rumbling stomach. A lengthy lineup serves as a visible testament to the demand for these treats, but surely the day's host can be afforded some privileges. Make way for the kakushi. You lose 38 stress. Chat, who's the kakushi? Let the people enjoy... Wait, am I the kakushi? Who is the kakushi? What is a kakushi? I'm a kakushi. You... Okay. That's me. I am the kakushi. Kakushi count. It's a count. Okay. I could have figured that out. I did know that, but my brain doesn't work. Let them enjoy their small pleasures. Every attending character gets 5 opinion of you. We only have 20 stress. You know what? Let them enjoy their small pleasures. Give me the mood buff from everyone who's there. There's like 50 guests. Who's the highest rank? Kakushi, Fujiwara, Hiramoto. Fellow vassal and righteous villain. So we're just getting a lot of fellow vassals in here. I was fortunate enough to enjoy the pavilion's shade when a deluge broke through the sunlit sky. A fox's wedding, as they say. Alas, poor Toshu Imune got the full brunt of it, squelching into shelter with the elegance of a drenched cat. I beg of you, a change of clothes, he pleads. Toshu Satonori is headed this way, and it would ruin me to be seen in such disarray. See, like, these are written more normally. All the ones that, the last like 2 or 3 so far have been written by someone else. My attendants will fetch something. Minatsuriyo Bichu, house relation moves to cordial. I guess that's right. We're going to have like completely different house relations with everybody. Here's the question. What is the benefit of relationships moving up or down? My attendants will fetch you something. Let me see. You don't have any holdings, so we don't really care about you. I will distract him now. Run. Diplomacy and intrigue challenge. Satonori will find this quite entertaining. Okay, what the hell's happening? There's rain, and this person got wet. They beg for a change of clothes. Toshu Satonori, this guy, is headed this way. He's almost dead. So, who cares about him? That guy's dying. So I don't really care. Let's do my attendants will fetch something. House relationship moves up. They gain 20 opinion. Doesn't really matter. None of those really factor in. What's up, Aku? Thank you for 70 months of sub, and I appreciate the prime. Thanks for coming back for another month. Taking in the night air, my companion and I come across Toshu Satonori gazing longingly into the water. At first, I assume he's captivated by the beauty of the moon's reflection, but the noise from a group of revelers catches my attention. It would seem they embarked on a boat, and poor Satonori was left behind. Why are we making friends with these two people specifically? They were just chosen at random. Seducer, arbitrary, fickle, cynical. Forget them and join us. This is why I want the mod that shows me what my character thinks of every other character, so I could make RP decisions. But I don't like this person, so therefore neither does my character. But they are the same religion and culture as us. We would never abandon one of our own. Hoke block cohesion increases. Every member of the Hoke block in attendance gets 15 opinion of you. That's the best one. I don't know how many of our own dudes are here. Or I could make every member of his block hate him. Let's just get some Hoke block going on. Whistle song. My fellow vassal Satomori stands in abject horror as we both gaze down at the sake dripping from my robes, the luxurious garment already darkening with a spreading stain. Those around us stand frozen in curiosity, hiding their reactions behind painted fans, waiting. No, anticipating a coming explosion. Careless fool, he shall pay for this! Kakushi Sakanu, I don't know, Sakanue? That's a tough one. Noue. Satomori of Tamba pays 50 gold to you, loses 30 opinion of you for 10 years. Robes can be replaced, spend prestige to get a pit. Dude, I don't care about this. Actually, I do kind of care about this dude. A little bit. He's actually got troops and is in fine health. Where are you based out of? You're over there. 50 gold is 50 gold, though. 50 gold is 50 gold. 50 gold is 50 gold. And we move toward quarreling. Careless fool. He'll pay for this. House relationship damaged. He covered you in sake. Block cohesion improved. You rendered assistance. Your son, Fujiwara, has no reason to remain in your court and will soon depart. Why? You're only 17, bro. Okay. that, that explains a lot. I was mostly curious. Tox, where's a good place to start with mods? I don't know, because I don't use mods. I just know everyone else does. This writing is good and feels right. I feel like the other stuff is off. Yeah, like all the stuff for that festival felt normal. For sure. Credit where credit's due. However, my only criticism of the actual events themselves is so far the festival... The festivals feel weird. We've done 2 of them now. And the reason they feel weird is because you go to the festival and the game picks 1 or 2 other fellow vassals and then kind of has them be the primary people in your events. And they might be people you don't give 2 shits about, but they're going to be in like 3 or 4 events for you. And so because there's like 50 guests at the festival, it's impossible to know who everybody is, and it just seems to like randomly pick 2 of them to kind of interact with you. Which is fine, except then the events have no weight to them because you're just like, well, this is an event that wants me to, do I want plus 10 relationship with them or minus 10 with them? It's like, I don't care about either of them. So it ends up making it feel like the party choices don't matter because it's like, well, that one gives me 50 gold. I guess I'll take that one. Like it kind of boils itself down to which one has the most tangible reward, and you don't really care about anything else. So that would be the only downside. There are some people who are not lowborn, but they're all old. All right, you're just gonna have to marry a peasant, my second son. Preferably one who is either Buddhist. Where do I see that? We consider them righteous, they consider us righteous. Or who is Shinto. But they need to be like closer to your age. I'm sorry, I can't introduce this into the family line. Bro. Maybe you're just gonna have to stay unmarried. I don't know how to help you. Parting ways. As the night's festivals or revels wane and give way to the first golden rays of dawn, attendees soak up the final moments before returning to the humdrum of daily responsibility. My fellow vassal approaches. Your companionship is most welcome these past days. He pauses to give a warm smile. It'd be an immense honor if you would count me among your confidants in the future. See, like, this dude has a technical title, but it has there's no land associated with it. So I don't know what I can benefit by even being friends with them. But we're gonna become friends. Such bonds are rare and to be cherished. We are friends at the party. We bonded over our time together at the festival. We got plus 20 opinion of them. We didn't actually lose any recreation. My one chance to lose rec, I took plus opinion instead. Well, we have some friends now, I guess. We are friends with the dude who was at that party, and we are also friends with Kokushi Kudara Shunso from the first party. You visited the Inryaku Temple and gained 150 learning. So we're taking a little tour now. This is me. And we are walking up the mountain in the barony of Omine. Or Omine. Is it Omine or Omine? You visited the Kofuku Temple. 150 learning lifestyle XP, and you also gain 100 piety. We're doing a little tour of the religious sites and POIs here. You gain 150 stewardship lifestyle XP. That's the main one. So we're close to leveling up here. A night by the campfire. I have another house motto. My rash decisions. Drain and fill the coffers. It will work out fine. That is a house motto. Are you just over here writing poetry? See, I would change it though. I wouldn't be like that. I would reorganize the first one. I'm gonna edit your house motto. My decisions rash sounds more in like for some it's more confusing, but it's like I'm pretending to be more intelligent. Drain and fill the coffers. Drain and fill the coffers. That's only 6 syllables. Isn't it 7? Isn't it 575? Drain and fill the coffers. It's only 6. You messed it up. Okay. Chat, what? Okay, what? I don't know what you. Look at you. You distracted me. I was clicking buttons, and now I'm not clicking buttons. It's all your fault. My decisions rash. Shishi Odoshi of gold. A Shishi Odoshi is a bamboo rocker arm that fills up with water. And when it's full enough, it tips over and spills all the water. Which poetically references the rash decisions. And then for the final 5-syllable verse, it's time to panic. Long after night has settled, I find myself laughing, telling stories, and drinking with my son, Teruyuki, and my caravan master, Eritoshi. I didn't know he had it in him, but Teruyuki ends up telling a particularly ribald story. I don't even know what that word is. Referring to sexual matters in an amusingly coarse or irreverent way.
Ribald.
It's ribald, not ribald.
Ribald.
It actually can be both. It has both pronunciations listed here.
Ribald.
That one's ribald, but it's also ribald, so you can say whichever one you want. about 4 peasants he had seen in Bichu. After drying my eyes from laughter and drinking a bit to clear my throat, I will tell a story of my own, +5 opinion of both, with some extra embellishment. Either you impress them or you don't, but it's a 1/3 chance to impress them. Ask Tadayuki to tell me another story, and you become friends with them. Fujiwara Tadayuki. Like, should I become friends with my son and player heir? Or should I just get plus opinion of both of them? I really don't... If I become friends with my son and player heir, it's going to be way harder RP-wise to disinherit them. Because they suck. Fickle, gluttonous, and humble is terrible leadership RP, and it's anti-fun to play as them. So I don't want them to inherit. So I'm gonna tell a story of my own. +5 opinion with each. The Sentinel Hills. As the silhouette of Setsu looms ahead, the rugged outlines of hill forts command the landscape. A brutish-looking group of warriors approach, their leader, the coarsest of them all. Your Excellency, he nods. We are men from Kakushi Tadasada's garrison. For a small fee, we can protect you on your journey. What say you? Bro has 26 prowess. Strong. Administrator. 17 stewardship. 0 martial. No martial skill, but fights good. Wow. This is a soldier. Impatient, cynical, but temperate. And for some reason, a goated steward. Please guide us safely through the hills for 5 gold, but you gain 5 stress. You look strong. How about you join me? Yeah, I want this dude to join me, man. You all look formidable. I'll double what Tadasada is paying. Gain 75 prestige. Pay 15 gold to Kakushi Tadasada. You get a strong hook on that dude. What can you do with a strong hook on a random guy? And you recruit him to the travel entourage, and he joins your court. The thing is, we're not allowed to have any bushi. We can have 0 bushi. I don't know how to get to be a... That's a knight. I don't know how to be allowed to have a knight. Under what circumstances? It's been very interesting playing as Japan, just because they don't get all the stuff that you're normally used to. Like being able to just forge a casus belli on your neighbor. Or something like that. I would still like to have him in the court. Can we have a bodyguard? If you want to pay him, you gotta pay that man money. Or he could be my personal champion. I don't know if it costs money to have a personal champion. I don't think it costs any money for that. For a bodyguard, also unclear. Maybe he could be a bodyguard. Strong hooks are nice for murder schemes. Oh, it's at the top right. My bad, my bad. Yeah, it's 0.12 a month, which for us is kind of a lot. That's... you know, 7% of the monthly wages. I think he's still worth having in the court. I'm just trying to decide whether I want to do the second or the third option. Why do we have 162 gold? Because we're ballers. I actually don't know where the other 60 gold came from. Last I looked, we had 100. And it hasn't been that many months. I don't think. I don't know where the last, like, 60 gold arrived from. I'm just going to take this one, because I don't think there's any benefit to taking this one unless we want 75 prestige. Which more prestige isn't bad. But yeah, let's just say, how about you join me? Pay 5 gold to Tadasada. This dude joins the court, and we get a strong hook on him. So, I'm going to start by demanding his conversion. Might accept, unless I use my hook. I don't... We'll take the... Give me the... I'll take the 50-50. We consider him righteous. Okay, it's fine. It's fine. We consider him righteous. We don't need to demand that. Ask to influence your candidacy. That reminds me, though, I do need to look at, like, all the buildings that we can build and see which one's better. So let's see what you can build in your manor. A rice plot will give you 30.35 gold per month, which for us is a pretty substantial increase and 5% more development growth. And it can be upgraded multiple times. Getting up to 1.35 gold per month at the highest tier. And 30% development bonus. The family shrine gives you learning per level of fame. So if we had much prestige and became a legendary figure, which is very unlikely, we would just get plus learning points depending on how famous we are. The family brewery, it's cheaper to host feasts. This gives you stewardship per level of fame and domicile income, but you have to have a prosperity house aspiration. I need to set my house aspiration. Family archive reduces the influence cost for promoting candidates in the governorship your manor is located in. That one's interesting. But our governorship is in the capital, right? I understand on paper what this is saying, but I don't actually know how to use it. And you get plus 0.25 domicile influence per month. That's pretty good too. Like the influence is pretty good. Seems like influence is everything in this. Private armory. Martial level. Men-at-arms are cheaper. Mercs are cheaper, slightly. A guardhouse. Every level of this building increasingly reduces the success chance of hostile raid is state schemes. Hostile raids and sieges are slightly less likely to take characters located in the manor as prisoners. Oh, no. Oh, no, that's not good. A horse paddock gives you income and makes cavalry cheaper. Can perform tea ceremonies for a tiny health boost in income and prestige. A small stable, which is prestige and travel speed. A workshop, construction time and income. A private tea house, diplomacy level and prestige and schemes. And a private garden reduces stress, gives you some income and prestige, and your court gardener is better. That one seems very niche. The one that makes the most sense to me is the rice plot. Is that too basic? Construct a new internal upgrade. This is a whole different thing. Tax collectors, domain taxes up to 6% and 0.6 income per month. Domicile building costs and construction. Oh my god. Bodyguard aptitude. Learning lifestyle. Intrigue. And scheme bonuses. What is investment capacity? This is the maximum a character may invest in their own or anyone else's candidate score for a governorship. Age, family rating, level of influence, and estate buildings are the main factors that determine this. Children have a scaling malice, while adults' limits rise as they age. Trophy room is more martial and knight effectiveness. Recruiting to court is cheaper. Poetry collection. There's some interesting stuff here. We got 2 slots to build in, and then there's up to 4 more. Rice plot and building workshop sound good? Yeah. That's what I was thinking. Because this is like construction time plus gold. Development is good though. Let's get the development with the rice plot. It takes 3 months to build the rice plot to get started. And that'll be kind of an investment to boost income. It'll take a long time to pay for itself, but it will eventually pay for itself. And so it is under construction. I'm gonna save the rest of the gold, I think. Of travels to come, journeying through, is it Ebo or Ibo? I pass by a peculiar looking tent splayed open with its yet more peculiar looking occupant inside. Come in, O mighty Kikuchi. I can tell you have many miles to go, and I can offer you a reading of your future travels for a modest price. The last comment is unnecessary. The strange man has piqued the interest of my entourage, but am I willing to pay for a reading? Are you guys just writing E? Tell me my future, wise one. Lose 5 gold, 50% you lose stress, and gain good omens. 50% you have bad omens. Come and experience the future with me. I'm just like meeting wanderers and inviting them to my court. "17 learning, but he's paranoid and lazy, but he is brave and a wise man. I'm just gonna invite him to my court. We're picking up all kinds of people. We're in the grassroots level of recruiting for court. At last, I'm finally home. There's nothing better than arriving back in Bichu after a long journey. I look forward to resting for some time, but the call of the road beckons onward. Thank Buddha, I can go inside again. You have dismissed your... Oh yeah, the regent. How do I set a new one? Or is that something I even have control over? My brother definitely should not. How do I even control this? There we go. It's that button. This one right here. And you can designate a regent. Sort by loyalty. What if we sort by aptitude? Loyalty, situational. Your wife's loyalty, situational. That's not great. But she has good aptitude, though. Wife and spouse is only average. So she'd probably be slighted if I bypassed her and gave regency to the secondary spouse. Perhaps we just give it... dude, I don't know, man. Situational loyalty is kind of rough. Because she's ambitious. Oh, no. Yeah, I didn't think about that. She's ambitious and sadistic. Dude, romancing my wife is predicted difficulty hard. Should I try anyways? Like, my dude is compassionate, merciful, and sympathetic, but that can also extend to love, I think. So we may as well start a scheme. We're not doing any scheme right now, right? I know she's at plus 100 of us right now. But we should, I don't know, let's try it anyways. I started a romance scheme against Lady Komachi. The time has come to let my feelings toward Lady Komachi be known. I want her to remember this day for the rest of her life. Sing a love ballad. Declare your undying devotion to her. Write a love poem. Impress her by winning a sparring match. Go with my gut in the moment. She is a flamboyant trickster who is also a poet. I am stupid, but I will attempt a poem to appeal to her love for poetry. The candle is burning low when I finally finish my poem. Before I send it, I give one last read. Your valor is the life-giving sun of my world. My heart yearns to have you close, that I may know if your prowess carries off the battlefield. You and me, together forever, baby! The waiting is unbearable. The thought of rejection makes me sick to my stomach. When her reply arrives, I tear the seal with shaking hands. While I cannot encourage you, Kokushi Arasada, I am most grateful for your kind words. Yours faithfully, Komachi. She won't resist my charms for long. So what you're saying is... I feel like my brother being the regent is not how it should be. So I think tentatively, I'm gonna set it to my son, who is both average aptitude, which is fine, and completely selfless. And if I fire him, he likes me enough that I won't care that much. So... Look, he doesn't have any stewardship skills, but he's freaking smart. And has a great education, mastermind philosopher, and possesses an uncanny insight into all subjects of higher learning. So, if I have to fire him, then it's fine. You won't be able to fire anyone again until 10 years from now. Oh, okay, never mind. I take it back. There's a 10-year cooldown. Ooh, convert faith in county task finished. Osho Takitada of Bichu finally finished his convert faith task. Did it work? Yeah, they are Yogacara. We are Yogacara. Representing. There's only 1, 2, 3 Yogacara areas. So now... he's just working on religious relationships, getting some piety bonuses. That's all fine. Everything else is also fine. The whistle song. Aku, did I see you for 70 months? Thank you, Aku. Appreciate your big 70 months of sub. I saw Noted Yard for sure. By the way, yes, the game is unpaused. Days are progressing. We're moving through time. Just give me one sec. Okay. 7th of May, 869. So our first construction is going to be done relatively soon. I could spend more money to try to make more money and invest in our future wealth. Perhaps building up our holdings would be a good idea. So I'll do that next. We could do it simultaneously, but I just kind of want to watch it. Poof. The rice plot domicile building has finished constructing. Our income has surged to 2.4. A pretty substantial increase. And we have extra developmental growth. Let's see, in our castle holdings, we need potentially a lot more money. It's actually more financially sound to build up your domicile first, because like even hill farms, while they give taxes, cost 85 in 3 years to build that. That's crazy, man. These take 20 months, 3 years, 20 months, 3 years. Whereas if we just build up within our manor, these are built in 3 months. It's free money. Yeah, the rice plot does have extra upgrades. But it obviously gets progressively more expensive for diminishing returns. But the development growth goes up at a flat 5% each time. So if you're interested in development growth, that would be one of the best ways to get it. But there's 6 tiers. Plus internal upgrades. You can have, which might be what you were asking about, rice stores, rice brokerage, and tenant farmers. There's 3 options. So we can reduce men-at-arms maintenance cost, supply capacity for how much an army can carry, more domicile income, and control growth, or another 0.2, and development growth in the realm capital. So tenant farmers is like the most money-focused one. It's only 37 gold for another 0.2 per month with development. So that one's pretty good. The problem is, this is great short term. Longer term, you probably want rice stores. Because minus 15% men-at-arms maintenance is pretty huge, I think. Plus the supply capacity is nice. So middle term, rice stores seems best. Early game tenant farmers seems best. Not sure if you can change it out later. Because you can demolish the rice plot. You might be able to demolish the internal upgrade. But I think we're going to get this one started on this side. Yeah, minus maintenance could be hundreds of gold later game. That's what I'm saying. Higher plot tier unlocks more internal slots, I think. You might be able to get all of them. But I don't know. Oh yeah, it does. You get 3 slots. So at tier 3, you get a second slot, so you can get the rest of them. So it's pretty powerful. Though it will cost a substantial gold investment. But still, seems real strong. I like the manor so far. The manor seems cool. I like it better than the stupid adventure camp or whatever that they added with the wandering update. Like the manor just seems like an actual advantage with some fun upgrades and decisions. Does China get something like this too? Or like, do they get a mechanic like this? Or Southeast Asia? Or is this just a Japan thing? Well, in that case, yeah, I'm gonna get, I'm gonna get tenant farmers. Like an extra 0.2 is crazy good in just 1 month build time. Plus the monthly development growth, 0.05. That's a lot, actually. Like, our development growth right now monthly is just plus 0.3. So that's like an extra 1/6. And development is everything. That's your whole infrastructure. Increases your levies, your taxes, and your supply limit. It's got everything. Nomads also have a version of Manor. China has a unique type of admin. All admins have Manor. But are they, what I'm asking is, are they all the same buildings? Like, I know that there's other screens that have some like upgrade things that you can have. But like, are these manor buildings specific to Japan, or are they just reskins of the other things that already exist? Those seem to be unique to Japan. So yeah, any administrative type of government has a manor. I'll keep that in mind. I never played an administrative government till now, so I've been a little over my head. All right, build the tenant farmers. So does it change the visual of it too? That's cool. And then we can't afford the other building because we're too poor. So maybe that wasn't the best one to build first, but I got a little overexcited. But they will pay for themselves. So it should be fine. You may not arrive to the grand tournament in time. Activity has started, or you were not invited. That's fine. I didn't get invited to the grand tournament. There's something I've been neglecting to do for a while, and I need to freaking do it. My family aspiration. I keep forgetting. What is this screen, dude? What am I looking at? Powerful family attribute is inactive because your house is not a powerful family. I'm gonna change that, okay? This costs thousands of prestige to change. So maybe we're not changing that. What am I looking at here? There are 6 aspirations on the top. Ceremony, determination, humility, prosperity, service, and strength. Okay? Each one is going to have perks leading to a different gameplay style. So ceremony is primarily focused on the feast activity. Negated diplomacy penalty. Don't know what that means. Oh, like normally other powerful family members have a diplomacy penalty with you and this negates it? A powerful family represents the most influential houses and noble families in an administrative realm. A member of a powerful family is better at political schemes and is more likely to get what they want when interacting with other characters. There can only be a limited number of powerful families at any time, and it is the top-rated noble families that are considered powerful based on their rating. The house of the top liege is an exception, which is always powerful. A family controlling a significant part of the realm's land can become dominant. So every house member gets 1 diplomacy and 5% prestige, and then here they get 10% prestige, as well as characters are more likely to accept marriage offers and may construct a private tea house, which also buffs your monthly prestige. Determination is a spy master and intrigue thing. Humility is a family shrine unlock for learning-focused characters and pilgrimage enjoyers. Prosperity is money, as you might expect, as well as a brewery, which can make even more money, and also is a stewardship-focused service. Has a family archive, which is a little bit more stewardship, but also influence. And then some bonuses to diplomacy. And then strength is going to be martial and military focused. Allows you to inspire troops and create a private armory. So this seem cool. I think I'm just gonna keep my spot where it is because it's gonna cost me a lot to do and undo. And I don't mind having more likely to accept marriage offers, a free diplomacy, and 10% more prestige is fine. So we're just gonna leave that as is. Roman and Chinese bureaucracies have the treasury mechanics, so you can't just run away with income that technically the emperor owns. Doesn't seem to be a feature for Japan. I don't know what that would look like if it were a feature here. What would that look like? You've unlocked a new lifestyle perk. Well, guess what? I can finally become an administrator. And as an administrator, I'm going to warn you that the ad is already starting. It's been an hour. I'm not sure how it's been an hour, but it has been. So I am now a freaking administrator who gets +1 diplomacy, +3 stewardship, +5 to vassal opinion. We have no vassals. We have no tributaries. +10 plague resistance. So we are never going to get the freaking plague. Mostly I took it for the diplomacy and stewardship buffs so we can pass more challenges. 16 diplomacy is pretty good. 21 stewardship, pretty good. That's pretty good, dude. And the problem is now we're locked in here for a few more years. I don't know what I want to take next. Collect tax efficiency, 25%. Some good ones. Building is cheaper. Fort level, faster build times. Demand payment for hooks. That would actually be awesome. We don't have tributaries. Domicile income is good. For the administrative government. Yeah, there's still some good stuff there. I think administrator also buffs your governor efficiency. It doesn't say it as such, but the bonuses to diplomacy and stewardship do. So we're now at -3%, which is better than it was, because base is -100. Our stewardship level is offsetting it by 36, diplomacy by 27. So we're kind of almost there. It's gonna take a while for me to get any progression because I feel like there's just so much to take in with the administrative government type. So much to learn, dude. Makes my brain hurt, but it's not necessarily in a bad way. Brain's not really hurting in a bad way. It's just like information overload way. Plus all the stuff on the map. It's funny that we're only concerning ourselves with this one tiny area. Also. So it'll be fun to check back in on what everybody else is doing. Oh, I need to stand up and stretch my legs for a second because I'm trying to take it all in. Because I'd like to do this again tomorrow. And not just quit after one day and actually like get a little further. So hang tight. Why are you subscribing? Stop it. I'm back. Sidge Leggy, thank you for a year and a half of sub. Now get out of here. Leave this place. And Muppenheimer, what's up? Appreciate 67 months. Thanks both for the subs. You wait until I'm gone to avoid my notice. But I noticed anyway. Here's a question, chat. Other than like building up some domicile buildings. Oh, hold on. Now the rice plot has tenant farmers. So we should be getting even more income. We're up to +3 income. We went from plus like 1.9 to 3. So we just 50% increased our monthly income. That feels nice. And with a little bit more gold, we could just go straight in to get an investment in another money producing building, just to try and like, the earlier you build, the faster it's gonna pay for itself, right? Glimmering Gold. My romance plot. I'm trying to romance my wife right now. Sweet lady Komachi, I sigh as I kneel before her. My only desire is to bring you honor and happiness. Pray tell me, how can I prove my love for you? Komachi gives me a long look. Lady Sadako's necklace is lovely, she says, and nods her head in the direction of my wife, Lady Sadako. But it would look even better around my neck. Okay, secondary wife has a necklace. It's rough out there. Calm, humble, and forgiving. Listen, my secondary wife is very forgiving. She'll understand. She'll understand. Commission an identical necklace for 15 gold. The scheme gains 10% success chance. Offer Sadako a favor. My wife will get a weak hook in order to give the necklace over. Steal it. It's an intrigue challenge. 74% chance you'll be discovered. And you gain 40 stress because you're Dude, I'm compassionate and just. We cannot be stealing necklaces from our wives. Compliment Komachi's taste. All right, it's got to be one of the first two. Do I commission an identical necklace for 15 or give my wife a weak hook on me? She's intimidated by your dreadful reputation. Bro, do I have a dreadful reputation? Why do I have 3 dread? What do I even do? My natural dread is -15. I don't know what I did that got dread. But seriously, what is someone who is calm, humble, and forgiving gonna do with a weak hook? You know what I mean? Like, what's the worst she could do? I'm gonna take the weak hook. She seems nice. She's an analytic absolver. She is very forgiving and will commonly ignore slights and transgressions. She's very rational and avoids tyranny. Offer her a favor, and we get a +10 to success chance. Chat, this is a 6% success chance. That is not what it said when I started it. -90 because she dislikes compassionate. -90? And sadistic dislikes just -45? Holy! But it says that her opinion of me is +100. And I'm getting a +5 because I'm compassionate and a +10 because it's a virtue. So explain. She has a fantastic, she respects us, but she doesn't love us. That's kind of what it comes down to. She only likes you as a friend. Well, I mean, we have a daughter together. This is Fujiwara Costco, our beautiful baby daughter, who we just had. We're not even friends. An overdue tax governance issue has appeared. Bro, we're making some bank now. My judgment as governor is needed, whether by conspiracy, deprivation, or sheer negligence. A village in the region has failed to send a share of their produce that's owed to us as tax. Potential rewards. Let's see. My clerks insist that a village in Kibitsu is significantly behind their taxes. It'd be a serious neglect of duty to ignore the matter. The ledgers make it clear taxes are missing. Shipments were never sent. At the moment, the cause of these omissions is unknown. This matter may be one for officials or one for soldiers. Let's launch an investigation, travel to Kibitsu and investigate the issue, or they will be dealt with. Let's launch a full investigation. Oh, we have to travel there. It's a very short trip, but a trip nonetheless. We got our caravan master. We're getting value out of Fujiwara Aratoshi, our former steward. He doesn't love us. Manor reform -15. What is manor reform -15? It's a law at the empire level that just makes vassals have a -15 opinion, but makes construction time and cost cheaper. I think. Wait, no, it makes buildings cheaper, but domiciles are more expensive. Oh, man. Influence cost for governorship revocation is halved. That's not good for us. That's good for the liege, who can revoke titles. That's not what we want. All right, let's just go. This is a 4 gold. A 4 gold trip to investigate the missing overdue taxes. My entourage struggles along an ill-maintained country path amidst scattered... word I've literally never seen before. A family of plants in order Asparagales, taking its name from irises. It's in the iris family. How do you say it? Merriam-Webster doesn't even have a button to click to say it out loud.
Iridaceae. Iridaceae.
Iridaceae. Iridaceae. At least that's what Google says. And the occasional sheep. My destination, the tax-owing village, really is quite rustic and quite unremarkable, despite being not a day's journey from Kibitsu proper. A few of the locals, dressed in their distinctive traditional garb, have gathered at the village center. I am welcomed peaceably, though without warmth. I must consider how to approach the investigation. An inquisitive method might serve me best. Let's look around and see what comes to light. Wow, we can really leverage our stewardship here. So this is made for us. That was a weird way to phrase that. I like this sentence actually. I like this paragraph. I don't like the entrance of Iridace. You could just say flowers. You know, I don't imagine Iridace are able to grow in every part of the world in which this event might take place, but whatever. But I like the sentence, I am welcome peaceably, though without warmth. It just tells you that they're taking you in without resentment, but they aren't happy to see you. It's like, they recognize your authority, but they're not rolling out the red carpet. So I think it's a good sentence. An inquisitive method will serve me best. Now we're taking the stewardship one. Let's look around and see what we see. What? Oh, we're doing the event before we've done the set out. All packed and proper, we've finally come to the point where we can start our journey. It seems like we already started it. Okay, here it is. Taking careful stock of every chicken, every stalk of barley, every homespun blanket and clay pot has yielded a good estimate of the taxes those serfs ought to pay. Some unexplained oversight, unintentional or intentional, seems the cause of this village's failure to pay their dues, but one task remains, deciding how best to remedy the situation. They shall pay in full and not a single kernel less, or they only need to pay part. Nah, I want the money. They shall pay in full and not a single kernel less. However, is what I want to pick, but my dude is compassionate, sympathetic, and warm-hearted, so for RP purposes, I'll take the pay in part. We'll get a slight prestige bump also. They basically only paid for my travel expenses. At long last, I'm finally home. That was pretty quick. We journeyed for one whole day. Outside, I love the dude was outside for one day, and he's like, thank Buddha, I can finally rest in my home. That's how I feel whenever I go outside, too. It cost 4 gold to leave, and we got 6 gold in pay. That's a 50% ROI. I say we spend all of our money on upgrading the mansion as fast as possible. Only on things that make us money. And the things that seem to make us the most... Well, it's impossible to know what their internal upgrades might be. However, our specialty buildings... Personal workshop gives us 0.35, which is quite a lot, as well as construction time benefits. Maxing out at 0.85. The family brewery is like stewardship bonuses, plus development growth, plus income. And then those seem like the 2 best options. Which one of those 2 do you think we should get? Should we get the one that's stewardship per level of fame, development growth, and a little popular opinion with your county? Or the one that is construction time down? Hover over the icon next to preview to see the internal buildings. I see. Commission bow artifacts minus 25%. Archer bonuses, more income and prestige. And the brewery has the cellars, small percent bonuses, and then plus 0.2 income and plus 0.1 prestige. A sumo, dude, sumo wrestling? A sumo hall. Well, why are we putting a sumo wrestling hall in the family brewery? The thing that's unlocked for us with our house aspiration is the private tea house, which is a diplomacy, prestige, and personal scheme growth bonus. And then that also leads to a Sobi colony. Court musician aptitude and personal scheme phase length is faster. A music hall, which is for feasts. And guest houses, which allow you to do a new scheme. Ingratiate family aims to win the favor of a house based on diplomacy and house standing. I just don't know when that's good. So which of those? I'm thinking the family brewery. Wait, no. Well, if we do family brewery, we get the sumo hall. The thing is, the other family brewery bonuses won't be felt until later. Whereas, in my opinion, I actually think the personal workshop has more, because it has all building costs down, as well as archers are more effective, and I definitely will want some archers, whether it's regular archers or archer cav. We're gonna need to hire some men-at-arms as well. Like, mounted samurai are archer cav. They're expensive as hell. We can get warrior monks for piety, but how do you pay them? It's a piety maintenance? Holy, that's insane, actually. Super spearmen. Like, they have 2 more toughness than regular pikemen, and they have 20 screen, which pikemen do not have. A defeated army reduces the amount of casualties they take in the aftermath of a battle, so just big casualty reduction. They also have a lot of terrain bonuses: mountains, desert, hills, terraced hills, and plains. And they they cost nothing but faith. Yeah, I believe they're the warrior monks. Are warrior monks a culture or a religious unlock? It's a culture, the Yamato culture. So everyone's gonna have access to them. So that's definitely tempting. How's the new expansion so far? Is it worth the money? I could never tell you whether it's worth your money. I bought it. This is not a game code from the devs. Honestly, like, it seems neat so far, but it's also difficult in a lot of ways, more so than regular Crusader Kings. If you've never interfaced with an administrative government type, like I have not, if you've never played the Byzantines, once they reformed, like the devs kind of redid how the admin government works for them, then you're going to have a hard time because you have to learn how the new government type works. Then Japan and China each have a unique administrative government on top of that. And then on top of that, you have new jargon to learn where instead of a steward, it's a kare. Instead of a spy master, it's a mokudai, etc. So there's like a lot of new terminology to try to learn. You're not a count, you're a kokushi, etc. Also, Japan in particular is hard mode. You're only allowed to have one domain, and that is a single county. And you need to utilize and leverage a points system to try to put yourself first in governorship. So it's a vastly different playstyle from Casus Belli, your neighbor, and then kill them. So it's a very difficult expansion so far, which I don't think is a bad thing. But you need to know what you're doing. So if you're new, then if you're new, I wouldn't get it. Unless you just want to have the whole map. You know, if you just want to have everything connected. I don't think the map is going to be over there without the DLC, right? I didn't finish choosing what building I wanted because someone distracted me. In my opinion, Personal Workshop just makes the most sense. It gives us a bunch of discounts on all future buildings. Oh yeah, I can't even build the brewery anyways, because you have to have the Prosperity House aspiration. You can't fire me, I quit. I wasn't gonna choose you anyway. Personal Workshop it is. Three months left. No, we get the map. It's just all feudal. Okay, so your map will be there regardless, I guess. For you free-to-players. You just won't be able to do anything with it. That is unique to the area. Lady Takeko has given birth to a daughter of the ceremonial house Yamato, who is homely and not pleasant to look at. Hello, fellow vassal. How do you do? Takako has given birth to twins of House Yamato. So her mom, their mom, is the queen, Tenno Korihito's queen, and a treacherous villain. So I still don't really fully understand what's gonna happen. Like, I understand the royal family. This song is gonna... We need more songs on this rotation. For sure. That sidetracked me. Yeah, how the Tenno interfaces with the regent in terms of power. Because when you're starting Japan, they give you a blurb that says, like, well, it can still be very prestigious and beneficial to interface with and marry into the Tenno's house. But it doesn't really say how that's going to be beneficial, so I'm not really sure when to pursue it. By Buddha, Lady Komachi is an insufferable wench. Have you seen how she looks uncertain? Ridiculous. My caravan master Aratoshi throws his head back with a wicked laugh. Komachi is still conversing with her friends, but I can tell she hurt him. I hate to see her hurt. Vile lies, draw your sword. You want me to duel my caravan master and former steward? You should apologize to the lady. A diplomacy challenge? Oh, Komachi, he couldn't be more wrong. She gains 15 opinion of you. Prowess challenge against Fujiwara Aratoshi. You best him in a duel, 59%, and gain 150 prestige. And you get an act of heroism. Or you are defeated and become wounded. Or use the diplomacy challenge. Chat, you gotta prove. We only have a 6% success chance. It was like a 40. It was higher than that. I don't know why it's all the way down here, but we need every chance we can get. So I say we duel. My guy has a 9 prowess. This dude has a 10. What if I die? That'd be kind of funny. Vile lies. Draw your sword, fool. Aratoshi draws his sword with a cocky grin. Oh, how I will enjoy wiping that arrogant look off his face. When I am done with him, Aratoshi's humiliation is absolute. Bruised and blushing, he croaks out an apology and limps away to lick his wounds. Lady Kamachi, on the other hand, is glowing like the sun. You are a true hero, Kakushi Arasada of Bichu. You have my eternal gratitude. Romance to Lady Kamachi. It was my honor, Lady Kamachi. Plus 150 prestige. Big prestige. That's right! How come if I lose, I get wounded, but if he loses, he's fine? He's not wounded at all. Maybe he auto-healed. Now I have a 16% success chance of romancing my wife. That's basically guaranteed. Okay. Question, how can I buff that even more? How can I buff this, chat? Give me some tips. How can I support my romance scheme? Wait, I could just have him support. Why is he naked? He's dying! Fujiwara Takasuge! Health poor. He's ill. my spy master's dying. Bad humors plague him, and the severity of the affliction is yet to be determined. Okay, well, let's support our schemes. That's only hostile schemes. You can't support non-hostile schemes, right? Seduction focus. Man, that's a... Number one, I can't do that. Number two... It's not even called that anymore. Temptation focus? But that's for seducing. We're romancing, so you're wrong. You can have your spouse focus on the relevant stat. That's true. She could focus on court intrigue. Right now, she's assisting us, which is giving us +3 diplomacy, 1 martial, 1 stewardship, 2 intrigue, and 1 learning. We could skip all that to get 6 intrigue, which she's pretty good at. But that lowered it to a 13%. We just lost percent. Because my diplomacy is affecting it more than my intrigue. So hang on. Then focus court politics? That's a +8 to diplomacy because she's kind of a diplomatic god. And now it's a 21. We got there in the end. It did go up by 5%. I don't know why diplomacy is more than intrigue for an intrigue scheme, but she's helping you romance her. Yeah, she's helping me romance her, okay? She wants to be romance. She didn't say it would work. To the implacable Arasada, I offer you the service of my Osho, Yoritoki, a highly skilled man with extensive knowledge of metaphysical conundrums. I hope this generosity is well received and you allow him to serve in your court. I've never even seen this pop up before. Who? Oh, he's my friend. My friend is sending me a courtier who is a 4-star mastermind philosopher, but he's sadistic and vengeful. Literally zero diplomacy and martial. 20 prowess. I'm so confused. These 0 martial, 20 prowess super soldiers. I mean, you can come stay at my court. Speaking of people at my court, I don't know if a personal champion. I just won a duel. Remember that guy? Where did that guy go? This is him. Why is his aptitude only average? His prowess skills +50, whereas this random dude gets +20 for being brave. How the hell is a guy with 13 prowess a better fighter than a guy with 26? Literally double his prowess. Who is also strong, like physically strong. Just because he's brave. Can take your place in some duels. Dread Decay is down. Earns you prestige when competing in a grand tournament. If we ever get invited to one, you get bonus prestige based on their aptitude. So we pay them money, but we get prestige. So we get something out of it at least. What about a guru? No one? No one. A guru gives you monthly piety. We don't have it. That guy could be an average poet, but he does not have the poet trait. May become randomly inspired. Chat, should I hire a personal champion or is that a waste of our money? What do you say? Isn't this the dude that we randomly met on the road? And asked him to come join us? I'd hold off on it. It's a waste. If you say so, bitch you. I mean, chat. It really does cover up the UI. It just says bitch. Romance unpleasantries. I'm attending a dance in Bichio to spend some time with Lady Komachi. The mere thought of touching hands makes my heart jump. But when I arrive, I find her stuck in conversation with Mayor Narutoshi of Kawanabe. The miserable man drones on and on, totally oblivious to Komachi's discomfort. All due respect, Mayor, but if you could please step aside. You're kind of a bad egg. A fragile physique. I'll put you in your place too. Ew, a lowborn. Doesn't your character love wasting money? That's true. It's good RP because I'm an indulgent wastrel and an administrator. But I guess I'm arrogant, so I wouldn't think that somebody needs to defend me. I'd probably think I could defend myself. %10 success chance based on our diplomacy skill, or I gained a bunch of stress and headaches. You're boring the lady to death. You could form a rivalry and you're compassionate. Listen, my charms will improve any conversation. We're at 31% success chance with 3 months to completion. There is an actual chance. Personal workshop is done constructing. We got 2 buildings in our manor. And our income is up to 3.5 from 1.9. Going up. Personal workshop. What if we saved our money? We need 37 gold. 37 gold. I'm really interested to see what happens when the Tenno dies. He already died. I think did he already die? No, he died 858. Who's this guy? This is the 19. Who was the guy that was about to die that I said it's about to get crazy? Now this guy has been Tenno. He's 19. Is this dude, not the Tenno. The ruling regent. The ruling regent's in poor health. He's got exotic food and his personal physician are trying to counter the negatives. I'm curious what happens when the ruling regent dies. The Tenno did not die. He's just young. I like that it has the manor stats right there too, so you can look at a glance. A missing village. A whole village missing? Lit only by a single candle, my finger pauses on an entry in the ledger. Something is not quite right. Soon I am searching through every record from the Kuni of Bichu I can find. At last, clear as day. It seems as if an entire village has gone missing from the taxation records. Seeing as how we only have a county, it would be real difficult for a whole village to be disappearing from our taxation records. Also, given that I am like a good administrator, the tax collector must investigate. I might gain a stewardship lifestyle perk. I will travel there personally. I mean, I'm going to go myself. We're going again. Except this time, it's not literally traveling. They never integrated this event with the caravan system. Chat, I don't know if I can listen to the whistle song for dozens of hours. I'm sorry. Imperial family branches! Kokushi Minamoto becomes a member of House Kanmu. House Kanmu. How do you become just a member? They have 4 living members. Did they just split off? Is that what happened? Yeah, they must have just formed their own separate dynasty. There is a music player. That's true. I will do that for the next one. I'll do that for the next one. What I was going to ask was, is there any way to diverge our dynasty? I guess we want to stay with the Fujiwara dynasty. I just want to be able to choose what they unlock. That's all. I think the dynastic page is fun to kind of like, they have added so many as well over the years. It's fun to look at these and choose what perks you want. I don't get to choose because I'm not the dynastic head. The dynasty head wields unique power over the members of the dynasty and can pick legacies. Normally, the dynasty head is the house head that can have the most soldiers. If all house heads have the administrative government, the dynasty head is whoever has the highest powerful family rating. So I need to get more governorships. What should I start do? Like, I don't really understand how to leverage my influence. By becoming a governor, upgrading an estate, a type of domicile. Is that not my manor? Influence hasn't been used in the manor at all. Or being allied to the house head of a noble family. The main way to spend to make use is to acquire a governorship. Is Etal still reading tooltips? Brother, every window in the goddamn game is a tooltip. What are you talking about? You never... Nobody... That's a tooltip. This is a tooltip. See? It even has a little highlight thing. Literally every single thing you can mouse over on the entire screen is a tooltip. But anyway, stop distracting me. What am I talking about? How do I, like, look for governorships? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Like, it seems like we need to find a way to get the titles that are higher than us. Chat, is there a page in Crusader Kings 3 that shows you all of the governorships that you are possibly in line to be able to receive? Who's in line to inherit our title? My son. My oldest son right now. and my Mokudai is behind him. Actually, it changed over and didn't tell me. Your half-brother and Beto. It changed over. It was my son, I think. No, wait, was it always him? I don't remember, dude. My player is down here with nothing, so I guess I need to fix my own inheritance first. I only know how to do it in China, not Japan. I hope that's fun. Yeah, was it originally him, or am I hallucinating? Maybe just under the provinces tab? Provinces tab. This could be... If I sort by candidate in succession, what does that sorting mean? I don't know what this sorting implies. No idea. Income, provincial armies, obligation type size, or governor efficiency. Like sorting... I don't understand why do I want to sort by governor efficiency? Okay, we come back tomorrow. Let's just do it again tomorrow. Game is saved automatically. Boom. Boom. Do it again tomorrow. Everyone needs a fresh brain. I need the smart people to wake up, and I need you dumb people to go to bed. Because when I was asking questions earlier, bam, 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 people are lining up to back seat. And now, you guys don't know anything like me. You guys are just like me. You should turn on the stream. I'll watch you. But I just woke up. But you haven't even seen the DLC yet. But yeah, I'm just joking. It's not your fault. It's just, when they make the UI in the game, I think of all the DLCs we've played, this is the most sort of confused, not in a Confucius style, I've been in terms of, I'm sure that the tools to progress are there, but finding them feels like looking for a needle in a haystack right now. Comparatively, I think the Iranian intermezzo is way easier than this. And I think that I did a full Iranian intermezzo campaign, and I did a full Iberian Peninsula campaign. And both of those were easier than this. So if you thought those were difficult, this is 3 times more difficult than that, in my opinion. Because I love the idea of playing with one hand tied behind your back and having very limited land that you're in control of. So I think that's fun. I just don't understand how to affect change yet at this point. I don't know how to instigate things to happen other than fast forward. But anyway, we'll definitely play it again. I'll check it out some more tomorrow, because it does remind me of the Intermezzo and the Iberian Peninsula campaigns, and I thought that those were fun. I love the idea of playing in Japan. You can do that without the DLC. You could just do feudal Japan, and then it will be like every other place. So if you just don't buy the DLC, but you do play Japan, then you will just play in Japan, but as a feudal society. I think. But I mean, I like it. I just want to get to the part where I understand it. So I would say that my first impressions are mostly positive, but I also haven't seen enough gameplay to know how it looks when you get a little further in. I guess you could fish out hooks and coerce people into backing you for higher titles with enough intrigue. Yeah, it kind of seems like you have to have, like, what do you do if you don't have a max intrigue character? Because it seems like you need a max intrigue character to really get very far. What do you do if you're just a smart guy? What do you do if you're just a martial guy? If you're a martial guy, I guess you could just go rogue and become a warlord. Diplo maybe. Sure, but how? I don't know how. Anyway, we'll mess with it some more tomorrow now that we're actually unpaused and have a fresh brain. It is sad having super soldiers that cannot be knights. Yeah, no knights. So there's a lot of weird restrictions, but I don't mind that. I just need to figure out how to work with it. So we're going to have to figure that out tomorrow. All right, gamers, I'll catch you later for the next one. I'm going to send you all out of here. We'll check it out again some more. So come back with a fresh brain for the Wednesday stream. We'll have a part 2. Which is a lot better than I feel a lot better about this than I did about the adventurer content, for sure. Just gotta customize the music tracks. All right, let's go say what's up to Sim. He's playing some Ball Pit. Go say hi to the Sim stream. I will catch you guys again later. Come back at like 3-ish p.m. Pacific tomorrow. Take care, sleep tight. We'll try to get further than like 2 years into the game. We're like, yeah, we're like 2 years into the game, maybe 3. Not very far. All right, gamers, go say what up to Sim. Good night. Thanks for watching. Thank you for following. Thank you for subbing. Oko says still here. Get out of here, Oko. Thanks for a 1.5 years of sub. Good night, first time chatter, saucy breadbasket. I'm hungry. Bye.